more than 10 evil gods, the strength of the thousand-headed dragon has almost reached the limit of the Roland continent. Ordinary 30th rank demigods are completely at a disadvantage against it. Unless a god descends or it encounters some demigods with strength beyond reason. This terrifying ancient evil creature can truly destroy the civilization on the Roland continent. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Feeling the powerful force surging inside its body. Yemenglade's more than 1,000 snake eyes are filled with a desire for destruction. With the protection of the domain of the evil god, Yemenglade completely ignores the continuous attacks from the 5th rank magic restraints that are targeting it. It heads straight for Silvermoon City. Attack with all your might. Stop this monster. Seeing that the highly anticipated blessing of the moon goddess magic enchantment did not have the expected effect, Queen of the Elves, Hilsa, had a drastic change in her expression and quickly gave orders. Hiss. 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 Receiving the command from the Queen of the Elves, the elven soldiers and powerful warriors on the Silvermoon City all unleashed their most powerful combat skills, attacking the thousand-headed dragon serpent. At the same time, the countless magical war machines on the city walls also fired with full force. Crazy output. However, it was useless. Under the blessing of more than 10 evil gods, not only did the thousand-headed dragon serpent's strength increase, its defense also received a tremendous boost. Most of these attacks couldn't even penetrate the domain defense of the evil gods. The few powerful attacks that managed to break through the domain defense were burned to nothingness by the demonic flames surrounding the thousand-headed dragon serpent. It rampaged all the way. Ymendra quickly charged towards the Silvermoon City. Over 1,000 heads opened their blood-filled mouths simultaneously. The next second, countless black and purple poisonous mists spewed out from them. Under the influence of the power of the evil gods, the power of these poisonous mists became extremely terrifying. They could easily corrode even energy in space. Thousands of poisonous mist breaths bombarded the moonlight barrier enveloping the Silvermoon City. Hiss. 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 A moonlight barrier strong enough to withstand the full force attack of a demigod at the 30th level. Melting at a visible speed. Exclamation point. Witnessing this scene, the elf queen, Hilsa, was filled with despair in her eyes. She knew very well the consequences of the complete disappearance of the moonlight barrier. This meant that the last line of defense for the elf empire was gone. The thousand-headed dragon serpent would easily rampage into the Silvermoon City. All the elves would die as a result. As for resistance, it was obviously futile. The thousand-headed dragon serpent, blessed by more than 10 evil gods, was too powerful for her to despair. Without the help of the elven gods, the elf empire would absolutely not be able to withstand this terrifying monster. And other elves were aware of this. Fear filled everyone's hearts. Supreme God Carillon, please unleash your wrath and kill the ancient evil creature before us. Benevolent and kind Angerus, you are the protector of life, please show mercy and save us. In the face of the fear of death, all the elves in Silvermoon City began to pray to the elven gods, hoping that the gods could bring down miracles to solve this enormous crisis. However, regardless of how the spirits pleaded, the spirits' gods never responded. It is quite obvious. All the spirit gods have been held back by the evil god led by Yaros. They have yet to break free. 1 minute later, under the continuous attack of poisonous breath from the thousand-headed dragon snake Yemenlade, the moonlight barrier has become extremely weak. The moment of shattering and disappearing is not far away. In other words, the Silvermoon City is about to be exposed defenseless in front of Yemenlade. Seeing this, the atmosphere in the Silvermoon City became increasingly heavy. Fear filled the eyes of all the spirits. Their minds went blank. When Lena, you and your husband should escape quickly. The Empress of the Spirits turned to her daughter beside her and spoke. From the current situation, the Spirit Empire is likely to be destroyed by this ancient evil creature. In her opinion, it is meaningless for Wenlina and Ren to stay behind. They cannot change the outcome at all. It is just a waste of lives. It is better to let them take the spirit people and escape. Leave a spark for the Spirit Empire. What about you, Mother? Upon hearing this, Wenlina instinctively asked. Me? I will stay behind for you. I am the Empress of the Spirit Empire. Even if I die, I will protect the Silvermoon City and the Spirit Empire. This is my responsibility, my destiny. The Empress of the Spirits, Hilsa, spoke with a firm and resolute tone. Clearly, she has prepared herself for death. No. I don't want you to die. Mother, come with us. Upon hearing this, tears instantly welled up in Wenlina's eyes, and she said with great excitement. But the attitude of the Empress of the Spirits, Hilsa, was very firm. She vowed to live or die with the Silver Moon City. Seeing the heartbreaking scene of separation and farewell between Wenlina and Hilsa, Ren was also speechless. Do this mother and daughter really not believe in his strength? Do they really think he was just bragging before? In order to let his wife Wenlina know his true strength, Ren decided to show his hand. To prove himself. If you want me to run away, this ancient evil creature is not worthy. Leaving behind these words, Ren acted without hesitation. Chapter 253 Slaying a Thousand-Headed Dragon Snake, the Queen Rose Spider comes. Due to the fact that the thousand-headed serpent is too close to the Silver Moon City, Ren cannot easily use high-level magic to attack it. After all, the destructive power and range of high-level magic are too great. If released directly, let alone whether it can kill this thousand-headed serpent, there would be very few elves in Silver Moon City who could survive. There is no other way. Ren can only use spatial manipulation abilities to attack it. Spatial rupture. With a thought, Ren moves to the next second. Ka. 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 The space around the body of the thousand-headed dragon instantly shattered like a mirror. The violently powerful spatial force crazily cut through the body of the thousand-headed dragon, as if it wanted to tear it into countless pieces. Under the cutting attack of the spatial force, the enormous body of the thousand-headed dragon instantly became covered in blood. Tons of blood gushed out from the wounds. Hiss. Feeling the intense pain coming from all over its body, Yemenglade couldn't care about the corrosive attack on the moonlight barrier protecting Silvermoon City. Thousands of snakeheads simultaneously emitted extremely mournful hissing sounds. Clearly, it was seriously injured. However, it is clearly impossible to use a space-breaking strike to kill this ancient evil creature with extremely strong immortality. Even causing serious damage to it is a bit difficult. Understanding this point, Ren naturally will not stop. Dimensional slash. Space imprisonment. Space distortion. Various powerful and unparalleled space skills condense out of thin air, continuously attacking the thousand-headed dragon snake. In the face of Ren's unreasonable space manipulation ability, the previously formidable thousand-headed dragon snake was instantly rendered powerless. Every time the thousand-headed dragon snake counterattacks, attacks so powerful that space transfer is impossible, Ren directly uses space jumps to evade. For weaker attacks, he opens a space gate, devours them, and then returns them. The thousand-headed dragon snake has great physical strength, but can only be beaten unilaterally. There is nothing Ren can do. In less than 30 seconds, over half of Yemenglade's 1,000+ heads disappeared. Even the proud abnormal recovery ability cannot keep up with Ren attack destruction speed. Am I dreaming? Looking at the scene of Ren displaying great power and fiercely beating the thousand-headed dragon snake, Queen Hilsha's face was filled with disbelief. This is too outrageous. The thousand-headed dragon snake, who had been desperate with over 10 blessings from evil gods, was actually crushed by that human with such dominance? This made her feel an extreme sense of unreality, as if she was in a dream. To confirm whether she was dreaming or not, Hilsha instinctively pinched her own face hard. Feeling the intense pain clearly transmitted from her face, Hilsha instantly understood that she was not dreaming. Regarding this, she was both shocked and pleasantly surprised in her heart. Although she didn't know why Ren was so strong. As her daughter's husband, there was no doubt that Ren was on their side. With such a super strong person helping, the Elven Empire was saved. Not only Queen Hilsha. At this moment, Reyna also had her cherry-like mouth wide open, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She never expected that her husband's strength would be so strong. Recalling her lack of trust in her husband's strength, Rena's cheeks turned red, feeling very ashamed in her heart. At the same time, the elves in Silvermoon City were also ecstatic. After praying countless times, the gods did not bestow any miracles. They thought they were doomed. Who would have thought? Suddenly, a super powerful person appeared and blocked the thousand-headed dragon snake. This experience of going from hell to heaven is too exciting. In the eyes of these elves, Ren, who saved his own life, is almost like a god. I don't know what the people in Silvermoon City think. The battle between Ren and the thousand-headed dragon snake continues. With the mythical talent of spatial manipulation, Ren firmly grasps the initiative in the battle and relentlessly beats the thousand-headed dragon snake. While the thousand-headed dragon snake, Yemulade, becomes extremely aggressive, using all means to counterattack, attempting to kill this despicable human who is constantly moving around. But it never succeeds. It can't even scratch a single hair of Ren. Every attack falls short. This feeling of being powerful but unable to use it makes Yemulade increasingly angry and restless. Meanwhile, Ren continues to launch attacks at his own pace. Occasionally, he uses the power of the laws to strike this ancient evil creature. The laws of light and purification that he has comprehended are extremely effective against this ancient evil creature that possesses blessings from over 10 evil gods. Every time he uses the laws to attack, he can deal extremely high damage. As time passes, the injuries on the body of the thousand-headed dragon snake, Yemulade, become increasingly severe. Hiss, 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 exclamation point. Feeling his body growing weaker and weaker, Yemenglade's manic rage gradually transformed into fear. There's no way. It's been scared. This human in front of it is too terrifying. No matter how it attacks, it can't land a hit. On the contrary, the opponent can freely attack it. How can it continue to fight? If it keeps going like this, it might lose its life here. In order to save its own life, Yemenglade hesitates for no moment and chooses to flee. It spews out countless poisonous mists to obscure Ren vision. The thousand-headed dragon immediately twists its body rapidly and flees quickly in the direction away from Ren, away from Silvermoon City. Trying to run? No way. Ren immediately chases after it. Cut the grass and remove the roots. This ancient evil creature is a complete disaster. If it's not killed. If the thousand-headed dragon recovers from its injuries and causes trouble in the Elven Empire again, then wouldn't he have acted in vain? One in front, one behind. The thousand-headed dragon and Ren disappear from everyone's sight. The crisis in Silvermoon City is resolved. Wenlina, I'll leave Silvermoon City to you for now. Leaving behind these words, the Elven Queen Hilsa rides her own mount, a semi-divine great holy unicorn, and chases after the direction where Ren disappeared. This is a great opportunity to kill the thousand-headed dragon. To prevent Ren from being overwhelmed alone, she naturally has to contribute. Hey hey! Seeing this, Wenlina looks confused. By the time she reacts, her mother has already disappeared from her sight. There's no way. She can only obey her mother's words. Stay in Silvermoon City and appease the people. On the other side, through spatial movement, Ren quickly catches up to the fleeing thousand-headed dragon. Hiss hiss hiss. Seeing this despicable human refusing to let it go and blocking its way, Yemenglade is both fearful and extremely angry. Hundreds of snakeheads, like lightning, bite towards Ren, attempting to force Ren to dodge and clear the way. However, this is obviously useless. Ren directly manipulates space, creating a spatial rift in front of him, as close as if it were worlds apart. No matter how Yemenglade attacks, he cannot touch Ren. Feeling this familiar sense of powerlessness, Yemenglade instantly becomes timid. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he immediately changes his escape route, turning his head and running in another direction. However, Ren does not give it a second chance. He directly activates Time Pause. The time around Yemenglade instantly stops. 1. The attacks released from my sword can slay all undead beasts. Using the power of words to temporarily suppress the undead abilities of the Sun God Sword. Then, Ren raises the divine sword in his hand and slashes it towards Yemenglade, purifying all the heads of the thousand-headed dragon with the sword chi of the Law of Light. The undead trait is suppressed and does not take effect. The heads of the thousand-headed dragon can no longer regenerate. Time resumes. Boom. The enormous body of the thousand-headed dragon crashes heavily to the ground, completely devoid of life. The ancient evil creature Yemenglade, the thousand-headed dragon, the king, falls. They thought the matter would end here. Ren prepares to collect the spoils and return to Silvermoon City. However, just at this moment, a wave of dark and chaotic divine power suddenly rises from the body of the thousand-headed dragon. Ren is quite familiar with this divine power. It is the Spider Queen, Rosella. When he conquered the Dark Territory, the city of Mozablay, he had dealt with this Spider Queen. It seems that I have caught the attention of this evil goddess again. Ren thinks to himself. The divine power fluctuation on the body of the thousand-headed dragon is obviously a contingency left by the Spider Queen. If nothing unexpected happens, this Spider Queen will soon descend. After all, this evil goddess is very vengeful. An eye for an eye. In fact, it is indeed the case. You insignificant ants, dare to destroy my plans. Sensing the death of an important pawn that destroyed her elven empire, the true body of the Spider Queen, located in her divine realm, flashes with boundless anger. Without hesitation, she expends a large amount of divine power. Using the divine power left on the body of the thousand-headed dragon as coordinates, she activates the divine descent technique, sending her own incarnation into the main material plane. She wants to make the person who dared to disrupt her plans pay the most painful price. Chapter 254, The Incarnation of God, Super Magic, Supreme All Light. Humph. Accompanied by a tearing sound. Above the corpses of thousands of dragons and snakes, a black spatial gate filled with an evil aura quickly opens. Space annihilation. Ren does not hesitate to fully activate his spatial manipulation ability. He wants to destroy this spatial gate and prevent the arrival of the Spider Queen. However, this spatial gate itself is constructed by the divine power of the Spider Queen. It is extremely stable. In the face of an absolute disparity in power. Even though Ren possesses the mythical talent of spatial manipulation, he cannot shake this spatial gate. The violent power of space sweeps through. The spatial gate remains motionless, still expanding. As the spatial gate fully opens, an evil aura emanates from a dark elf who walks out of it. The moment this dark elf appears, a divine might that surpasses all things erupts. Facing this terrifying divine pressure that belongs only to gods, Ren cannot help but hold his breath. The next battle will be tough. Ren's eyes are filled with seriousness. This time is not the same as last time. Last time, during the attack on the city of Mozablay, the Spider Queen only temporarily activated her divine power and brought her divine image to life. But this time, she is truly descending in her divine incarnation. The power of a divine incarnation is only one rank lower than the original body. And the Spider Queen is a deity with a divine power of 380, which is considered a medium-level god. In other words, the true strength of this divine incarnation is weak divine power. If the battlefield were in the star realm, he would probably be crushed to death by this divine incarnation in an instant. But it's different on the Roland continent. Under the laws of the main material plane, the rank of any god's divine incarnation is limited to 30. I might still have a chance. Ren calmly analyzes. He has many powerful cards in his hand that are capable of harming ordinary gods. While the divine incarnation of the Spider Queen is restricted by the laws of the main material plane. As long as he finds an opportunity, he might be able to kill this divine incarnation. Thinking of this, Ren suddenly felt more certain. He gave up the idea of running away directly. He was prepared to use the incarnation of the goddess as a whetstone to test his current strength. If he really couldn't win, then he could run away later, it wouldn't be too late. Anyway, with the abilities of spatial manipulation and time manipulation, he could control the situation. He wanted to leave, and no one could stop him. And at this moment, the Spider Queen also recognized Ren. It's you. She never expected. The person who disrupted her plan this time turned out to be her old acquaintance. The one who occupied the city of Moselle, led the dwarven elves to desecrate her idol, the blasphemer. Damn ant. I will throw your soul into the eternal burning of hellfire. Faced with this human who had repeatedly caused him trouble, the Spider Queen was extremely angry and immediately decided to settle both old and new scores together. As soon as he made a move, it was a lethal move, intending to bring Ren to his death. Divine spell, Shadow Hand of Death. The next second, countless black bone hands carrying the power of the law of death rushed out from the shadows. At an extremely fast speed, they fiercely grabbed towards Ren from all directions. These black bone hands have a powerful instant death effect for creatures that have not yet become gods. Once touched by them, the soul will be harvested immediately. Completely dead. I say, any attack that threatens me shall dissipate. Feeling the tremendous threat from these bone hands, Ren did not dare to be negligent. He quickly activated his ability to speak and have the law follow. In the face of this power to modify reality, all of these bone hands immediately dissipated. However, there was no joy on Ren's face. On the contrary, his expression became more solemn. Because he discovered that using the power of speaking and having the law follow to dispel the divine spell of the rose spider consumed a tremendous amount of energy. The attack just now consumed nearly half of the power of the law within his divine fire. If there is another chance, the power of the laws within his divine fire will be completely drained. The power of the rose spider queen surpasses mine by far. It is not suitable to use positive methods to deal with it. Ren immediately learned his lesson and changed his mindset. I don't know what Ren is thinking. Seeing her attack being dispelled by Ren with just a few words, the Rose Spider Queen became even more angry. She was previously intimidated by Ren using this move, thinking that the other party was the incarnation of a powerful divine spirit. But according to her investigation, it was not the case at all. Even if you have some special tricks, it won't change your fate. Go and die. With intense killing intent, the Rose Spider Queen launched a high-intensity attack towards Ren. Divine Art Venomous Kiss of the Grim Reaper. Divine Art Dark Imprisonment. Divine Art Shadow Transformation. Various divine arts came crashing towards Ren. Each one is enough to kill an ordinary demigod. Under such high-intensity divine art attacks, even a top-level demigod at the 30th rank probably wouldn't last long. In less than a minute, he would be severely injured. GIG. Ren possesses various bug abilities such as Mirror Flower Water Moon, time manipulation, and spatial control. He completely withstands the fierce attacks of the Rose Spider Queen's incarnation. Not only can he easily deal with these divine art attacks, he can also counterattack from time to time. Although he is still at a disadvantage. But both sides are fighting back and forth. Neither side has gained an advantage. Just a mere 28th rank human ant, how can he be so strong? Seeing that her round of divine art attacks failed to take down Ren, a hint of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the Rose Spider Queen's incarnation. Her angry mind cleared up a bit in an instant. I must kill this mortal as soon as possible. Feeling the difficulty of dealing with Ren, the killing intent towards Ren in the heart of the Rose Spider Queen's incarnation became even stronger. To have such strength at the 28th rank, this mortal is obviously extremely talented. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely become an immortal god in the future. If we can't kill him now, it will only become more difficult to eliminate him in the future. Thinking of this, a decisive look flashes in the eyes of the Spider Queen. No more hesitation, full firepower. Directly consuming a large amount of divine power. Forcefully breaking through the dimensional rules of the Roland continent. Boom. The next second, a divine pressure far stronger than before rises from the Spider Queen. Under the shroud of this divine pressure, the mountains, rivers, and land within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers collapse and destroy like building blocks. The space trembles incessantly. The power of the gods is undoubtedly displayed. Detecting the use of destructive power beyond the limit by a god, the dimensional defense mechanism of the Roland continent is automatically triggered. One by one, supremely powerful chains of divine laws and orders emerge out of thin air, swiftly attacking the Spider Queen's incarnation. However, under the formidable divine power of the Spider Queen, for a while, these chains of divine laws and orders are also unable to harm the Spider Queen. At most, it can only last for 1 minute. We must fight quickly and kill this mortal. Feeling the rapid consumption of divine power possessed by the incarnation, the Spider Queen defends against the attacks of the chains of divine laws and orders while shifting her gaze to Ren. This evil goddess wants to kill me. Seeing the changes in the Spider Queen, Ren immediately realizes the danger. Disturbed by the collision of divine power and the chains of divine laws and orders, the surrounding space is extremely chaotic, making it impossible to teleport away. There's no other way. He can only choose to take the initiative and launch a fierce attack on the Spider Queen, using offense as defense. Supreme Annihilation of Light. Without hesitation, Ren activates the legendary set Supreme Light's inherent superposition magic. Light. Infinite light converges. Chapter 255, Queen Rose and #039's mentality collapsed and she blew herself up as the incarnation of God. In less than a second, the endless rays of light condensed into a pure white ocean of light. They attacked the transformed form of the Rose Spider Queen. Wherever it passed, All things were transformed into light and joined the ocean of light. Damn it. Feeling the immense power contained in this transcendent magic, she cursed inwardly as she prepared to forcibly eliminate Ren, the Rose Spider Queen. She immediately switched from offense to defense. Under normal circumstances, her transformed form was completely fearless against this transcendent magic of the 10th ring. But the current situation was obviously abnormal. She was facing the encirclement of the law god chain of the Roland continent. This transcendent magic was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. If it hit her, she would be strangled by the law god chain in the next second. There was no other way. The Rose Spider Queen could only expend her divine power to create a divine shield to defend herself. Boom. 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 Countless waves of light, carrying the power to destroy everything, struck at the Rose Spider Queen. However, the divine shield was as unbreakable as the most solid reef. It blocked all attacks. Come again. Seeing that the supreme annihilation magic of the highest light had not posed any threat to the transformed form of the Rose Spider Queen, Ren decisively continued her fierce attack. She directly triggered the transcendent magic inherent in the demi-artifact in her hand, the Sun God's Sword, Solar Storm. The next second, the sky suddenly boiled up. A red storm enveloped the entire sky, carrying terrifying high temperatures capable of evaporating everything. It swept towards the Rose Spider Queen. But it wasn't over yet. Ren immediately triggered another transcendent magic of the Sun God Sword, Fusion Annihilation. A sun with extremely high mass condensed around the transformed form of the Rose Spider Queen. And then it detonated automatically. Boom. With an earth-shattering explosion, endless light and heat were released. The shockwave was terrifying to the extreme, sweeping everything around. Annihilate everything into nothingness. Just blocked the supreme brightness annihilation magic. No time to catch my breath. Now facing the attack of two transcendent level magics. The Spider Queen is extremely frustrated. This damn human. How can they have so many means? However, frustration fills her heart again. She has no choice but to defend. Otherwise, her mission this time will completely fail. Paid a huge price. But that damn human didn't even lose a single hair. Regardless, she cannot accept this result. Thinking like this, the Spider Queen endures the pain. Expending a great amount of power, she transfers her divine power to her avatar. Having abundant divine power, the Spider Queen's avatar immediately displays the power that a lower-level deity should have. Withstanding the attacks of the chains of law and order. Forcefully erasing the transcendent level magics of solar storm and fusion fireworks. Then, mobilizing the divine power within her to form a destructive shockwave, rushing towards Ren. Incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrives in front of Ren. This divine power shockwave possesses the formidable power comparable to an 11th ring magic. If hit by it, Ren will undoubtedly be completely destroyed. Even the Mirror Flower Water Moon is useless. After all, using the Mirror Flower Water Moon to defend against attacks requires the consumption of mental power. Such a powerful attack. Even if it drains Ren mental power, it still cannot withstand it. Time pause. Sensing the strong sense of death, Ren instinctively activates time manipulation, causing the flow of time in the surrounding area to stop. However, the energy level contained in this divine power shockwave is too high. The cost of stopping time for this attack is extremely high. Ren exhausts the power of the laws within his divine flame, but can only block it for an instant. There's simply no time to dodge. However, this does not mean it is useless. In this instant, it gave Ren time to react. Activate the dragon transformation technique. A black-blue dragon, several kilometers in size, enveloped in blazing white flames, appeared out of thin air. The next second, the immensely powerful divine force shockwave struck the dragon. An ordinary demigod dragon would have been vaporized by this attack. But the stellar dragon that Ren transformed into is clearly not an ordinary dragon. As a divine-grade dragon, its body density is extremely high, comparable to a star. Even when its physical body directly withstands this terrifying divine force shockwave, it does not die. Although the entire dragon was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away, its body shattered, almost turning into a pile of mud. But it did not die, it managed to survive. Of course, How long it can live is uncertain. Such severe injuries. Even a divine-grade dragon cannot withstand them. Future Avatar. Enduring the intense pain in his body, Ren immediately activated his legendary talent, Future Avatar. Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of flowing water, a river of time, somewhere between reality and illusion, emerged. Then, a figure with the same appearance as Ren walked out from it. From the aura, it is clear that its strength is much stronger than the current Ren, reaching the 30th level. Time reversal. As soon as this future avatar appeared, it immediately exerted control over time on Ren. The flow of time, which was originally moving forward, began to reverse. Under the power of time, Ren near-death state was instantly reversed. Flower request. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his peak condition. Why won't this guy die? Seeing this scene, the mindset of the Spider Queen Rose instantly collapsed. How could she not have thought of it? This damn human ant turned out to be so troublesome. Like an indestructible cockroach. Every time she thought she could eliminate him, the result was always resolved by him using various means. However, at this moment, she no longer cared about Ren. Because she forcefully used destructive power beyond the limits, causing extremely serious damage to the planes. The Law and Order divine chains representing the defense mechanism of the Roland continent plane have increased several times compared to before. Just dealing with these Law and Order divine chains is enough for her to bear. The retaliatory action is almost a failure. Realizing this, although the Spider Queen in her heart is very unwilling, she does not decisively give up the idea of continuing to attack Ren. Choose to retreat. If she doesn't retreat now, even her divine incarnation will be left behind. Although losing this divine incarnation will not affect her life and can be recondensed in the future, but it will cause her to permanently lose a part of her power. Therefore, if possible, she doesn't want to give up this divine incarnation. However, Ren obviously won't let go of the Spider Queen's incarnation so easily. He was beaten so badly by the other party before. Now that he finally has a chance, he naturally wants to retaliate fiercely. Taking advantage of the Spider Queen's full resistance against the attacks of the Law and Order divine chains, Ren and his future clone launched an attack together. Two stellar dragons soared into the sky. They both spewed out the stellar dragon breath that destroys everything towards the Spider Queen. As a signature move of the Dragon Clan, the power of the dragon breath is beyond doubt. Not to mention the stellar dragon breath that is fully expelled by a divine-grade dragon species. Its power is almost comparable to superdimensional magic. The two stellar dragon breaths with the same attribute merged together. The power surged exponentially, almost reaching the limit of 11th circle magic. Feeling the huge threat of this attack, the Spider Queen's incarnation could only temporarily stop the action of retreating. Instead, she mobilized the defensive structure inside her body. Under the siege of Ren and the Law and Order divine chains, the divine power reserves in the Spider Queen's incarnation's body rapidly decreased. Die. Realizing that her divine incarnation is probably irretrievable, a fierce look flashed in the Spider Queen's eyes. Without hesitation, she self-destructed this divine incarnation. The next second, boom, 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 accompanied by a dazzling and blinding light. The godly shockwave full of destructive power swept in all directions, lasting for more than 10 minutes. The godly energy storm caused by the self-destruction of the divine incarnation gradually subsided. Chapter 256 Law Pollution, Take Down the Elf Queen. Phew. That was close, Ren thought with lingering fear. The self-destruction of the Rose Spider Queen's incarnation was too astonishing. If it weren't for his future clone burning everything just now, blocking most of the self-destruction power for him, he would probably have to waste several lives to survive this earth-shattering explosion. However, although he himself was fine, the land and mountains around him underwent fundamental changes due to the self-destruction of the Rose Spider Queen's incarnation. Even though the Law and Order of the Roland continent's divine chain of rules suppressed the range of the explosion to the fullest extent, the extremely powerful shockwave of divine power still completely destroyed everything within a radius of over 10,000 kilometers, leaving behind a supergiant crater like an abyss in place. The land was devastated. But this was not the most serious part. The most serious part was that this land was contaminated by the divine power attribute of the Rose Spider Queen's incarnation, 090. As long as one stepped on this land, They would immediately be subjected to an intrusive and intense mental influence. An infinite desire would rise in their hearts. If the mental will is weak, it may even be destroyed by this desire, losing all reason and becoming a tireless beast of copulation. In endless copulation, exhausting the essence of the body and perishing. The reason for this is because this embodiment of the gods corresponds to the lustful divine role possessed by the Spider Queen. In the face of this contaminating power of authority and rules, even Ren, being a demigod, cannot be completely immune. I must leave this place quickly. Forcing down the increasingly strong desire in his heart, Ren, in his stellar dragon form, rapidly vibrated his massive dragon wings, wanting to fly away from this contaminated land as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he would have to be consumed by the burning desire. However, just as he was flying halfway, Ren noticed a familiar figure ahead on the left. Queen of the Elves, Hilsa. Why is she here? Ren was puzzled. According to reason, Queen Hilsa should be in Silvermoon City. However, after a little thought, he had the answer in his heart. Obviously, the Queen of the Elves was afraid that he would have difficulty killing the thousand-headed dragon snake alone, who was determined to escape. She intended to come and help him. However, his actions were obviously too fast. He had already resolved everything before the Queen of the Elves arrived. It seems that I should inform the Queen of the Elves, so that she doesn't foolishly continue to search for me and the thousand-headed dragon snake's whereabouts. Thinking like this, Ren immediately turned his head and flew towards the location of Queen Hilsa. On the other side, it's so hot. Hilsa's face was flushed, half squatting on the ground, as if forcibly suppressing something. Her beautiful eyes were watery. She naturally knew about the strange changes in her body. However, just now, to withstand the sudden destructive explosion, almost all the power in her body was exhausted. Her mind and body were in an unprecedented state of weakness. In this situation, she simply couldn't resist this level of mental contamination by the laws. Desires in her heart grew rapidly like weeds. I can't go on like this anymore. Feeling the increasingly severe changes in her body, Hilsa's hazy beautiful eyes were filled with a determination to die. She felt that she couldn't hold on much longer. As the Empress of the Elven Empire, she would rather die than endure her sanity being shattered, becoming a beast that only knows madness and pleasure. Just as Hilsa raised the demigod artifact in her hand, preparing to end her own life, Ren arrived. Wait. Seeing the Elven Empress about to commit suicide, Ren immediately transformed back into human form to stop her. After all, if Hilsa died, how would he explain it to Rena? Without hesitation, Ren directly intervened and knocked the weapon out of her hand, successfully saving Hilsa's life. Just as Ren was about to ask Hilsa why she wanted to commit suicide, the Elven Empress suddenly rushed towards him, embracing him, rubbing her voluptuous body against Ren's body. Her beautiful eyes filled with desire, clearly having completely lost her sanity. This Elven Empress has been influenced by the law of lust. Seeing this, Ren immediately understood what was going on. Feeling the soft and fragrant touch in his arms, Ren's anger also flared up. Purify. Suppressing the urge to mount his horse and raise his spear, Ren activated the power of purification from the law of divine fire within his body, releasing a purifying light towards Hilsa. Having just experienced a devastating battle, the power of the laws within him had already been completely depleted. These powers of the laws were just recently recovered. A pure white purifying light descended. Hilsa's movements paused for a moment. Then, she continued to embrace Ren and rub against him. It was evident. It had an effect, but not much. As for the reason, most likely, Ren has a low understanding of the purification rules. Only 50%. Unable to purify the negative state caused by the contamination of the lust divine law. Damn it. Realizing this, Ren cursed inwardly, immediately prepared to take Hilsa and run away, hoping to quickly leave this contaminated land, to restore the sanity of the Elven Queen. Otherwise, he really can't hold back anymore. In fact, if it weren't for considering Wenlina, he would have taken action already. After all, this Elven Queen is a super beautiful queen-type mature woman, strong in strength and talent. perfectly meets his requirements for a wife at 5.0. However, just as they were about to take off, hiss, Ren suddenly couldn't help but inhale sharply. Because the elven queen in his arms suddenly grabbed his vital point. This action is like pouring oil on fire, causing the anger that Ren has been suppressing to completely erupt. This is what you asked for. Landing with the elven queen. After setting up a soundproof magic array, Ren directly tasted Hilsa's red lips. And the elven queen, whose mind was completely occupied by desire, responded passionately. As time passed, their movements became more and more intense. 10 minutes later, a pleasant and exciting symphony began to play on this land. Chapter 257 Ren, 100 million treasures per child, will be the God King tomorrow? After 1 day and 1 night, the enchanting and captivating symphony finally came to an end. After releasing and venting the desires in her heart, Hilsa regained her sobriety. She recalled what had just happened. Hilsa felt extremely embarrassed and ashamed in her heart. How could she not have expected herself to do such a shameful thing? Like a shameless slut, taking the initiative to seek pleasure from someone. And the object was her own daughter. Thinking of this, Hilsa suddenly felt a sense of shame and anger. However, the matter has come to this point. Avoidance cannot solve the problem. What happened just now was completely an accident. Let's pretend it never happened. Forcing herself to calm down, Hilsa spoke to Ren. In her opinion, this whole thing was a complete mistake, not her intention. And Ren is her daughter's husband. In this situation, treating it as if nothing happened would be good for both of them. However, Ren's focus was completely not on Hilsa's words. Your Majesty, is this your first time? Looking at the bloodstain on the ground, Ren's eyes were full of astonishment and question marks. If he remembered correctly, this elven queen already has several children, right? And she's still a virgin? This is too unbelievable. Seeing that Ren was completely not listening to her, but instead focusing on whether she was a virgin or not, Hilsa was also extremely angry in her heart. However, for some reason, she still answered Ren's question. I have never had a husband, so of course it's my first time. Thinking that her pure body preserved for thousands of years was taken away by Ren. Hilsa's mood was also extremely complicated. So, Warmrina and the others are not your biological children? Upon hearing this, Ren became even more curious. His eyes were filled with a strong desire for knowledge. They are definitely my children. Our elven race originated from the Life Mother tree. In addition to normal reproduction through mating, we elves can also separate a part of our life essence and invest it in the Life Mother tree to conceive our own children. Facing Ren probing questions, Tilsa explained. There's no need to keep this a secret. In fact, thousands of years ago, conceiving children through the Life Mother tree was the main way for the elven population to grow. Using this method to give birth, not only is the gestation period shorter than normal reproduction, it can also produce a large number of elven infants at once. The children conceived this way also have much better aptitude than those born through normal reproduction. It can be said to be full of advantages. However, later on, the life cycle of the Life Mother tree entered its aging phase, and its ability to conceive greatly declined. It was no longer able to conceive elves in large numbers. Normal reproduction gradually replaced this method of reproduction, becoming the mainstream for the elven race. Until today, only the elven royal family has the right to conceive offspring through the Life Mother tree. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Ren also suddenly understood. It has to be said, this unique method of reproduction really opened his eyes. Coming back to his senses, a bold idea arose in his mind. If the Life Mother tree could have consciousness and take on a human form, he would marry it and bring it home. Wouldn't that be a great leap forward? After all, this is a divine tree that can give birth to a powerful race on its own. Its reproductive power is absolutely formidable. One birth, 100 million treasures, tomorrow I'll be the God King. Ren suddenly thought of this phrase. However, he also knew that this was just his own fantasy. The Life Mother tree, as a divine level plant, is almost impossible to develop consciousness and become a true living being. This is a limitation of the laws of the world. Therefore, marrying the Life Mother tree, this wildly imaginative idea, is destined to be impossible to achieve. Let's go back. Otherwise, Wenna will be worried. Put this crazy idea out of your mind, Ren said to Hilsa. Upon hearing this, Hilsa nodded silently. She began to get dressed. After cleaning up the traces left by the battle, Ren, accompanied by the physically weak Hilsa, set off on their return journey. Due to the influence of the law of desire, along the way, the two couldn't help but indulge a few more times. Regarding this, Hilsa was more calm than before. Anyway, she had already lost her virginity. What difference does it make to do it a few more times? Some things. Once the barrier is broken, the psychological defense line will disappear. At first, she was somewhat ashamed. But after doing it a few more times, Hilsa felt very pleased and excited. This novel and wonderful feeling made her somewhat immersed in it. After completely leaving the contaminated area, Hilsa even felt a bit lost in her heart. Hilsa, what are you thinking? Do you still know how to spell the word shame? But this man is? Realizing the huge change in her mentality, Hilsa couldn't help but slap herself in the face. She was the Elven Queen. She absolutely couldn't indulge in desire and maintain this twisted relationship with Ren. If it were to be discovered, it would be a huge scandal. It would greatly affect the reputation of the Elven royal family. However, she didn't know that some emotions cannot be controlled by personal will. She didn't know about the wonderful little theater in the Elven Queen's mind. Ren flew with Hilsa towards Silvermoon City. Returning to Silvermoon City, the Elven Palace. It's good to see you both safe. Seeing her husband and mother return safely, Wenera was very happy. Not long ago, from the direction Ren and Hilsa had left, there suddenly came a tremendous explosion. This worried her greatly. She was afraid that something might happen to the two people she was closest to. In the face of her daughter's concern, Hilsa's heart warmed. At the same time, she felt extremely embarrassed. After all, she had done something that hurt her daughter. Being with her daughter's man. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Hilsa was a bit afraid to face Rena. She forced herself to say a few words. Then she found an excuse and left alone. Mother, what's wrong? Watching Hilsa's hurried departure, Rena looked puzzled. She felt that her mother had become a bit strange since she came back. Cough. It's probably nothing. Maybe she's tired and wants to go back and rest early. Ren awkwardly coughed and casually explained for Hilsa the matter between him and Hilsa. It's better not to let Rena know for now. Otherwise, Rena might confront Hilsa directly. That would be troublesome. Hearing her husband's words, Rena nodded in agreement. She didn't doubt it. After all, recently, her mother had been busy with the matter of the 1,000 snake dragon, busy and worried all day long. Later, she went to help her husband hunt down the 1,000 snake dragon. Being physically exhausted was normal. They brushed this matter aside. Ren then took Rena to take a bath together. They had just fought a fierce battle with the incarnation of the divine grade spider queen, Rose, and then played games with the elven queen, Hilsa. Now they were all dirty. They had to wash up properly. However, as they were washing, some strange sounds echoed in the bath. It must be said, the divine grade dragon bloodline was truly powerful. Their physique was abnormal, and their recovery speed was extremely fast. Even though they had fought several battles not long ago, now they were still full of energy and vitality. Chapter 258, Semi-Artifact Crown of Thorns, Underground Lover Elf Queen. Half a month later. After resolving the crisis of the Elven Empire, Ren and Wenlina did not rush back home. After all, Wenlina hasn't come back for a long time. Rarely coming back, naturally they would stay for a while. During this time, Ren and Wenlina's relationship spread throughout the entire Elven Empire. Normally, knowing that a human has married their princess, the elves of the Elven Empire would have been in an uproar. They would definitely strongly oppose it. But Ren was obviously different. Previously, he killed the 1,000-headed dragon snake and saved the Elven Empire. Now he is already a hero of the Elven Empire, with extremely high prestige. In this situation, the elves naturally would not oppose Ren's marriage to the princess. On the contrary, they also sent their best wishes to the couple. Not to mention the Elven royal family. Not only did they officially include Ren's name in the register of the Elven royal family members, to thank Ren for turning the tide and saving the Elven Empire, they even held a grand commendation ceremony for him. In the presence of many elves, they presented Ren with a semi-artifact called the Thorn Crown. Thorn Crown, semi-artifact? Basic attributes? Toughness, 11,500, 1,500 times that of a normal iron weapon. Durability, never wears out. Passive effects? Thorn Guardian, wearing this equipment can reduce 80% of damage and reflect the same amount of damage back to the opponent. Life Blessing, wearing this equipment greatly enhances vitality, increases all attributes by 1 to 10 times, and increases physical recovery by 100 times. Thorn Domain, this equipment comes with a domain, allowing the wearer to control the domain for combat. Triggerable Magic? Group Ancient War Tree, Super 9th Circle Magic, summon 50 legendary Ancient War Trees for combat. Emerald Covenant, Super 9th Circle Magic, open a spatial gate to the Emerald Realm, summon an Ancient Emerald Dragon with Semigod Strength to assist in combat. Note: each summoning must give the Emerald Dragon 1000 flawless magic emeralds as a reward. Absolute Rebound, Super Level Magic 10th Circle, construct a special spell barrier with extremely high intensity. Any attack that falls on it will be rebounded back to the opponent with double force. The rebound limit is the 10th Circle Magic. I have to say, the Elven royal family is really generous. The attributes of this semi-artifact are quite good, although it can't compare to Ren's Sun God Sword. But all its abilities are extremely practical. It can be considered a fine piece among semi-divine artifacts. However, for Ren, this equipment is completely useless. He already possesses spatial manipulation and a balanced offense and defense. This level of defensive equipment is unlikely to provide him with any help. Although Ren himself can't use it, it is still a fine semi-divine artifact. It's not good to leave it unused. After much thought, he decided to give it to Wenlina to use. After all, this treasure comes from the elven race, and its attributes are more suitable for Wenlina. At the same time, Wenlina's own strength can perfectly unleash the power of this equipment. After the commendation ceremony, returning to their residence, "Darling, this is for you." Ren personally placed the Thorn King's crown on Wenlina's head. This semi-divine artifact has a green appearance and is made entirely of a special woven thorn magic plant. Various mysterious elven magic patterns are also engraved on it. It looks exquisite and mysterious. Under the decoration of this semi-divine artifact, Wenlina, who was already pure and beautiful, suddenly became even more stunning. "Darling, you're so kind." Seeing her husband give her such a precious semi-divine artifact, Wenlina's love for Ren grew even stronger. She couldn't help but kiss Ren. Tasting Wenlina's soft lips, the fire in Ren's heart was gradually ignited. 10 minutes later, a passionate melody resounded in the room, rising and falling, one after another. Just as Ren and Wenlina were enjoying their pleasure, the elven queen Hilsa quickly walked to the door, preparing to invite the two of them to the royal family banquet. This is ridiculous. In broad daylight, hearing the special sounds coming from inside, Hilsa's face turned red. I'm not sure if it's recalling the intense battle with Ren. Hilsa's legs suddenly weakened and she couldn't walk properly. A pair of enchanting and sharp beautiful eyes were filled with shimmering water. Ren, instinctively sensing the light, was the first to notice Hilsa appearing outside the door. He discovered that the elven queen was eavesdropping in the corner. Ren immediately thought of certain plotlines from past movies. He became even more excited. Immediately after, several hours later, the exhausted Wenlina fell into a deep sleep. But Ren was still full of energy. After all, divine grade dragon bloodline is no joke. After dealing with Wenlina, Ren stood up and walked towards the door. He opened the door. Ren saw Hilsa sitting on the ground. "Your Majesty, I didn't expect you to have such a special hobby of eavesdropping." Ren laughed and spoke. Faced with Ren teasing, Hilsa, who had regained her senses, blushed as if blood was about to drip. She felt extremely ashamed. She had lost her mind to actually do such a thing. What's even more embarrassing is that she was caught by Ren. This is simply mortifying. A mixture of shame and excitement surged within Hilsa, causing her brain to be greatly impacted. Her red lips slightly parted, letting out a soft moan. Seeing this, Ren directly lifted Hilsa up from the ground. He decided to work hard again, to help the Elven Queen heal her body. "We are all family. Helping each other is only natural. In response to Ren actions, Hilsha made a symbolic resistance for a moment. But then she stopped moving. Understanding the intentions of the Elven Queen, Ren used his spatial manipulation ability to arrive at the palace where the Elven Queen resides. Revisit the joy in the polluted land of rules. Not long after, the exciting symphony began to play in the palace. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. Since the last close-distance battle, Ren and the Elf Queen's relationship has progressed further. Although not explicitly stated, Hilsha has already accepted their underground lover relationship, frequently rendezvousing with Ren. One hand with the Elf Princess, one hand with the Elf Queen. During this time living in the Elf Palace, Ren truly enjoyed the blessings of the flame. However, good times are always short-lived. It has been almost 2 months since leaving. If they don't return soon, Janice and the others will start to worry. Derived from King Zhao, set a permanent spatial coordinate in the sleeping palace of the Elf Queen Hilsha. Convenient for oneself to teleport over and rendezvous at any time. Afterwards, Ren and Winlina left Silvermoon City and embarked on their return journey. Through spatial manipulation, constantly moving through space. 5 hours later, Ren and Winlina successfully returned to the Habs Manor. Upon receiving news of their return, Janice and the others came out to greet them immediately, welcoming the husband and sisters back. In the following days, Ren life returned to its normal rhythm, handling matters of the territory, accompanying his wife, educating the children. In his free time, visiting the two lovers, Queen Isabella and the Elf Queen. Every day was fulfilling. Like this, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Since becoming pregnant, the bellies of Princess Elsa, Serena, Emick, and the other 20 wives have become very large. The expected delivery time is this month. In other words, the Habs family is about to welcome another wave of a grand baby boom. Chapter 259 God Slaughter Magic Marlow Meteor Explosion, God Visits? 1 week later, Princess Elsa, Serena, and Emick gave birth one after another and were sent to the delivery room. The 278th child of the host has been born. The magical aptitude of this offspring is sub-god level, and the martial spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, golden dragon, awakened, bloodline purity 100%, naturally possesses the golden domain, control over holy light, and other powerful talents. Evaluation, dawn level. Rewards, 5,000 years of martial spirit cultivation, 2,000 years of magical cultivation, plus 30% comprehension of purification rules, and the slaughter god magic, Marlow Meteor Burst. The 279th child of the host has been born. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic, and the martial spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, incomplete golden dragon, awakened, bloodline purity 74%, naturally possesses golden dragon scales, divine dragon breath, and other powerful talents. Evaluation, diamond level. Rewards, 1,500 years of martial spirit cultivation, 500 years of magical aptitude, plus 20% comprehension of purification rules. The 280th child of the host has been born. The magical aptitude of this offspring is high level, and the martial spirit aptitude is epic. Hidden bloodline, incomplete golden dragon, awakened, bloodline purity 40%, naturally possesses golden dragon scales, divine dragon breath, and other powerful talents. Evaluation, platinum level. Rewards, 500 years of martial spirit cultivation, 300 years of magical aptitude. Serena and Emick's children are nothing special. One is at the diamond level, and the other is at the platinum level. They can be considered average. However, Elsa gave Ren a big surprise. She had extremely good luck. She gave birth to a dawn-level offspring with a complete golden dragon bloodline. Such a high aptitude offspring. Naturally, the rewards from the system are quite generous, greatly increasing the gains this time. The 3 children provided Ren with a total of 7,000 years of martial spirit cultivation and 2,800 years of magical cultivation, as well as 50% comprehension of the purification rules and the slaughter god magic, Marlow Meteor Burst. There's no need to explain the first 3 rewards. We all know what they are. But as for the so-called slaughter god magic, Ren had never heard of it before. Based on the information given by the system, this magic is similar to dragon-slaying magic. Both are special magics created specifically to more effectively kill a certain target. Dragon-slaying magic is aimed at dragons, and the target of the god-slaying magic is the gods. As is well known. As the favored child of the world, the ruler of this universe. The gods not only possess immense power and various unimaginable abilities, but they also have extremely strong resistance against divine attacks. Apart from divine arts formed by condensing divine power, other attacks, whether it be martial chi or magic, will be subject to reduced effectiveness against the gods. But the god-slaying magic is different. Not only is it unaffected by the gods' resistance, it can even deal double damage. Simply put, it is a special attack against the gods. And this god-slaying magic, called Marlowe's meteor burst, was developed by a powerful mage named Marlowe thousands of years ago. It has a level of 10. But when used to attack gods, it can exhibit an effect even more powerful than a normal level 11 magic. It possesses the power to slay gods. Such a powerful type of magic, and yet I have never heard of it on the Roland continent? Recalling the information given by the system, Ren felt somewhat incredulous. Normally, this kind of magic should be very famous. However, up until now, he had never heard of this kind of magic. This is obviously very illogical. However, upon careful consideration, Ren quickly understood why it was like this. This kind of magic poses a significant threat to the gods. For their own interests and safety, the gods naturally cannot sit idly by, destroying the god-slaying magic and all related information. It is completely reasonable, although it is just speculation. But Ren believes that the truth of the matter should be like this. Of course, the truth of this matter is irrelevant to him. As long as he gains benefits, receive system rewards, Ren silently said in his heart. Transforming magical cultivation into battle chi. 9,800 years of battle chi cultivation merged into his body. Driven by such a massive amount of battle chi cultivation, Ren cultivation realm directly broke through from the mid-stage of the 28th rank to the limit of the 28th rank. Only a little over 1,000 years of battle chi cultivation is needed to advance to the 29th rank. After the fusion of cultivation is completed, countless mysteries about the purification law merged into his mind. 51%. 52%. 53%. Several hours later, Ren comprehension of the purification law reached 100%. From then on, he possessed a second complete law that could condense divine power. And then came the god-slaying magic, Marlowe meteor burst. This magic is extremely complex. Even with the support of his intelligent brain and exceptional memory, Ren took a full 5 hours. Only then, with the knowledge imparted by the system, did he successfully master this powerful magic. After digesting this wave of rewards, Ren's strength instantly increased several times over. After adapting to the surge in power, with a joyful mood, Ren entered the delivery room to visit the 3 daughters who had just completed childbirth. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Following Princess Elsa, Serena, and Emic, Ren other 17 wives also completed childbirth one after another, giving birth to Ren offspring. 11 boys and 6 girls. Thanks to the excellent bloodlines of both parents. Furthermore, with the influence of the lucky halo, the qualifications of these 17 babies are not bad. Although there are no morning sun level offspring, but there are 3 diamond level offspring. There are even 12 platinum level offspring, with only 2 gold level offspring. With such a high quality baby boom, the rewards given by the system are naturally quite generous. The 17 children have provided Ren with a total of 17,000 years of chi cultivation, and 1,800 years of magic cultivation, as well as several combat skills, techniques, and item rewards. As usual, all magic cultivation is converted to chi cultivation. After receiving all of them, Ren chi cultivation realm directly broke through 2 realms, jumping from the 28th stage limit to the early 30th stage. Such a huge improvement in cultivation has once again greatly increased the upper limit of the power of the laws produced by his divine fire, reaching 2,500 strands. His strength has increased by more than 10 times. As for those combat skills, techniques, and item rewards, except for a few useful ones, Ren directly handed them all over to the system store for recycling. A total of system currency equivalent to 8,100 years of cultivation was obtained. In addition to the previous accumulation, Ren account balance has reached over 10,000 points. Without hesitation, Ren directly spent 10,000 system currency to purchase a bottle of legendary aptitude medicine. He didn't buy this for himself. After all, his chi and magic aptitudes have already reached the legendary level. This potion is completely useless to him. The reason he spent so much system currency to buy it is entirely for his first wife, Janice. Limited by her own aptitude, Janice's cultivation realm has completely stagnated at the 15th stage. If she wants to break through the legendary realm, improving her aptitude is imperative. After receiving the potion, Ren immediately handed it to Janice. "My dear, the goddess of luck has truly favored me, making me your wife." Receiving this extremely precious magic potion, Janice was also deeply moved. She didn't expect that. Now that her husband has so many wives far superior to her, he still cares so much about her, his humble wife. You know, as Ren's first wife, Janice is just the daughter of a knight noble. According to the trajectory of life too, Janice should have married a minor noble and lived for thousands of years. Afterwards, she quietly passed away, unknown to the world. But after marrying Ren, Janice's fate clearly underwent a tremendous change. Not only did she go from being the daughter of a knight noble to becoming a 15th level mage, possessing a lifespan and power far beyond ordinary people. She also became the lady of a prince's family in the empire, with a high status and endless glory. Therefore, even though her cultivation progress had stagnated recently, she didn't ask Ren for help in finding a solution. In her opinion, she had already gained so much and should be content. She couldn't ask her husband for more. Although it was regrettable that she couldn't break through to become a legend, have a longer lifespan, and continue to accompany her husband. But in Janice's view, with so many sisters accompanying him, her husband wouldn't be lonely. She had already prepared herself to give up cultivation. Who would have thought that her husband would suddenly bring her an extremely precious legendary aptitude potion? "Silly girl, you are my first wife. You married me when I was at my weakest, and you accompanied me from insignificance to the peak. I hope that from now on, you can continue to walk with me, until forever." Ren held Janice in his arms and said gently and earnestly. He was not someone who easily got tired of his partners. In fact, among many wives, his feelings for Janice are the deepest. After all, for a man, the first daughter is always the most memorable. And Janice has been with him until today. They have spent the most time together, with many unforgettable memories. Regardless, he does not want his future to be without Janice's presence. Hearing her husband's words of love, Janice's love for Ren reached its peak in an instant. Like gold, shining brightly, eternal and immortal, she is willing to give everything, including her soul, for Ren. 1 month later. On this day, after Ren has taken care of the affairs of the territory, he is preparing to open the portal and go to the Elven Empire Palace to meet with Hilsa. And also to impregnate this Elven Empress. However, at this moment, he suddenly sensed the presence of a divine incarnation with a strange aura coming to Eagle City. Walking towards the Habs Manor. Chapter 260 The Goddess of Love, Solicitation from the Elves. Who is this deity again? It seems like they came specifically to find me. Sensing this unfamiliar divine power, Ren couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Although unable to determine the other party's identity and purpose. But Ren didn't feel much nervousness either. After the previous battle with the Queen of the Rose Spiders, he had a clear understanding of his current strength. As long as he was in the Roland continent, most divine incarnations wouldn't be able to defeat him. Not to mention, his current strength has reached the 30th rank. His combat power has increased several times compared to before. If the deity incarnation that came was hostile, he could simply suppress them. Thinking like this, Ren directly traversed through space and appeared in front of that deity incarnation. Appearing before Ren was a mature lady wearing a red dress. She had wine-red long hair and a flawless and beautiful face. Her figure was hot and sexy, with a slender waist and curvaceous hips. A standard pear-shaped figure. Her temperament was even more outstanding. Passionate and elegant. The combination of these three created a unique and powerful charm. Anyone who saw this lady for the first time couldn't help but be captivated. Obviously, she was a femme fatale level beauty, no, a goddess. In addition, Ren also noticed that this goddess had pointed ears. Just as Ren was about to ask if she was a deity of the elven god system. "You must be Prince Ren? I am Shaani Finya, the love goddess of the elven god system. Before Ren could speak, this goddess considerately introduced herself, confirming that the other party was a deity of the elven race. Ren's vigilance also decreased quite a bit. His relationship with the elves was good. The other party shouldn't be here to cause trouble. Shawnee, what brings you here to visit me? Ren curiously asked. He couldn't remember when he had any interaction with this goddess before. Today was their first meeting. I have come on behalf of the elven god to thank you, Shawnee said without any suspense, smiling gracefully. Ren had previously slain a 1,000-headed dragon and foiled the evil plot of the Rose Spider, helping the Elven Empire overcome a crisis. This was a great favor to the Elven god. If the plot of the Rose Spider had succeeded, the Elven Empire would have been destroyed. Losing a sufficient source of faith, the Elven god would inevitably decline. No need to be polite. I also did it for the sake of my wife, Wena, Ren said with a smile after understanding the purpose of Shahani's visit. He had no intention of taking credit for himself. Upon hearing this, Shani admired Ren even more in her heart. No matter the reason, it is a fact that you have helped us elves in crushing the evil conspiracy of the Spider Queen. To express our gratitude for your help to our elven god system, the main god Corylon has specially instructed me to bring a gift for you. As she spoke, Shani turned her right hand over. In the next second, 1,000 hexagonal diamond-shaped crystals appeared out of thin air, floating above her palm. Divine power crystals. Ren immediately recognized what these crystals were. He had previously obtained 10 of these crystals from the Dark Girl and used them to create his first semi-divine artifact, the Sun God Sword. It must be said that the elven main god is generous. With just one move, thousands of divine power crystals appeared. These were the power of faith produced by millions of devout believers in a year. Their value was so high that it could buy a high-level divine artifact. For such a sincere thank you from the elven god system, Ren naturally would not hypocritically refuse. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he decisively collected all these divine power crystals into his bag. He thought that after giving the gifts, this goddess of love and beauty would leave. But unexpectedly, this beautiful goddess showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she started chatting with him. Although he didn't know what the other party was up to, he naturally wouldn't refuse the company of a goddess with exceptional temperament and appearance. Because he also wanted to establish a good relationship with this goddess of love. Of course, if they could take it a step further and become husband and wife, and have children together, that would be even better. A child born to a goddess of moderate divine power would definitely have a talent that could reach the starry sky level or higher. No one knew what Ren was thinking. After chatting with Ren and getting closer, Shani smiled and said, Ren, with your talent, you will definitely be able to become a god in the future. After becoming a god, what are your plans? Upon hearing this, Ren understood the implied meaning in the goddess's words. Obviously, she was testing his attitude and trying to recruit him into the elf god faction. As for why the elf god faction would specifically recruit him, a human demigod, it was probably because they saw his potential and extraordinary combat power. Please give me flowers. After all, not every demigod could overpower the incarnation of a divine being like the Rose Spider. Being so powerful at the demigod stage, one can only imagine how strong he would be after becoming a god. Such a powerful divine being would be welcomed by any god faction. In both the mortal and divine worlds, the rule of the strong being respected is universal. Knowing Ren's immense potential, the elf god faction naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. Although Ren himself was not an elf, his wife was the princess of the elf empire, so he could be considered half of their own. In this way, recruiting Ren to join the divine elf clan was only a matter of course. For ordinary demigods, joining a powerful divine clan is a great thing. In this way, after becoming a god, one can have a powerful backing to shelter oneself from the wind and rain. No need to worry about being oppressed by other powerful gods, or being hunted down as prey by evil gods. However, Ren is unwilling. Because the price of joining a divine clan is to be bound to the clan and obey the commands of the gods. For him, this is completely unacceptable. As a man with a golden finger, he naturally wants to build his own divine clan and become the main god, rather than becoming a subordinate of other gods. Of course, there is another important reason. That is, he has a big secret that cannot be discovered by others, the system. After joining the divine clan, being in close contact with other gods, his strength will undoubtedly increase at an exceptionally rapid pace, which will surely attract the attention of other gods. At that time, there is no need to say much about the consequences. In conclusion, he will absolutely not join any divine faction. He has already considered everything thoroughly in his heart. Ren naturally will not entertain Shahanini's words and directly interrupts this topic. I haven't thought about it yet. The matter after becoming a god, let's consider it after becoming a god. It's too early to talk about these things now. Hearing this, Shahanini also knows that Ren is politely refusing to join the Elven divine faction. A trace of disappointment flashes in her beautiful eyes. After ending this topic, Shahanini exchanges a few polite words and takes her leave. Watching this beautiful and charming love goddess leave in disappointment, Ren shrugs his shoulders, completely unconcerned. He cannot break his future plans just to please a goddess, putting himself in a dangerous situation. After all, there are many goddesses, but there is only one life. Chapter 261 Perfect Godhead Construction Method, Powerful Fertility Halo Talent. Returning to the Habsburg Manor, Ren began to contemplate how to use the newly acquired divine power crystals. These 1,000 divine power crystals are a huge wealth of resources. They can be used for many things. After careful consideration, Ren decided to use these divine power crystals to purchase a perfect divine grid construction method from the system mall. After all, his strength has already reached the 30th level, and he is not far from condensing the divine grid and becoming immortal. This thing is a necessity for him. Opening the family mall. Finding the perfect divine grid construction method. Perfect divine grid construction method. Introduction contains all the mysteries of condensing the divine grid. With this construction method, a true perfect divine grid can be constructed. Price, 195,000. I have to say, the perfect divine grid construction method is quite expensive. The price is as high as 195,730 points, equivalent to 195,000 years of cultivation. But no matter how expensive, I have to buy it. After all, the divine grid is the core of the gods and the most important foundation of power. You can imagine how important it is. Given the choice, Ren naturally wants to construct the best divine grid. Without hesitation, Ren directly handed over the divine power crystals to the family mall for recycling. I have to say, divine power crystals are still quite valuable. A divine power crystal can be exchanged for a system currency equivalent to 1,000 years of cultivation. Recycle 200 divine power crystals. Ren successfully obtained 200,000 system currency points. Purchase the perfect divine constructing method. The next second, an extremely complex and profound information flow merged into Ren's mind. So that's how it is. After accepting this information flow, Ren understood perfectly how to construct a perfect divine being. To construct a perfect divine being, in addition to dozens of precautions, there are 3 essential requirements. First, possess the highest quality divine fire. Second, cultivate one's own chi and magic realms to the peak of the 30th stage, strengthening the body and soul to the limit, providing enough energy and fuel for constructing the perfect divine being. Third, comprehend 3 types of laws to the level of perfection. It must be said, the requirements for constructing a perfect divine being are extremely demanding. The first condition alone is enough to eliminate 99% of demigods. After all, the highest quality divine fire can only be possessed by a perfect ascended demigod. And the second condition is even more difficult. For ordinary cultivators, being able to cultivate one of the paths of chi or magic to the level of a perfect demigod is already considered fortunate. To cultivate both paths to their peak, the difficulty is simply off the charts. Unless one cheats or is a natural genius at the level of a divine child. Otherwise, it is impossible to succeed even if one exhausts their lifespan. As for the third condition, it goes without saying. Without cheating, the further one progresses in comprehending the laws, the more difficult it becomes. The vast majority of demigods can only comprehend one law to perfection, which is already quite impressive. Comprehending 3 laws to perfection. It's simply a delusion. Overall, this perfect deity construction method is explaining one thing from beginning to end. There is no cheating or extraordinary talent required. Just honestly condense an ordinary deity. Don't dream of constructing a perfect deity. It seems like I still need to continue working hard. Recalling the information in his mind, Ren also felt helpless. He didn't expect the requirements for constructing a perfect deity to be so abnormal. Except for the first condition. He didn't meet the other two conditions at all. His fighting spirit and magical cultivation still need to be improved. He is still lacking one complete comprehension of the laws. Thinking about this, Ren also has a clear idea of his next direction of effort. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Almost 2 years of pregnancy. The bellies of Queen Isabella and the other 16 wives and lovers are already very big. It is expected that the delivery is not far away. Regarding this, Ren is also very much looking forward to it. All of these wives are having their first child. And these are the first batch of pregnant women after his bloodline ascended to divine grade. No matter from which perspective, the children in the bellies of Queen Isabella and the others should be much stronger than the previous ones. He has a premonition that this batch of children will definitely give him a big surprise. In Ren anticipation, another 3 months have passed. On this day, Princess Angeli, Princess Guina, and Princess Ailey, who were the first to become pregnant, were sent to the delivery room first. After more than 2 hours of labor, 3 loud cries of babies came from the delivery room. Detected the birth of the host's 298th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is legendary, and the fighting spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, stellar dragon, already awakened, bloodline purity 20%, naturally possessing powerful talents such as sun protection and stellar dragon scales. Evaluation, diamond level. Reward, 1,500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 1,000 years of magic cultivation, 20% comprehension of the sun's law. Detected the birth of the host's 299th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic, and the fighting spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, stellar dragon, already awakened, bloodline purity 15%, naturally possessing powerful talents such as sun protection and stellar dragon scales. Evaluation, diamond level. Reward, 1,500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 1,000 years of magic cultivation, 10% comprehension of the sun's law. Detected the birth of the host's 300th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is legendary, and the fighting spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, stellar dragon, already awakened, bloodline purity 22%, naturally possessing powerful talents such as sun protection and stellar dragon scales. Evaluation, diamond level. Reward, 1,500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 1,000 years of magic cultivation, legendary talent for childbirth. Thanks to the divine grade bloodline of the stellar dragon, all 3 babies have excellent aptitude. Although they did not reach the standard of the dawn level, they all received a diamond level evaluation. Children with such high aptitude naturally receive generous rewards from the system. The 3 children directly provided Ren with 4,500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 3,000 years of magic cultivation, as well as 30% comprehension of the sun's law and a legendary talent. These rewards are exactly what Ren needs. The most valued reward among them is the legendary talent, the fertility halo. According to the information provided by the system, this talent can increase his fertility by 20 times and has a higher probability of producing outstanding offspring. In simple terms, it improves the success rate and quality of seeds and the family system. It requires having children to maximize its effectiveness. And the better the aptitude of the children, the better. It can be said, this talent perfectly meets his needs. In Ren view, this legendary talent, which others see as useless, is much more valuable to him than a mythical talent. He was actually worried that it would become difficult to impregnate his wives after his bloodline ascended. With the fertility halo talent, this problem is instantly solved. Chapter 262. The demigod realm is complete, and the elf queen is pregnant. Claim the reward. With excitement in his heart, Ren silently recited, convert all 3,000 years of magical cultivation into battle chi. Under the promotion of his 7,500 years of battle chi cultivation, Ren cultivation level advanced from the early stage of the 30th rank to the middle stage. He was only 1 step away from the late stage of the 30th rank. After completing the cultivation fusion, immediately after, countless mysteries about the laws of the sun merged into his mind. The merging process ended. Ren comprehension of the laws of the sun also reached 30%. Finally, there was the legendary talent, the fertility aura. With the integration of this talent, Ren felt his kidneys enveloped in a strange warm current. After the warm current disappeared, his kidney function had become dozens of times stronger than before. This effect seems a bit too good. Feeling his body suddenly towering, Ren also became fired up. No need to say. In order to cool down and also to test the effectiveness of the fertility aura talent, Ren immediately took his wives to soak in a hot spring. Not long after, blush-inducing moans echoed above the hot spring pool. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. After this period of personal experimentation, Ren confirmed that the fertility aura talent was indeed useful. Since his bloodline ascended to the divine grade, it took him 1 to 5 months of effort to impregnate a wife. If luck was bad, it might take half a year to succeed. But after possessing this talent, in less than a month's time, the elf queen Hilsa, who had been unresponsive, became pregnant by him. At the same time, during these 3 months, under his diligent cultivation, 16 wives such as Wenlena, Laligia, and Janice also became pregnant one after another. Seeing his sowing efficiency restored to its previous state, Ren's mood became extremely relaxed. Apart from this matter, there is another great news. Following Princess Angeli, Princess Guina, and Princess Ailey, in addition to Queen Isabella, the other 12 wives have also given birth to children in succession during this period. 5 boys and 7 girls. Similar to the children born from the previous 3 princesses. The aptitude of this batch of children is also quite outstanding. Although they do not have the talent of the Dong-class offspring. Except for 2 platinum-level offspring who failed to inherit the bloodline of the stellar dragon, the other 10 offspring all received a diamond-level evaluation. Such a high-quality baby boom. The rewards given by the system can be said to be extremely generous. The 12 children have provided Ren with a total of 16,000 years of Qi cultivation, 7,500 years of magic cultivation, as well as 50% comprehension of the Sun Law, 20% comprehension of the Power Law, and various martial arts and item rewards. Claim the rewards. Ren Qi realm skyrocketed, directly reaching the peak of the 30th stage from the mid-stage of the 30th stage. At the same time, the magic realm also broke through 2 realms in a row. Promoted from the 22nd stage to the mid-stage of the 24th stage. In addition, the comprehension of the Sun Law has also reached 80%, only 20% away from being fully comprehended. At the same time, he also comprehended the Power Law. The huge improvement in cultivation and the significant increase in the comprehension of the laws made the divine fire in Ren's body burn even more vigorously. It visibly grew a lot. The upper limit of the power of the law produced once again skyrocketed, reaching 3,500 strands. The strength has increased several times over. As for those martial arts and item rewards, according to convention, keep the useful ones. Recycle all the useless ones into the family store. A total of system currency equivalent to 9,100 years of cultivation was obtained. Since there is currently nothing Ren wants to buy, he chooses to save it for later use. And now, among this batch of pregnant women, only Queen Isabella has not given birth yet. Ren also attaches great importance to this lover. He makes time every day to open the portal and go to the Andri Empire Palace to accompany Isabella. The 2 of them do not have a formal status, they are in a romantic relationship. Boldly having a child out of wedlock would affect Isabella and the royal family's reputation. Therefore, Isabella immediately used the excuse of seclusion to disappear from the public eye. She focused on nurturing the fetus, quietly waiting for the child to be born. This excuse did not arouse suspicion from others. After all, besides being the empress of the empire, Isabella is also a powerful demigod. It is completely normal for her to seclude herself for a period of time or go out to hone her own strength. It's just too normal. After putting aside imperial affairs, Empress Isabella spent all her time with Ren. She looked just like a little woman. If it weren't for other people from the Empire of Andri seeing this side of Isabella, who has always been cold and arrogant, they would be shocked. Like this. Another 3 months passed. There were still no signs of the child in Empress Isabella's belly being born. Regarding this, Ren was both delighted and anxious. Delighted because the child's gestation period was so long, indicating good quality. Anxious because he didn't know how long this child would need to gestate. If it's 1 or 2 years, it's fine. But if it takes several decades or even hundreds of years, then waiting would truly be a long time. In order to speed up the gestation of the child in Isabella's belly, Ren decided to exchange some treasures from the mall that would be beneficial to the fetus's development. For example, the previously obtained divine artifact, the Fountain of Life. In the family mall. The Fountain of Life would require a currency equivalent to 2,000 years of cultivation to exchange for one caddy. Using up all the system currency he had saved up, Ren was only able to exchange for 5 caddies. It was completely insufficient. There was no other way. He could only once again use divine power crystals and recycle them to the system mall. Spending more than 70 divine power crystals, he purchased various advanced treasures that could accelerate the fetus's development. Under Ren's willingness to spare no expense, Isabella's unborn child finally showed signs of being born. At the same time, Isabella also benefited greatly from taking various precious treasures. Not to mention the extension of her lifespan by tens of thousands of years. Originally on the verge of a breakthrough in her cultivation realm, she successfully completed the breakthrough and reached the 29th stage. Autumn came and winter followed. More than a month has passed. On this day, at noon, in the imperial palace of the Andre Empire, in a large garden exclusively for the Empress, Ren 327 was accompanying Isabella for a stroll, admiring the various exotic flowers and plants planted in the garden. The two of them were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. Just as they finished admiring the flowers and were about to have lunch together. Hiss. Isabella suddenly clutched her stomach, her face showing signs of pain. Seeing this, Ren instantly realized that Isabella was about to give birth. He immediately picked up Isabella, opened a teleportation gate and returned to the Habs Manor. He sent Isabella into the family's delivery room. Ren stood at the door, waiting quietly. Janice and others also rushed over upon hearing the news. When they learned that the person giving birth inside was none other than Empress Isabella, their mouths dropped open in shock. They never expected their husband to be so capable. To have a noble and powerful empress of the empire as a lover, and even have a child together. It was truly beyond their imagination. However, they also understood the gravity of the situation. If this matter were to be known, it would affect Empress Isabella's reputation. Therefore, after the shock, Janice and the others consciously kept it a secret and no longer discussed the identity of the person in the delivery room. As for the maid responsible for delivering the baby, she had never seen the Empress of the Andre Empire before. Naturally, she did not recognize Isabella's identity. In the waiting of Ren and the others, time quickly passed. After a day and 2 nights of arduous labor, Isabella's unborn child finally came into the world. A tender yet powerful and oppressive dragon's roar came from the delivery room. Chapter 263 The Second Star Level Heir, Nesser Scroll Artifact Manufacturing Scroll. With the sound of a dragon's roar, a massive force field instantly condensed and spread in all directions from the delivery room. Wherever it passed, all things floated in mid-air. If allowed to spread freely, the entire Habs Manor, and even the entire Eagle City, would be lifted into the sky by this force field. In order to prevent his own home and city from being completely destroyed by the anomalies caused by the birth of a child, Ren immediately activated his spatial manipulation ability. He constructed a spatial domain to firmly bind that force field within the delivery room. About half an hour later, that incredibly powerful force field finally dissipated. At the same time, a system prompt sounded. Detected the birth of the host's 313th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is low divine grade, and the martial spirit aptitude is low divine grade. Hidden bloodline, Gravity Dragon, a low divine grade bloodline formed by the mutation of a stellar dragon, naturally controls the law of gravity, governs all force fields, possesses Gravity Dragon's breath, gravity domain, and other powerful talents. Evaluated as Starry Sky grade. Rewards: 10,000 years of martial spirit cultivation, 10,000 years of magic cultivation, divine grade talent upgrade card, Calces's treasure map, Nether Scroll Artifact Manufacturing Scroll. Fuck. Hearing this system prompt, Fuan's face was filled with excitement. Isabella gave him a big surprise with her first child. She actually gave birth to a Starry Sky grade offspring directly. It should be noted that only Althea had given birth to a child of this level before. In other words, the second Starry Sky grade offspring with divine potential in the Habs family was born. Although there was no special bonus like the first Starry Sky grade offspring. But with such high aptitude, the system rewards were still extremely generous. In addition to 10,000 years of martial spirit cultivation and 10,000 years of magic cultivation. There were also rewards of a divine grade talent upgrade card, Calces's treasure map, and Nether Scroll Artifact Manufacturing Scroll, all of which were of extremely high value. Among them, the martial spirit cultivation and magic cultivation need not be mentioned. As for the divine grade talent upgrade card, it had already been introduced when the first starry sky grade offspring was born. It could elevate a designated talent quality to the mythical grade. Skipping over these three rewards, Ren shifted his attention to Kalsus's treasure map and the Nether Scroll artifact manufacturing scroll. According to the information given by the system, Kalsus's treasure map marked the location of the most valuable treasure of the great Archmage Kalsus. It should be noted, Kael'thas is not an ordinary figure. He is a divine grade spellcaster who has left a glorious reputation in this universe. He pioneered the profession of Archmage and created the 13 rings of arcane Kael'thas' divine ascension, which brought the powerful goddess of magic, Mithras, down from her divine throne, perishing together with her. The legacy treasure left behind by this legendary figure is obviously not simple. Even a mediocre divine artifact cannot compare in value. And the value of the Scroll of Nether, a divine artifact, is not inferior either. This is the origin of the ancient Nethereth Empire's prosperity. It is said to contain the secrets of all magic in the world. The powerful archmages who established the Nethereth Empire obtained a wealth of magical knowledge from this unparalleled treasure. They gradually reached the pinnacle and competed against the gods. According to legend, the Scroll of Nether is divided into 5 parts. Introduction to Secret Arts, Magic Creation, Advanced Creations, Temporal Studies, and Artifact Crafting. Among them, the Introduction to Secret Arts records all the secrets of spells, and all arcane arts on the Roland continent originate from this chapter. Magic Creation records how to use magic to create magical items. Ancient archmages, through their research on this chapter, created the mithril nucleus with infinite energy, thus ushering in the era of floating cities. As for Advanced Creations, recorded the use of magic to create magical creatures with souls and thoughts. Arcanists have studied this and developed golems and constructs, and carried out mass production. In the ancient Nether's era, the overwhelming golem legions and construct armies were almost standard for every powerful arcanist. As for temporal and spatial research, as the name suggests, this volume records the mysteries of time and space. The well-known spells on the Roland continent, such as time stop and planar teleportation, were created by arcanists studying this chapter. Finally, there is artifact manufacturing. This volume records the esoteric knowledge of forging powerful artifacts. Arcanists have, through studying this chapter, developed the most powerful war weapon in history, the floating city. The combination of the floating city and the mithril core with infinite energy. This combination has brought the Nether's empire to the pinnacle of glory. During its peak period, arcanists piloted immense floating cities, traversing the astral plane and the universe. Neither gods nor abyssal demons could stop their advance. And the reward that Ren received from the system is this volume. It can be imagined how valuable it is. Woohoo, take off! Recalling the system information in his mind, Ren was also extremely excited. This wave of rewards is indeed very generous. If he can digest it all, his strength will definitely experience a geometric surge. Woo, wow! Loud and immature dragon roars continuously came from the delivery room. He restrained the impulse to immediately receive the system rewards. Ren closed the system interface. With Janice and others, he walked towards the delivery room. The rewards have been obtained and can be claimed at any time. The most important thing now is to take care of Isabella and the child in the delivery room. After all, without Isabella's hard work, he would not be able to obtain such generous rewards. He entered the delivery room. Ren saw Isabella holding the child and breastfeeding as soon as he walked in. Radiating with maternal brilliance from head to toe. Completely devoid of her usual proud and noble queen appearance. Ren, look, this is our child. Seeing Ren come in, Isabella held the child and joyfully spoke. Although the process of giving birth to this child was very difficult for her. But at the moment the child was born, she felt a sincere joy from the bottom of her heart. Feeling that everything was worth it. Meow. Perhaps it was the sense of closeness brought about by blood connection. When the child saw Ren come in, she stopped breastfeeding, instinctively changing her form. Transforming from a human infant into a strange dragon with a height of several meters and diamond-like shiny scales. Then directly manipulating the force field, she flew out of Isabella's embrace. And came to Ren's side. After circling for a few weeks, she pounced directly into Ren's arms. Immediately, she transformed back into a human infant form and acted coquettishly towards Ren. She automatically mastered the ability to transform just after being born. Truly worthy of my bloodline. Seeing this scene, the smile on Ren's face became even brighter. This child's talent may be even stronger than the first star-grade offspring. The subsequent examination results also confirmed his speculation. This child is naturally proficient in the law of gravity. Whether it is magical power or physical fitness, it has reached the level of a half-divine grade. The divine fire within his body has also been ignited. In other words, this child was born as a half-god powerhouse. Hiss. Although he was mentally prepared. When the examination results came out, Ren took a breath. It's too unbelievable. A half-god powerhouse born in less than an hour. No one would believe it even if it was said. It seems that the treasures I invested in before were not wasted. Coming back to his senses, Ren nodded in satisfaction. In order to accelerate the nurturing of this child, he spent more than 70 divine power crystals and bought a great imperial treasure from the district mall. From the results, his investment was completely profitable. Not only did he obtain extremely generous system rewards, but he also added another divine seed to the Habs family. This plan to build a divine family has taken another big step forward. If this continues, the day when the Habs' divine lineage is born is not far away. Thinking of this, Ren's mood instantly became very pleasant. He played with this little guy for a while. Then, he handed the child to Janice and others. Ren began to use the power of purification and the law of light to help Isabella recover from the physical depletion caused by childbirth. Under the illumination of the light of purification, Isabella felt an incomparable warmth. Her physical vitality quickly recovered. When the light of purification dissipated, Isabella, exhausted from childbirth, fell asleep in Ren's arms without realizing it. Chapter 264, Mythological Talent Weaver of Destiny, Go to the Endless Sea. Time flies like a white horse passing a crevice. In just 10 days, it has passed in the blink of an eye. After recovering from her physical deficiency, Isabella returned to the Andri Palace. After all, she is the Empress of the Andri Empire. She cannot stay in the Habs manor forever. As for the child she gave birth to, naturally, they are being raised by the Habs family. Anyway, with Ren's spatial manipulation ability, traveling between the two places is very convenient. She can visit the child at the Habs manor through the teleportation gate at any time. After Empress Isabella left, Ren, who had some free time, immediately decided to seclude himself and simplify this wave of system rewards. He arranged the family and territory affairs. After informing his wives, Ren entered the time cultivation room, closed the door, activated the magic array, sat down in the center of the cultivation room. Receive the reward, Ren silently said in his heart. Since his martial realm has already reached the perfect half-god realm, he converted all of his 10,000 years of martial cultivation into magic power. Whoosh! In the next second, a tremendous amount of pure magic power poured into Ren's body, swiftly merging into the magic source in his sea of consciousness. Late stage of the 24th rank. Perfect stage of the 24th rank. Early stage of the 25th rank. Under the push of his magic cultivation that has reached 20,000 years, Ren's magic realm soared all the way until the late stage of the 27th rank. Only then did this immense magic energy completely deplete, successively breaking through 3 realms. Under the refinement of magic power, Ren's soul became even purer, reaching 360 un. Like a diamond. Strong and transparent. At the same time, the immortal divinity and divine fire within the body became even stronger. All changes have ended. Ren's strength has increased several times over. After the cultivation is completed and fused together, a flash of light. 3 items appear out of thin air in front of Ren. A dark purple card engraved with divine patterns, a map made of unknown monster skin, and a golden scroll made up of 10 thin gold foil pages. The silver magical words on it seem to have a life of their own, constantly changing and flowing. Obviously, this is the Divine Grade Talent Upgrade card, Kel'Thuzad's treasure map, and the Nether Scroll Artifact Manufacturing Scroll. Looking at these 3 priceless treasures, Ren directly puts away Kel'Thuzad's treasure map and the Nether Scroll. After all, these 2 things both require going out to find, both require time to study. They can be temporarily put aside. The Divine Grade Talent Upgrade card can immediately take effect. As for how to use this talent upgrade card, After thinking for a moment, Ren quickly had an idea in his mind. He is ready to use it to upgrade the danger prediction epic talent. The reason for choosing this talent is because he currently lacks attack, support, and defense abilities, but lacks the ability to predict and sense danger. Upgrading this talent, undoubtedly, it can make up for this shortcoming and gain a more powerful survival ability. No matter in which world, only by being alive can one have everything. Thinking of this, Ren no longer hesitates, picks up this dark purple card, and uses it on the danger prediction talent. The next second, a special energy carrying the breath of the world's fundamental laws appears in his mind. Under the influence of this energy, a collection of rune laws representing the anticipation of danger is quickly supplemented and perfected, advancing towards a higher level. Approximately 10 hours later, this magical energy is completely depleted. At the moment when the talent upgrade is completed, Ren automatically obtains the specific information of the new talent. Fate Weaver, mythical talent. Effect: you are the guardian of fate. Like a spider on the web of destiny, you can receive hints from fate 1 month in advance and know the sources of danger that will lead you to death. Even if the gods intervene to obscure fate, they cannot stop your foresight. Active skill Fate Weaving, you can weave the fate of other creatures. Note, the more severe the interference with their fate and the stronger the opponent's strength, the more law power is consumed. Profitable. Recalling the talent information in his mind, Ren is filled with joy. He didn't expect that. After the anticipation of danger was upgraded to a mythical talent, it directly became an extremely rare fate-based ability. The talent effect has also undergone a huge qualitative change. Originally, it could only anticipate danger 30 seconds in advance, but now it can directly anticipate 1 month in advance. And even the gods cannot prevent the activation of this ability. In addition, there is also an active ability, Fate Weaving. This ability can set the future fate of other creatures like a screenwriter. It's simply amazing. In other words, if he wants to kill someone, he just needs to weave a fatal fate for them using this ability. He doesn't need to take action at all. This person will die according to the fate trajectory he weaves. It can be called a bloodless murder. It's extremely eerie. Of course, such a powerful ability naturally has limitations. The stronger the opponent's strength, the more severe the interference with their fate, and the more law power is consumed. The limitation in terms of strength is easy to understand. Weaving the fate of a demigod is definitely more difficult and consumes more than weaving the fate of a mortal. As for the degree of interference with fate, let's give an example. The impact of tripping, becoming disabled, and dying on a person's life is completely different. The greater the impact, the more severe the interference with its fate. The more force of the law is required to be consumed. Although there are many restrictions, but this does not affect the abnormality of this ability. It can be said, having this innate ability, Ren's strength instantly increased by more than 10 times. I should be invincible now, right? Ren thought proudly. When he was at level 28, he was able to fight against the incarnations of medium-level divine beings. Now that his strength has increased to level 30, and he has obtained a very powerful fate-based ability in the Roland continent, it should not be a problem to contend with powerful divine beings. In other words, there is no one on the Roland continent who can threaten his life anymore. Even finding someone who can defeat him is uncertain. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days have passed. During this time, Ren has been studying the Karsus treasure map and the Nether Scroll, artifact manufacturing scroll. The knowledge recorded in the Nether Scroll, artifact manufacturing scroll is too profound and complex. Plus, he has only been studying for a short time, so there hasn't been much progress. But the Karsus treasure map is different. After comparing the maps, Ren has already determined the location of this treasure. It is in the depths of the Endless Sea in the northwest direction. In order to avoid losing out to others, the treasure of the great Archmage Karsus was discovered and taken away. Ren immediately took action. He began to prepare for the treasure hunt. Since the treasure's location is extremely remote and in the ocean area, Ren didn't bother bringing the lava dragon beast with him. After all, besides being able to ride it, the lava dragon beast can't help him in any way. It's better to stay at home. He arranged the affairs of his territory and family, and said goodbye to his wives. Ren set off alone towards the northwest direction. Chapter 265 Floating Void City discovered, Super Artifact? According to the treasure map of Kael'thas, the treasure is located deep in the endless sea. The straight line distance is approximately more than 800,000 kilometers. Due to the lack of precise spatial coordinates, Ren is unable to open the teleportation gate directly to the treasure location. There is no other way. We can only travel through space. One day later, Ren successfully arrived at the boundary of the endless sea. An endless ocean appeared before Ren, with no visible boundaries. Whoosh, whoosh. The sea water surged, forming countless waves crashing onto the beach. Fish swam and seagulls flew. There was no trace of human presence. It seemed extremely harmonious and peaceful. However, Ren knew that this ocean was far from being as simple as it appeared on the surface. According to the information he had collected before, the endless sea is extremely vast and boundless. Inside, there are countless powerful sea creatures and marine races. In addition, the weather is also unpredictable. One second it could be sunny, and the next second it could be a terrifying storm that could bury legendary powerhouses. For ordinary transcendent beings, this ocean can be considered a forbidden land. Once you venture deep into it, there is a high probability of death. Either being attacked and eaten by sea creatures, or being caught in natural disasters and dying without a trace. That's why, even though the endless sea is rich in resources, not many people dare to go there to collect them. However, for Ren, who is almost invincible in the world, the endless sea, which is considered extremely dangerous in the eyes of ordinary transcendent beings, is nothing at all. Without any hesitation, Ren looked at the map in his hand and headed towards the direction of the Kael'thas treasure. Continuing on the journey, all that could be seen was water. No land could be seen at all. As Ren went deeper, various strange and bizarre sea creatures appeared one after another. However, it seems that Ren can feel the aura of pressure emanating from Ren. These sea creatures didn't attack Ren without reason. Just like that, Ren smoothly flew to the depths of the endless sea. I don't know if it's because the sea is too deep or something else. The water in the depths of the endless sea appears black under the sunlight. It makes people feel uneasy. It seems like they want to give Ren, this outsider, a warning. Not long after entering the depths of the endless sea, the sky above this ocean suddenly changed. Countless dark clouds gathered, making the originally clear sky extremely dark and gloomy. The next second, the strong wind howled, sweeping across the ocean. Woo, woo, woo. In just a few seconds, these strong winds formed a powerful storm surge, covering thousands of miles of surrounding ocean. Billions of tons of seawater were sucked into the storm, forming huge waterspouts that reached from the sky to the ground. Extremely spectacular. The destructive power of this storm disaster is comparable to the strongest Nine Rings magic. Not to mention legendary powerhouses. Even some demigod powerhouses involved in it would end up severely injured and dying. But for Ren, this level of natural disaster is nothing more than a gentle breeze. Not worth mentioning at all. An invisible spatial barrier enveloped Ren's body. No matter how the storm raged, it couldn't reach Ren within the barrier. Even Ren's clothes couldn't get wet. Ignoring this incredibly strong storm disaster, Ren held the treasure map and continued on the road, continuously discerning and correcting the direction of progress. After half a day, Ren successfully arrived at the deepest part of the endless sea, and the eastern sea area calmed down. According to the map, the location of Kael'thas' treasure should be within the sea area. However, surrounding it is just water. There are no islands or other things to use as reference. Ren also cannot confirm where the treasure is in this sea area. There's no way. Only the clumsy method can be used. Search this sea area thoroughly. The next 5 days, Ren almost covered every inch of this sea area, both underwater and in the sky. Finally, a discovery was made in an underwater cave. There is a dimensional portal connecting to a different plane in the spatial plane of this underwater cave. However, this dimensional portal seems to be concealed and sealed by a highly advanced spatial magic. If it weren't for Ren's mythical level talent in spatial manipulation, it would be impossible to perceive the spatial anomaly in this area. This dimensional portal most likely leads to the location of the Kael'thas treasure. With a judgment in mind, Ren immediately took action, activating the ability of spatial manipulation, forcefully opening the dimensional portal that was concealed by powerful magic. Crack. Accompanied by a sound of shattering. A blue vortex-shaped spatial gate appeared in front of Ren. Without hesitation, Ren walked straight into it. Passing through the spatial gate, Ren arrived in a different plane. At the first glance after entering, Ren was firmly attracted by the magnificent and peculiar building in front. It was an extremely huge island-like structure. Its area was comparable to a medium-sized city. There were also dozens of large mage towers of varying heights standing on it. The huge island body was made of rare magical metal. Countless high-level magic rune arrays were engraved on it. These magic rune arrays were interconnected, like gears fitting together. It looked full of the beauty of order. Under some kind of ingenious magical technique, tens of thousands of top-level magic arrays were combined into a whole. Flowers are requested. One can imagine. Once these magic arrays are activated, they will unleash astonishing power. Even the gods would probably have to avoid their sharpness for a while. This is a floating city. Coming back to his senses, Ren's eyes were filled with astonishment and excitement. As the most powerful war weapon used by arcane practitioners to fight against gods and traverse the universe, each floating city is an extremely terrifying interstellar fortress. Its value is comparable to a medium-grade divine artifact. Not to mention, the owner of this floating city is most likely the great Archmage Kael'thas. This individual possesses such immense power that they can rival powerful gods and divine beings. The floating city they possess is definitely not something that an ordinary floating city can compare to. If it is intact, its value is equivalent to that of a super artifact. Note, artifact levels range from low level, medium level, high level, super, to supreme. However, this floating city in front of us is clearly in a damaged state. Otherwise, it should be floating in the sky, instead of lying on the ground. At the same time, many magic arrays engraved on the floating city are in a closed state. A preliminary judgment suggests that the power supply system of the floating city has malfunctioned. I hope the damage to this floating city is not too severe. Ren silently prayed in his heart. The floating city is a supreme magical creation that gathers the wisdom and efforts of countless top archmages. If it is too severely damaged, with his current magical attainments, it is obviously difficult for him to repair this behemoth in front of him. Taking a deep breath, with an expectant mood, Ren walked towards the floating city. He was prepared to explore it completely, to find the treasure left behind by the great Archmage Kael'thas, and to see if he could repair and restart this damaged floating city. P.S. I haven't checked the comments section for many days. I just looked at it now. I will answer the questions from the readers in the comments section. Someone said that the author reduced the updates in the past few days because they were castrated. Actually, it's not like that. It's just that the author didn't sleep well for a few days due to family matters, so their condition wasn't good. Someone also said that I only write one chapter a day. In reality, even on those days when the author didn't sleep well, they still posted at least 2 updates per day. In the past 2 days, they have already resumed 3 updates. They are working towards 4 updates. Therefore, please rest assured, the author will not stop updating. And I have already written the outline for the rest of the story. Unless the income from this book drops to the point where it's not enough for meals. Otherwise, the author will definitely finish writing it. Alright, enough digression. I hope all of you can support it as much as possible and try not to unsubscribe. Thank you very much. Chapter 266, The Artifact Magic Book reveals Karthastan's magical inheritance. Just entered the interior of the floating city. Ren immediately felt a desolate and dilapidated atmosphere. The streets were covered in a thick layer of dust. The houses and alchemy workshops on both sides were also in ruins. Many of them had even completely collapsed. It was obvious, due to the closed state of the internal magic array, coupled with no one maintaining it. This once mighty floating city had gradually decayed under the ravages of endless time. If it weren't for its extraordinary material, it is feared that the main structure of the floating city would have completely collapsed. The damage to this floating city is more severe than I imagined. Seeing this, Ren felt a chill in his heart. If the internal important facilities were in such a state, this floating city was most likely completely useless. Repairing and restarting 013. It was almost an impossible task. Things shouldn't be so bad. Normally, the magic materials used to build important facilities are definitely much better than those used to build ordinary alchemy workshops. As long as they don't suffer from powerful external forces, there shouldn't be any major problems. Thinking like this, Ren felt a lot more at ease. There was no other way. This was a super floating city that was as valuable as a super artifact. If he could perfectly repair and restart it, he would obtain an extremely powerful trump card. He couldn't afford to not care. There was no time to waste. Ren immediately began exploring the floating city. During the exploration process, Ren encountered a large number of advanced golems in Ren. For example, there were golems made of refined gold, mithril, and adamantium, among others. Each golem possessed at least high-level legendary strength. There were even some well-crafted golems emitting semi-divine great energy fluctuations. These powerful golems guarded the major important areas of the floating city. They prevented anyone without authorization from entering these areas. Since golems have no lifespan limit, they can automatically absorb magical elements from the air as energy reserves. Therefore, even if there were problems with the energy system of the floating city, the golems responsible for guarding the city would still be in normal operation. As soon as Ren stepped into an important area, these advanced golems would immediately awaken from their slumber and launch an attack on Ren, the intruder. Facing tens of thousands of fearless and relentless advanced golems, an average demigod would not stand a chance. If they didn't run away quickly, they would undoubtedly be beaten to death. But Ren's strength was obviously not comparable to that of an ordinary demigod. Using spatial manipulation abilities directly, he constructed an independent space as a prison, imprisoning all these golems. As for why he didn't just kill all these advanced golems, it was because Ren had already regarded these ownerless advanced golems as his own property. One's own property naturally cannot be destroyed at will. After dealing with these golems, Ren's subsequent exploration went very smoothly. Several hours later, Ren had explored most of the areas of the floating city. From them, he discovered many arcane knowledge inheritances and precious magical metals. Apart from that, he also checked the damage to the major facilities of the floating city. The results were fairly good. Except for the complete destruction of the Energy Circuit Central Hub, Arcane Garden, and Tower Spirit Control Room. Other important facilities such as the Advanced Golem Manufacturing Factory, Arcane Energy Synthesis Chamber, and War Magic Launch Platform were preserved quite well. They only needed some simple maintenance, and then the energy supply could be restored for continued use. For Ren, who wanted to repair and restart the floating city, this was undoubtedly great news. However, he didn't get too happy too soon either. If the mithril core responsible for power supply was severely damaged and couldn't be repaired, then he would have to obtain a mithril core in order to restart the floating city. It was very troublesome. I've explored everywhere else. Only the core area is left. The core power chamber of the floating city and the treasure of the great Archmage Kale that should be inside the central giant mage tower. Taking a deep breath, Ren immediately walked towards that direction, quickly arriving in front of the giant mage tower at the center of the floating city. This mage tower clearly had an independent energy reaction pool. Even if there were problems with the floating city's power supply system, the defensive magic array engraved on the tower's body still operated normally, blocking every unauthorized intruder from entering. When exploring ruins in the past, Ren had also encountered this situation. He chose to forcefully break in directly, but this time it wouldn't be so troublesome. It seemed that there had been a tremendous explosion inside. The top part of the tower's spire had almost completely disappeared. This creates a huge loophole in the defensive magic array of the mage tower. Flying up into the air, Ren directly enters the interior of the mage tower from the broken area at the top. Explore the top-level area. Ren quickly makes a major discovery. A golden magic book of the quality of a divine artifact. Using the knowledge recorded in the divine artifact magic book, even someone with no knowledge can tell that it is definitely not simple. After confirming that there are no curses attached to it, Ren opens this golden magic book with anticipation and excitement. On the pages of the book, countless magic words with powerful magic power come into Ren's sight. After a rough look, Ren's face immediately shows ecstatic joy. Because this divine artifact magic book records a 13-ring arcane Kalsastan God 5.9 spell. This is a unique spell created by Khalsas, and also the culprit behind the fall of the goddess of magic. It was thought that this super spell had completely disappeared with the fall of the great Archmage Khalsas. Who would have thought? He actually discovered the inheritance of this powerful arcane in the core mage tower of this floating city. Coming back to his senses, Ren suppresses the urge to finish reading this magic book. He directly puts it away. The item is in hand. He can read it however he wants when he gets home. Now the most important thing is to thoroughly explore this mage tower. He has already made such a big gain at the beginning. There might be even bigger surprises waiting for him ahead. With an extremely expectant mood, Ren walks towards the next level of the mage tower. Chapter 267, Divine Grade Giant Dragon Rainbow Dragon, the Sealed Chosen One. The interior space of the giant mage tower is extremely large. Ren spent several hours and only managed to explore 2 floors. Although he didn't find any more surprises like the divine magic of Kael'thas, it can still be considered a fruitful harvest. He obtained many books that recorded profound arcane legacies. Continue to explore downwards. Ren discovered a magic confinement chamber. This kind of facility is generally used by arcane practitioners to confine research specimens. He thought that after so many years, the creatures confined inside would have long died out. Only after entering did Ren realize that this was not the case. As the biological research specimen repository of the great archmage Kael'thas, this magic confinement chamber was exceptionally advanced. The interior was built with the highest level time stasis pods, used to preserve rare living biological specimens. These stasis pods can isolate the flow of time from the outside world, creating a unique time-stopped zone inside. The living organism sealed within would enter a stagnant state similar to time pause, both physically and mentally. In this way, the living biological specimens could be perfectly preserved, without the occurrence of phenomena such as self-destruction or premature death before completion of research. There are 10 time stasis pods in the magic confinement chamber. More than half of them are empty. Only 3 time stasis pods contain sealed organisms. Ren took a look. Inside the first time stasis pod, there was a strange giant dragon emitting a radiant 7-colored light. Based on Ren's own knowledge and judgment, this giant dragon should be the legendary divine grade dragon, the Rainbow Dragon. This kind of dragon is extremely rare in number. Naturally controls the laws of energy. Has a half-divine grade strength right after birth. Once it reaches adulthood, it can obtain a powerful strength comparable to a weak divine spirit. And the big guy in front of us is obviously already an adult. A divine grade dragon with such formidable strength was captured and turned into a creature that can neither survive nor die for research purposes. Such a big move. Ren was also shocked in his heart. And the second time capsule is sealed with a monster with a huge octopus-like head. Exudes an extremely powerful divine power fluctuation. Obviously, this is a genuine divine spirit. This should be a god of the mind stealers. Looking at the appearance of this monster, Ren made a judgment in his heart. After the huge impact of the first time capsule, he wasn't too shocked by the fact that the great archmage Kael'thas used divine spirits as research materials. With a curious mind, Ren looked at the third time capsule. To his surprise, inside was not a divine spirit or a powerful monster, but a woman wearing a silver mage robe. After carefully observing, Ren also had a feeling of being pleasantly surprised. This woman is extremely beautiful. Her face is charming and mature, her figure is graceful and captivating, and she has long, silky silver hair that reaches her waist. Her temperament is also extremely unique. Elegant yet mysterious. Like the silver moon in the dark night. Captivating. What makes this woman so special? Ren came back to his senses. He was also somewhat puzzled. The first 2 hibernation chambers contained a divine grade dragon and the sealed body of the god of enchantment, both of which had high research value. But this woman? Apart from her extraordinary beauty, she is just an ordinary human. Her strength is only at the 30th level. She has not entered the realm of gods. Normally speaking, such an ordinary existence should not catch the attention of the great archmage Kael'thas. How could she be captured and used for research? And sealed in a hibernation chamber? There must be hidden secrets in this. After all, extraordinary things always have their reasons. There may be a shocking secret in this demigod woman that even Kael'thas desires. Thinking of this, Ren felt as if his heart was being scratched by a cat's paw. Incredibly curious. After confirming that this silver-haired woman really only had half divine grade strength. After pondering for a moment, Ren finally decided to open the hibernation chamber and release this woman. He was very confident in his own strength. In the realm of demigods, he was invincible. This woman couldn't pose any threat to him. If there were any problems with the other party, he was absolutely certain that he could suppress her and put her back into the hibernation chamber. Crack. The hibernation chamber unlocked and opened. The silver-haired woman, who knows how long she had been sealed, opened her eyes. Who are you? Where is that bastard Kael'thas? She walked out of the hibernation chamber. The woman's eyes were filled with anger as she spoke to Ren. Obviously, due to the time-stopping effect of the hibernation chamber, this woman's thoughts and memories were still stuck in the moment she was sealed. She had no idea what had happened outside. Faced with this woman's questioning, Ren had no intention of answering. Instead, he directly asked her, "Who are you? Why did you appear in Kael'thas's magic prison?" Upon hearing this, the silver-haired woman, who was already burning with anger, immediately lost her patience and couldn't help but make a move. She wanted to take down Ren directly and interrogate him. Space imprisonment. Seeing this woman preparing to make a move, Ren had a thought. He directly activated his spatial manipulation ability, forcing the space around the opponent's body to solidify. In an instant, that silver-haired woman was like a bug trapped in amber, unable to move. After a minute, Ren finally lifted the effect of the space imprisonment, restoring her ability to move. That silver-haired woman had completely calmed down, completely lost the intention to attack. From their previous exchange, she had already felt the huge gap in strength between herself and the man in front of her. If they were to really fight, she would definitely lose and be humiliated. She might even be instantly killed by the other party. At the same time, from Ren's performance just now, she also guessed that Ren was not one of Kalsas's people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked her who she was. Thinking of this, the hostility in Nomiya's heart towards Ren instantly diminished quite a bit. "My name is Nomiya, a chosen one of the magic goddess Maraudis." Nomiya lightly opened her red lips, revealing her identity to Ren. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Ren's eyes. The identity of a chosen one of the gods was not ordinary. Only the most favored and recognized followers of the gods could obtain this identity, equivalent to being the willful representative of the gods in the mortal world. The status was extremely high. "You are a chosen one of the magic goddess? Then what about your silver flame?" Coming back to his senses, Ren didn't completely believe the woman's words and asked again. As far as he knew, every generation of chosen ones of the magic goddess would be bestowed with the iconic silver flame. The silver flame was part of the authority of the magic network goddess, representing a part of the essence of the magic network. The chosen ones of the magic goddess could borrow the power of the silver flame to connect to the ubiquitous magic energy network, releasing powerful magic at will or greatly enhancing the power of magic. "My silver flame was stripped and taken away by that bastard Kalsas." Saying this, Nomiya's face was full of anger. A deep hatred could be seen in her silver eyes. The object of this hatred was Kalsas. Obviously, during the process of stripping the silver flame, she had suffered inhuman pain. Stripping the silver flame? Upon receiving this information, Ren seemed to be lost in thought. If this woman wasn't lying, then Kalsas's purpose in capturing this woman should not be what he had previously guessed. She must have some big secret on her. And it was for her silver flame. Ren had roughly read Kalsas's divine arts before. The designated replacement deity needs to be anchored with the essence of the other party. The spell of Kael'thas Sunstrider can only take effect after locking onto the target. It's quite obvious. Kael'thas captured this chosen of the gods in order to obtain the silver annihilation on their body, and then use it to anchor the magic goddess and replace her. A leap to the heavens. However, this great archmage obviously didn't expect to die under the counterattack of the dying magic goddess Myrthes before the spell took full effect. After understanding the situation, as a reward, Ren also answered Nomiya's previous question. At the same time, he mentioned the matter of Kael'thas and the magic goddess Myrthes. "What? Kael'thas, that bastard, is already dead? Myrthes' crown has fallen for tens of thousands of years because of Kael'thas' conspiracy? The current magic goddess is Mysteria?" Upon receiving this incredibly shocking news, Nomiya's face was filled with a dazed expression. Her brain was greatly impacted. She never expected that she had been sleeping in the time stasis pod for so long. Tens of thousands of years have passed. Everything has changed. Even the magic goddess she worshipped has been replaced. As for whether Ren was lying and deceiving her, Nomiya has also considered it. However, she believed that Ren had no reason or motive to do so. And if this information is false, as long as they return to the Roland continent, it will be easy to verify and expose. Of course, there is one more crucial point. She no longer feels connected to the goddess of magic, Maraudis. She thought that it was the aftermath of Khalsa's stripping her of the silver fire within her. Who would have thought? Don't think too much. You are already lucky to have survived from Khalsa's hands. If you want to return to the Roland continent, after I finish exploring this floating city, I can send you back. Understanding Nomiya's current mood, Ren comforted her. The reason for meddling was because he had taken a liking to Nomiya, being chosen by the goddess of magic to become a chosen one. Nomiya's magical aptitude is undoubtedly extremely powerful. If he could marry her and have children, they would undoubtedly be highly talented. Thank you. Unknown to Ren thoughts. Nomiya, who was suffering from a great mental impact, also felt a warmth in her heart after hearing Ren comfort. Her perception of Ren suddenly changed. She developed quite a favorable impression. After recovering, Nomiya followed Ren to explore this mage tower. Chapter 268 Super Large Miser Energy Core, Floating Void City relaunched. After more than 10 hours, Ren explored the entire mage tower with Nomiya. During this exploration process, Nomiya completely believed Ren's words. After all, this long unmaintained giant mage tower couldn't be fake. If Khalsas were still alive, this mage tower would definitely not be in this state. And they would definitely not be able to freely walk around inside the mage tower. Ren didn't pay attention to Nomiya's thoughts, because his attention was now focused on the silver door in front of him. This door leads to the underground level of the giant mage tower. As expected, behind the door should be the core power room of this floating city, the location of the mithril core. After all, Ren had already searched every other part of the floating city, but found no trace of the core power room. No need to say. After confirming that he couldn't use spatial manipulation to directly pass through this door, Ren immediately raised the Sun God sword in his hand and slashed towards the silver door, preparing to forcefully break in. However, the defensive magic set up by the great Archmage Khalsas in the core power room of the floating city was extremely powerful. The radiant sword energy condensed by Ren fell onto the door and was instantly extinguished, without causing any ripples. Seeing that force wouldn't work, Ren immediately changed his mindset. I said, anything that hinders my progress should disappear. The mythical talent, speaking and acting in accordance with the law, was activated. In the next second, a powerful and marvelous force appeared out of thin air. It began to act on the silver gate in front of him. At the same time, the power of the laws within Ren Divine Fire was also rapidly depleting. After 5 minutes, due to insufficient energy supply, coupled with the lack of maintenance for tens of thousands of years, the powerful defensive magic attached to the silver gate ultimately failed to stop Ren speaking and acting in accordance with the law. Under this force that modified reality, it directly dissipated. And at this moment, the power of the laws within Ren Divine Fire was left with less than 300 strands. I am still too weak. Realizing this, Ren also became aware of his own weakness. Perhaps there was no one on the Roland continent who could be his opponent. But in the vast universe beyond the Roland continent, he was far from being considered a strong individual. Not to mention the defensive magic left behind by the great Archmage Kale that's tens of thousands of years ago almost rendered him helpless. Such a huge gap instantly made him lose all his arrogance and self-satisfaction of being invincible in the world. However, Ren did not underestimate himself. He believed that he would eventually catch up to and surpass Kael'thas. After all, he is a man with a golden finger. No time wasted. After dispelling the guarding magic, Ren immediately pushed open the silver door. Following the steps of the corridor, he walked down and got lost. Nomiya followed closely behind. After about a minute of walking, Ren and Nomiya arrived in a room full of energy pipelines. And in the center of this room, there was a huge semicircular metal pedestal. The pedestal was fixed with a large purple crystal with a diameter of 20 meters. Obviously, this purple crystal is the legendary mithril core that possesses infinite energy. one of the highest magical achievements of the Netheril Empire. However, this mithril core was obviously in a damaged state. The surface of the crystal was covered with dense cracks. It looked like it could completely collapse at any time. Ah. Seeing this, Ren couldn't help but sigh. Although he was mentally prepared before. But seeing that the mithril core of this floating city was completely useless, he was still somewhat disappointed. Because it meant that he needed to obtain a new mithril core himself in order to restart this floating city. And he had no idea how to make a mithril core at all. It seems that I can only buy it from the family store. Ren thought to himself. The family store even sells complete time divine offices. Naturally, it is impossible for there to be no mithril core. However, the price may be a bit expensive. Ren took a look. There are a total of 5 different models of Mina energy cores sold in the family store: micro, small, medium, large, and extra large. Although all 5 models of Mina energy cores have unlimited energy, their output power varies greatly. The larger the model, the higher the output power. And this floating city of Kalsas obviously requires an extra large Mina energy core to operate perfectly. This highest level Mina energy core is extremely expensive. It requires the equivalent of a system currency accumulated over 20 million years of cultivation to purchase. Forget it. Forget it. Seeing this price, Ren instantly gave up the idea of buying. Wow. This is too damn expensive. Even if he sold all his belongings, he might not be able to afford it. There's no way. Ren can only choose the next best option. Although the medium to large Mina energy core may not have enough power to perfectly operate this floating city, it should still be able to unleash some of its power. Check the prices of the large and medium Mina energy cores. Large Mina energy core, price, 7 million. Medium Mina energy core, price, 1 million. Still can't afford the large Mina energy core. But the medium-sized one. With some effort, it might work. After all, he still has a god power crystal worth over 700,000 system currency. Exchange these god power crystals for a usable super floating city. It's definitely a huge profit. Thinking of this, Ren immediately made up his mind. However, before he could collect the divine power crystal in his hand, Ren seemed to think of something. He walked towards the damaged super large-scale dense energy core. He was prepared to retrieve it for the family store. Although this thing was already useless. But no matter what, it was a top-notch item with a selling price of up to 20 million. Even if it was sold as scrap, it would still be of considerable value. Before retrieving it, Ren specifically observed this damaged dense energy core. There were no traces of external damage on it. Instead, it seemed more like the output energy power was too great, causing it to overload and break. Perhaps when Kalsas performed the divine spell, he used this super large-scale dense energy core as the energy source to drive the spell. Ren silently speculated in his heart. If not for this, he really couldn't figure out how the Tuan could make this energy output powerfully huge dense energy core overload and break. However, his speculation obviously could no longer be proven. The truth of the matter had been completely buried in the river of history with Kalsas' death. Without dwelling on this matter, Ren directly retrieved this broken super large-scale dense energy core for the family store. The next second, 53,700 system currency appeared in his account. Fuck. Ren exclaimed in his heart. Although he already anticipated that this thing was valuable. But he never expected it to be valuable to this extent. A completely scrapped waste can be sold for over 500,000 system currency. This is equivalent to over 500,000 years of cultivation. Sure enough. Top quality goods are top quality goods. I saved over 500 divine power crystals with this move. Coming back to his senses, Ren was very happy in his heart. Then, he recycled over 470 divine power crystals. After accumulating 1 million system currency. Without hesitation, he bought a medium-sized dense energy core from the system mall. The next second, a purple crystal about 5 meters high appeared in front of Ren. It was surging with substantial magical energy. A medium-sized dense energy core? Nomiya beside him was also stunned. A trace of shock couldn't help but appear in her eyes. You should know that. Only arcane masters powerful enough to rival gods can create dense energy cores of medium size or higher grades. This thing is also a precious treasure in the most prosperous era of arcane masters, the Netheril era. She had wanted to get one but couldn't. Who would have thought that Ren would actually have an intact medium-sized dense energy core in his hand? Don't just stand there, come and help. Seeing Nomiya standing still, Ren couldn't help but shout. Although he had the dense energy core, the base for fixing the super large dense energy core obviously couldn't match it. Therefore, before embedding the dense energy core, the base must be modified. Oh. Upon hearing this, Nomiya instinctively responded, walking towards Ren. The two of them worked together. It took more than 10 days. Finally, they successfully modified the pedestal of the core power chamber. They placed the medium-sized magical core on it. Buzz. 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 With the continuous output of energy from the magical core, all the surrounding energy pipelines immediately lit up. Obviously, the energy system of the floating city has been successfully restored. However, to restart the entire floating city, this is not enough. Because the energy circuit central hub of the floating city is still in a damaged state. Without the allocation of the energy circuit central hub, no matter how much energy the magical core produces, it cannot be accurately delivered to every corner of the floating city. There is no way. Ren can only continue to work with Nomiya. Fortunately, compared to the core power chamber, repairing the energy circuit central hub is relatively simple. It just requires more materials and time. It requires a large amount of mithril, a rare magical metal with strong magical conductivity. After more than a month, the mithril reserves in the space ring were exhausted. They also purchased more than 100 tons by recycling over 100 divine power crystals from the family's shopping mall. Finally, Ren and Nomiya completely repaired the energy circuit central hub. Under the diversion of the central energy circuit, endless magical energy is being transported to every corner of the floating city. Countless magic arrays are activated, and the clouds start to rotate. Under the effect of the giant cleansing magic array, the once heavily dust-covered floating city instantly becomes refreshed. Next, Ren begins the final step of resurrecting and taking control of this super floating city. Arriving at the central control room of the floating city, Ren reconnects the core control console to the energy network for activation. Then sets himself as the highest authority controller, and Nomiya as the secondary authority owner. Due to the complete destruction of the tower control room, the original owner, Kalsas, is also gone. This floating city has become, in fact, ownerless. Therefore, this process goes very smoothly. In less than an hour, Ren succeeds. Floating city, take off. After obtaining the highest authority, Ren, with an excited and anticipatory mood, gives instructions to the console. Charging the anti-gravity ring, estimated to be ready for takeoff in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, this massive floating city suddenly shakes. Then it starts to rise bit by bit, gradually leaving the ground. As time passes, the ascent speed of the floating city also becomes faster and faster. It only stops when it reaches an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Above the pristine white clouds, a majestic and massive island city is freely soaring. That scene looks extremely awe-inspiring. Chapter 269 Super War Fortress, Plain Conqueror. Half an hour later, Ren piloted the floating city of Ren, flying across every corner of this extra-dimensional sky. During this process, Ren confirmed that this dead floating city had successfully and perfectly revived after tens of thousands of years. Running smoothly. No problems whatsoever. He had obtained all the treasures left behind by Kalsas. Ren had no reason to stay in this extra-dimensional plane any longer. Activate space jump, target Roland continent. Ren once again gave the command to the console. Receiving controller's command. Space field generator is charging. After about 10 seconds, a beam of white light containing astonishing energy shot out from the floating city. The next second, space tore apart, forming a blue light curtain that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Passing through this supersized space portal, the colossal floating city instantly disappeared from this extra-dimensional plane. Then, it appeared in the sky above the endless sea depths. Nomiya, where do you plan to go? I'll give you a ride. After returning to the Roland continent, Ren didn't rush to pilot the floating city back home, but turned to ask Nomiya for her thoughts. Where to? Upon hearing this, Nomiya's beautiful face was filled with confusion and maturity. After tens of thousands of years, The world had become an extremely unfamiliar place. Her loved ones and friends must have all died. As for going to the Magic 150 church, she hadn't even considered it. After all, the current magic goddess was not the same deity she believed in. She had no sense of belonging to the present-day magic church. After much thought, Nomiya sadly discovered that she seemed to have nowhere to go. As an ancient person from thousands of years ago, she didn't fit into this era. Almost everything she had was gone. You really don't know where to go? How about coming to my house as a guest and staying for a while? Seeing Nomiya's confusion and sadness, Ren invited her. He had already taken a liking to this former goddess of magic's voter. If he could bring her home, their chances of spending time together would naturally increase. Building a relationship would also be much simpler. Little did Nomiya know of Ren's ulterior motives. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Nomiya was moved, but also felt a bit embarrassed. After all, in her opinion, she had only known Ren for less than 2 months. Moving directly into his house seemed a bit. Not at all. We're friends, right? Besides, you've helped me a lot. Without you helping me, I wouldn't have been able to repair this floating city so quickly. Ren said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Nomiya's heart was even more moved. Out of her fondness for Ren and her uncertainty about the future. After considering it for a while, she finally agreed to Ren's invitation. In this era, Ren was the only person she knew. If she didn't go to Ren House, she had nowhere else to go. Therefore, she decided to stay at Ren House for a while. After getting to know this era again, she would then plan for her future. With Nomiya's affirmative response, Ren was also very happy. Immediately, he piloted the floating city and flew southeast, embarking on the journey back home. Of course, in order to prevent the floating city from being discovered and causing a sensation or attracting the attention of gods during its return to the province of Ren, Ren chose to keep a low profile and make a fortune. The floating city was made invisible. After setting the flight route, Ren was not idle either. He pulled up the performance data of the floating city from the console's information stream. Flight speed, defense capability, war potential, speed of producing golem legions, speed of manufacturing magical war machines, attack capability, maneuverability. After reading it all, Ren had a comprehensive understanding of this floating city. It's really quite abnormal. CC. Ren couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. It must be said. It truly lived up to being the vehicle of the great Archmage Kel'Thuzad. This floating city's performance indicators were off the charts in all aspects. It was truly a super war fortress. Its attack capability was extremely abnormal. It could instantly condense dozens of 11th circle superposition magic to cover the enemy with firepower. After a brief charge, it could even launch 12th circle arcane magic that was enough to severely damage a medium-level divine being. And its war potential was even more terrifying. According to the control panel display, as long as there were enough raw materials, the supersized golem workshop inside the floating city could operate at full capacity and produce 100 legendary golems or elemental golems of demigod strength in a day. In the span of a month, it could create a massive army of advanced golems to completely overwhelm the enemy. As for flight capability, defense capability, and maneuverability, needless to say, they were far superior to an ordinary floating city by countless times. It's not an exaggeration to say. Even an ordinary person piloting this Super Plus version of the floating city could become a conqueror of dimensions, easily conquering one-dimensional world after another. Of course, all these data are only theoretically achievable. That's why I say this. It's not because there is an error in the performance data of the console. It's because the medium-sized dense energy core installed by Ren in the floating city cannot fully unleash all of the floating city's abilities. It's like a sports car that should have been equipped with a high-powered engine, but instead has a regular engine with average power. Although it can still move. But to achieve the original speed of the sports car, that is obviously impossible. According to the self-diagnosis display of the console, using the medium-sized dense energy core for power supply, the floating city can only unleash about 1/10 of its performance. Originally, this floating city, with all its firepower, was enough to suppress deities with medium-level divine power. But now it can only confront a deity with weak divine power at most. Knowing this, Ren is not disappointed in his heart. After all, you get what you pay for. The medium-sized dense energy core can be bought for only 1 million system currency, while the supersized dense energy core requires 20 million currency. The price difference between the two is 20 times. Naturally, there is no comparison in terms of performance. Trying to do too much with too little. Being able to make the floating city perform to this extent is already quite good. For me, the current performance of the floating city is sufficient, Ren thought to himself. With this amount of money, he has obtained a trump card that can confront deities with weak divine power. What more could he ask for? When he has more money in the future, he can simply replace it with a supersized dense energy core. Thinking like this, Ren closed the control panel and went to chat with Nomiya to build a relationship. Meanwhile, the floating city was under the control of the control panel. Following the flight route set by Ren, it flew towards the province of Lance. Based on its flight speed, it is estimated that it will arrive above the Habs Manor in 10 hours. Chapter 270 Take down the chosen people of God and condense the perfect Godhead? Smooth journey. 10 hours later, the floating city successfully arrived above the Habs Manor. Due to the activation of an extremely advanced invisibility magic shield, it was able to seamlessly blend into the surrounding environment. The people on the ground completely failed to notice the sudden appearance of a massive object above their heads. We have arrived at my home. Nomiya, let's go. As they spoke, Ren directly activated his spatial ability, opening a spatial door leading to the Habs Manor. This was a privilege he had as the controller of the floating city. In the normal operation of the floating city, the internal space was like a solid iron plate. Without the corresponding authorization, it was impossible to use spatial abilities within the floating city. This was to prevent anyone from using spatial teleportation to directly intrude and cause damage inside the floating city. Upon hearing this, Nomiya nodded and walked into the teleportation gate with Ren. The next second, the two arrived at the Habs Manor. Lord Ren, you're back. Seeing the master return from his outing, the butler immediately came forward to bow. No need for formalities. Prepare the best guest room. My friend will be staying at the manor for a while. Ren waved his hand and gave the order. Yes, my lord. Receiving the command, the butler didn't dare to delay and quickly went to make preparations. On the other side, Janet and the others also received the news of their husband's return. Ren had been away for nearly 3 months this time. They missed Ren very much in their hearts. After receiving the news, Janet and the others came to greet him as soon as possible, asking about Ren with concern. As for Nomiya, who was by Ren's side, they assumed that the sisters brought back by their husband were already in their hearts. This kind of thing has happened many times. They have long been accustomed to it. They thought that Nomiya was their husband's woman and part of their family. Janice and others also had a very enthusiastic attitude towards Nomiya. They wanted her to integrate into the Habs family as soon as possible. They didn't know what Janice and others were thinking in their hearts. Nomiya also had a good impression of Janice and others who warmly welcomed her. However, when she learned that the more than 70 different and stunning beauties in front of her were all Ren wives, Nomiya was instantly shocked. Although it is very common to have multiple wives on the Roland continent, but the number of Ren wives is too exaggerated. And the quality is also terrifying. Semi-god silver dragon, semi-god female elf, fat god wolf woman. These women, who have both strength and beauty, should be extremely proud. But now they willingly share one man. This is simply unbelievable. I don't know the shock in Nomiya's heart. While enjoying the care of his wives, Ren shared his experiences and gains from this outing with them. Of course, he didn't mention anything about the 13th Circle Arcane, Calsastan Divine Art. After all, this spell is too sensitive. It once killed the magic goddess, a powerful divine being. If news of the reappearance of the Calsastan Divine Art were to leak out, and let other divine beings know, I'm afraid it won't be long. The Habs family will be attacked by all the divine beings. Therefore, for safety reasons, Ren chose to conceal this matter. We Habs family have a floating city? And it's the great arcanist Calsasas? After listening to her husband's story, Janice and others were in a daze for a while. Her pretty face was filled with an expression of disbelief. They never expected this. The treasure that her husband found on this treasure hunt turned out to be so great. He directly found the treasure left behind by the legendary figure, Kel'Thuzad. They obtained an intact floating city. Is this even real? If you don't believe it, I'll take you to see it. Seeing the stunned expressions on their wives' faces, Ren couldn't help but laugh. Hearing her husband's words, Janice and the others showed expressions of anticipation on their faces. This is the powerful weapon that the legendary mages used to fight against the gods. If given the chance, they naturally wanted to experience it firsthand. Seeing this, Ren didn't dampen his wife's enthusiasm. Immediately, he activated his spatial manipulation ability and opened a portal to the floating city. Janice and the others immediately entered one after another. Ren took his wives and toured the entire floating city. Looking at this magnificent architectural wonder in front of them, Janice and the others were both amazed and filled with joy. Seeking applause. With this incredibly powerful floating city as their stronghold, the Habsburg family would surely stand at the pinnacle of the Roland continent forever. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this time, Ren did not go out again. His daily life was quite regular. Besides developing the territory, he spent his time accompanying his wives and educating his children. Occasionally, when he had free time, he would study the Nether Scroll, artifact manufacturing scroll and Kel'Thuzad's divine magic. He lived a very fulfilling life. Thanks to his unremitting efforts, Althea, Valkyrie, Freyna, and 9 other wives became pregnant one after another. 1 year later, the Habs family will once again welcome 9 newborns. Apart from this matter, Ren did not neglect his pursuit of Nomia, the former goddess voter. Perhaps it is the changing times, and everything familiar has disappeared. Nomia always has a sense of detached loneliness due to her sensitive heart. Ren prescribes the right medicine. He often cares for and comforts Nomia. And Jenny and others often assist Ren. In this situation, their relationship progressed very quickly. A week ago, Ren successfully won over Nomia. He married her and brought her home because she was pregnant with his child. The Habs family has another mistress. In the blink of an eye, another 5 months have passed. Under Ren's diligent cultivation, Nomia, who had just entered the family a few months ago, quickly became pregnant. Along with her, there are also Angelina, Serena, and 8 other wives who are also pregnant. Apart from this good news, there is also a big celebration. That is, Melita, Jessica, Lifa, and 13 other wives are about to give birth. Pregnant for over a year. Their bellies are already very big. The expected delivery time is within this month. In other words, the Habs family will once again experience a baby boom. Ren is also looking forward to this. After all, he is not far from meeting the requirements to forge a perfect godhood. Perhaps the system rewards from this baby boom will allow him to condense his godhood and ascend to the position of God King. Chapter 271 The Low-Level Artifact, the Sun Armor, the last step to open the soul formation. Looking forward to Ren. Half a month has passed. Lifa, Cecilia, and Melita, who were the first to become pregnant, were successively sent to the delivery room. Detected the birth of the 314th child of the host. The magical aptitude of the child is epic, and the fighting spirit aptitude is epic. Hidden bloodline, stellar dragon, awakened, bloodline purity 5%, innate possession of powerful talents such as light control and solar fire. Evaluation, platinum level. Reward, 500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 200 years of magical cultivation. Detected the birth of the 315th child of the host. The magical aptitude of the child is legendary, and the fighting spirit aptitude is epic. Hidden bloodline, stellar dragon, awakened, bloodline purity 20%, innate possession of powerful talents such as solar protection and stellar dragon scales. Evaluation, diamond level. Reward, 1,500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 1,000 years of magical cultivation, 20% comprehension of solar law. Detected the birth of the 316th child of the host. The magical aptitude of the child is demigod, and the fighting spirit aptitude is demigod. Hidden bloodline, devouring star dragon wolf, a mutated bloodline formed by the fusion of stellar dragon and wolf king bloodlines, innate possession of powerful talents such as devouring all things and ultimate physique. Evaluation, dawn level. Reward, 5,000 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 2,000 years of magical cultivation, 50% comprehension of strength law, low-grade divine artifact, sun battle armor. The children born to Lifa and Cecilia can be considered average in terms of aptitude. It was Melita who gave Ren a surprise. She gave birth to a child with a mutated bloodline at the dawn level. In this situation, The rewards from the system are naturally quite generous. The three children provided a total of 7,000 years of fighting spirit cultivation and 3,200 years of magical cultivation to Ren, as well as 20% comprehension of solar law, 50% comprehension of strength law, and a low-grade divine artifact, sun battle armor. The first four rewards need no further explanation. They are all rewards that have been obtained before. The key is that low-grade divine artifact. The value of divine artifacts goes without saying. Even if it is only the lowest quality divine artifact, its rarity and power cannot be compared to so-called demi-artifacts. Not to mention, this sun battle armor perfectly matches Ren's own power attribute. The rewards for the morning sun level offspring are definitely amazing. Melita's belly is really impressive. Ren had a big smile on his face. You see? He only had one artifact in his hand so far, the hunting bow. This unexpectedly obtained artifact doesn't really match his attributes. In addition, he has many means to deal with opponents, and he can handle most enemies with his own abilities alone. Therefore, this low-level artifact is almost shelved by him and rarely used. It was only used once when assassinating Emperor Kukarn. It has a very low presence. But this artifact is different. Not only is it a necessary defensive artifact, but its attributes also perfectly match him. With this artifact, his combat power will definitely reach a higher level. Without hesitation, Ren couldn't wait to choose to receive the reward. Since his chi cultivation has already reached the half-god realm, he directly converted all his chi cultivation into magic power. Whoosh! Next second, a massive and extremely powerful surge of magic flows into Ren consciousness. Under the drive of this 12,000-year magic cultivation, Ren magical realm steadily rises. Soon, it breaks through from the late stage of the 27th level to the limit of the 28th level. After the cultivation is completed and integrated, next is the comprehension of the laws. Countless pieces of information about the laws related to the sun and power are imprinted into his mind. After dozens of minutes, after absorbing these comprehensions of the laws, Ren comprehension of the law of the sun directly reaches perfection. At the same time, his comprehension of the law of power also reaches 80%. The efficiency of using physical strength soars. The laws of light, purification, and the sun are all perfected. Next, I just need to push my magical realm to the perfection of the 30th level to be able to condense the perfect divine form. Thinking of this, Ren is also very excited. After working so hard, he is finally about to truly enter the realm of gods. It's really not easy. After the fusion of the comprehension of the laws, finally, it's the low-grade divine artifact, the sun battle armor. A flash of light. A golden divine armor, radiating with dazzling sunlight, condensed out of thin air and appeared before Ren. Since it was a reward given by the system, it was very easy to refine. In less than 10 minutes, Ren successfully refined it. The next second, he automatically obtained the specific information of this low-grade divine artifact. Sun battle armor, low-grade divine artifact? Basic attributes? Toughness, 27,900. Strength, 35,200. Durability, never wears out. Note, if it is damaged by a powerful attack, it can automatically absorb solar energy to repair itself. Passive effects? Stellar defense, this battle armor is forged from fragments of the sun's core and can withstand attacks below the level of divine spirits. Attacks from divine spirits and above are reduced by 0% to 50%, depending on the enemy's strength. Solar divine fire, the surface of this battle armor burns with the eternal fire of the sun. During close combat, beings below the level of divine spirits will instantly be burned into nothingness upon contact, and divine spirits will also suffer a large amount of fire attribute law damage. Sacred sunburn, wearing this battle armor grants the power of the sun. Each attack is equivalent to doubling the damage of negative energy creatures from the 9 rings magic. Active divine arts? Sun shield, first tier divine art, condenses a sunlight curtain as a shield to block attacks. Sun will, first tier divine art, makes one's own will shine like the sun, immune to low-level mental and psychic divine arts attacks. Sun glory, first tier divine art, summons a real sun shadow to empower oneself, temporarily gaining an almost immortal and terrifying vitality, duration, 10 minutes. Not bad. Browsing through the equipment information in his mind, Ren nodded in satisfaction. The attributes of this low-grade artifact are very nice. It comes with 3 first-tier divine spells. Each one is very practical. 1 for defense against physical and energy attacks. 1 for defense against spiritual and mental attacks. The last one can temporarily grant near immortality, greatly enhancing the wearer's survival ability. Perfectly suited for the positioning of armor. And its passive effect is even more powerful. Wearing this sun battle armor, one can be immune to attacks below the level of divine beings, and can also greatly reduce attacks from divine beings. Compared to this equipment, all the armor he had worn before was simply rubbish. Although he hasn't seen the attributes of other low-grade defensive artifacts, he can be certain that the sun battle armor is definitely a fine piece among low-grade defensive artifacts. Wearing this battle armor, Ren is confident that he can hold his own against a true divine being for a few moves. Of course, he definitely wouldn't be able to win in a fight. After all, there is an insurmountable gap between divine beings and those below divine beings. Previously, he was able to defeat the incarnation of a god after the transformation. It was entirely because of the special environment of the Roland continent. He put away the low-grade artifact, the sun battle armor. With a joyful mood, Ren walked towards the delivery room. He was able to obtain such generous rewards, all thanks to Melita and the others. He must reward them properly. Time flies. In the blink of an eye. Another 2 months have passed. Following Melita and her 3 daughters, the other 10 wives have also given birth to Ren offspring. 6 boys and 1 girl. The reason for the 2 extra children is that Anna and Jessica each gave birth to a pair of twins this time. Blessed by Ren's stellar dragon bloodline. The aptitude of these children is all very excellent. Although there were no more offspring with the evaluation of Dawn level. Except for 1 platinum level offspring who only inherited a few traces of the stellar dragon bloodline, the other 11 offspring all received a diamond level evaluation. In this situation, the rewards given by the system are naturally extremely generous. 11 children collectively provided Ren with 17,000 years of chi cultivation and 8,000 years of magic cultivation. As well as a 20% comprehension of the law of power and several combat techniques, martial arts, and item rewards. Convert chi cultivation into magic power. After receiving it, under the promotion of 25,000 years of magic cultivation, Ren magic realm instantly skyrocketed like a rocket, quickly breaking through the limit of the 28th stage to reach the perfect 30th stage. At the same time, the comprehension of the law of power also reached 100%. Becoming the 4th law that Ren comprehended perfectly. Such great progress allowed the divine fire within Ren to grow stronger once again. The output limit of the power of the law increased to 5,000 strands. Strength instantly multiplied several times. But this is not the most crucial part. The most crucial part is the 3 rigid requirements for constructing a perfect divine body. He has now met all of them. In other words, he can now begin to attempt to construct a divine body at the 5.6 level and embark on the path of becoming a god. Finally, the day has come. Ren's excitement was hard to conceal. As long as he takes 1 step forward successfully, he will become an immortal god with infinite lifespan, truly entering the ranks of the upper echelons of this crystal wall universe. However, even in his excitement, Ren did not lose his rationality. Condensing a perfect divine body requires complete concentration, with no room for error. Otherwise, it is very likely that all previous efforts will be in vain. His current state is obviously not suitable, suppressing the urge to immediately condense the divine body. In the next period of time, during the day, Ren studied the Nether Scroll and the Kale that's divine art. At night, he played some games with his wives, as if forgetting about the matter of becoming an immortal god. Like this, a month passed. After feeling that his mind had completely returned to calmness, Ren finally began to work on the matter of becoming an immortal god. Arranging family and territory affairs properly. Telling his wives that he would be going into seclusion for a relatively long time. Then, Ren, alone, walked into the time cultivation room, preparing to start the final step of the soul formation of a human. Chapter 272 The Perfect Godhead condensed successfully, shaking the Roland continent. Close the gate. Activate all protective magic arrays to isolate everything from the outside. Prevent any unexpected disturbances. After completing all preparations, Ren sits on the soft cushion in the center of the seclusion room. Adjust his state. Harmonize his physical body and soul. Then, according to the perfect godly construction method, begin to condense the godly form. Impact the realm of gods. As the perfect godly construction method operates, Ren consciousness quickly merges into the divine fire deep within his soul. Next, he needs to control the divine fire, ignite himself, and extract all the essence of power. Then, forge these essence of power into a godly form, gaining recognition from the laws of the world. In order to elevate himself and become an immortal god, there is only one chance to condense the godly form. Once it starts, it cannot be stopped. And the consequences of failed condensation are extremely severe. The whole person will be completely ignited by the uncontrollable divine fire, ultimately turning into nothingness. It can be said, this is a breakthrough that either succeeds or leads to death. The danger is extreme. That's why gods are so rare. Although the difficulty of condensing the godly form and achieving godhood is so high, Ren is not too nervous. After purchasing the perfect godly construction method, there are no secrets for him in how to condense the godly form. Coupled with his profound accumulation that far surpasses that of a demigod of the same level, he has almost 100% certainty in completing the condensation of the godly form. Let's begin. Take a deep breath. Ren starts to act. Under his will, the laws of light, purification, and the sun appear successively. Centered around the divine fire, they collectively form a magnificent furnace of laws. Afterward, he poured all the bright fighting energy and magic power within him into it. In an instant, the flames blazed brightly. The divine fire burned and the laws were infused. Dual actions were taken. Whether it was fighting energy or magic power, they were rapidly refined and concentrated, transforming into more advanced energy. During this process, Ren needed to maintain a high level of concentration and accurately control the increasingly violent divine annihilation, to prevent excessive burning and loss of control, to incinerate everything. This step lasted for about 3 months. There was no other way. Ren accumulation was too abundant. The energy that needed to transform and sublimate was almost 10 times that of a half-god realm perfection. After 3 months, all fighting energy and magic power disappeared. In their place, drops of golden energy emanating a rich immortal aura. Perfect divine form, condense. Seeing this, Ren also knew it was time to condense the divine form. Immediately following the techniques in the construction of the perfect divine form, he gathered these golden energies together. Then he infused the 3 perfect laws he comprehended into them. As soon as they were infused, an extremely special chemical reaction immediately occurred between the two. Buzz. 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 Accompanied by a strange buzzing sound. The vast and intangible world laws materialized and descended into Ren's sea of consciousness, continuously washing over those golden energies. Under the baptism of the world laws, the golden energies in Ren's sea of consciousness began to transform into crystals. And during this process, countless pieces of information from the world flooded into Ren's mind like a torrent, as if his brain was about to burst. Under the fierce onslaught of these world information, Ren could clearly feel his self-will gradually weakening and dispersing. He knew that the most dangerous test of condensing the perfect godhood was coming. He now needed to multitask. On one hand, he had to withstand the massive influx of information from the world's origin, maintaining his own will. On the other hand, he had to polish and shape the forming godhood. You should know that, to normally condense godhood, it is enough to withstand the impact of the law information from the world's law origin. Even so, there are countless demigods who have been turned into idiots by the massive influx of world law information. Not to mention, Ren also needs to divert his attention to construct the perfect godhood. This difficulty is simply hellish. However, Ren dares to do this naturally because he has his own confidence. Time reversal. While enduring the massive influx of world information, he constructs and polishes his gradually forming godhood. As long as there are signs of missing or blurred self-consciousness, Ren immediately activates his time manipulation ability to restore his consciousness to normal. Relying on this card-like bug skill, Ren's perfect godhood steadily takes shape. And as Ren constructs his perfect godhood step by step, there are also astonishing anomalies appearing in the outside world. At this moment, the Roland continent is in broad daylight. According to reason, the sun should be shining brightly. However, at the moment when Ren triggers the world's laws, The entire sky of the Roland continent darkens, revealing a starry scene. Hundreds of stars shine in the sky. And then, in the astonished gazes of everyone, a dazzling meteor quickly rises and rushes towards the outside of the Roland continent, as if wanting to become a star in the sky. What's going on? Could it be a great disaster? In an instant, the entire Roland continent was alarmed. Everyone was discussing it, speculating about the sudden appearance of this grand phenomenon. What could it possibly mean? But the top-tier individuals on the continent had already recognized the meaning behind this phenomenon. Someone is ascending to godhood? A half-god at the peak of the realm couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes were filled with shock and envy. He had been on the verge of breaking through to the peak of the half-god realm for nearly 10,000 years. But he had never been able to grasp the opportunity to condense his divine essence. Now, seeing others condensing their divine essence, intending to ascend to become immortal gods, his heart was filled with complex emotions. Could they really succeed? Seeing the meteor representing the domain of the gods soaring higher and higher in the sky, a senior half-god murmured. His eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. To be honest, he didn't want the owner of that meteor to succeed, although he didn't know who the meteor represented. But seeing others succeed in ascending to godhood, becoming lofty gods, it was more unbearable than killing him. Because his aptitude was average, reaching the mid-stage of the half-god realm was already his limit. If things went as expected, he wouldn't even have the qualification to attempt condensing his divine essence. He couldn't become a god himself. Naturally, he didn't want others to succeed either. Of course, not everyone had this mentality. After seeing this phenomenon of ascending to godhood, some people felt great inspiration. Their hesitant hearts, due to the great risks of condensing divine essence, became firm. However, no matter what they thought, it couldn't affect Ren, who was in the midst of a breakthrough. In seclusion, with the assistance of time manipulation, Ren relied on the power of the world's origin to continuously refine and construct his own divine essence. After 3 days and 2 nights, with the completion of the final refinement and construction, a 6-sided, semi-transparent crystal emitting an immortal and indestructible aura completely took shape. It radiated brilliance in Ren consciousness. Perfect divine essence, successfully condensed. Chapter 273 Promotion of Weak Divine Power, Protection of the World. Everything penetrates. At the moment when Ren was deified, above the Roland continent, the meteor representing Ren instantly accelerated and rushed into the starry sky, emitting an extremely dazzling brilliance. The light was blinding. Seeing this scene, everyone who understood the meaning of this omen fell completely silent at this moment. They knew that a new god had been born. Coming back to their senses, these people immediately mobilized all their power, attempting to find out the identity of this newly ascended deity. Some wanted to establish connections and seek advice on condensing divinity, while others harbored evil intentions, attempting to surround and kill this new god. There was no other way. The benefits of killing a god were too great. As long as they could kill him and seize his divinity, they could skip the step of condensing divinity and directly become immortal gods. Such a great temptation, who can resist it? Especially for those demigods who have exhausted their entire lives and still cannot reach the realm of half-god perfection. It's driving them crazy, because this may be their only chance to become a god in this lifetime. After all, other established deities reside in their own divine realms. They only use their divine avatars to enter and exit the Roland continent. And the divine avatars do not possess divinity. Even if they are surrounded and killed, they cannot obtain the opportunity to become a god. Due to the appearance of the new god, Ren, the entire Roland continent is now in a state of turmoil, with hidden currents surging. They don't know the tremendous shock caused by their successful ascension to godhood. At this moment, Ren is undergoing a life leap. Swish! With the successful condensation of a perfect divinity. Not long after, the first drop of divine power is born from the divinity, followed by the second drop, the third drop, the fourth drop. As a unique power possessed by deities, God's power is almost limitless. In essence, it is far superior to martial energy and magic. After the birth of these divine powers, they immediately automatically strengthen and transform Ren's body, causing his body to undergo a metamorphosis towards that of a divine being. Twice as strong. 3 times as strong. After the transformation is complete, Ren body and soul have been enhanced by more than 100-fold compared to before. The essence of life has also undergone a leap in improvement, completely transcending the realm of normal creatures, possessing the eternal and immortal characteristics. And then, the majestic and sacred overwhelming pressure spreads out from him, surpassing all things. Under the shroud of this pressure, the space of the Roland continent emits an unbearable buzzing sound. The fate divine power has successfully ascended. So this is a god. It is indeed far beyond what a demigod can compare to. He opens his eyes. Feeling the tremendous changes within himself, Ren is filled with excitement and exhilaration. Although his cultivation has only broken through one level, his power has undergone a qualitative leap. He now feels an unprecedented level of strength. Killing his previous self before becoming a god with a single strike is not a problem. In addition to the changes in his strength, he has also gained several quite powerful divine abilities. All words shall be known, divine basic authority. Effect, no matter where in the universe, as long as someone mentions your name, you will be able to sense it and automatically obtain the content of their conversation. Divine bestowal, divine basic authority. Effect, you have gained the ability to bestow divine arts upon believers, but the bestowal of divine arts requires personal deduction. Currently, you can bestow divine arts up to the 5th level. Note, divine arts possessed by gods and priests are not the same kind. The divine arts possessed by gods are divided by stages. The higher the stage, the stronger the power. The divine arts possessed by priests are a weakened version of the divine arts of gods, divided by levels. The higher the level, the stronger the power. Immortal and indestructible, divine basic authority. Effect, death is no longer the end for you. After falling, as long as someone believes in you and accumulates enough power of faith, you can return from the river of history once again. I have to say, the effects of these 3 divine powers are extremely outrageous. Especially the power called immortality. It's simply unbelievable. As long as you have enough followers, you can resurrect infinitely. In addition to these 3 powers, which all gods possess as their basic powers, Ren has a unique power that other gods don't have. God of Perfection. Effect, increases the limit of divine power 10-fold, increases the efficiency of divine power conversion 10-fold, enhances divine calculation power by 100-fold, and doubles the capacity to bear divine duties. This is a power that can only be obtained by condensing a perfect divine essence. It gives Ren a power far surpassing other gods of the same level, winning directly at the starting line. The most outrageous aspect of it is the attribute of doubling the capacity to bear divine duties. It is well known that divine duties represent the domains that gods govern. Within these domains, gods are almost omnipotent. In theory, the more divine duties, the better. By gathering all the divine duties, one can directly become an omniscient and omnipotent god. However, this is impossible to achieve in reality, because the number of divine duties that a god's divine essence can bear is limited. Weak gods can only have 2 divine duties. Each advancement in a higher realm can increase the number of divine duties by 2. In other words, even gods with powerful divine power can only have a maximum of 8 divine duties. That's why gods are very cautious in choosing their divine duties. With the power of the God of Perfection, even in the weak divine power stage, one can have 4 divine duties. And when ascending to a powerful divine power, the number of divine duties that can be born increases to a staggering 16. The power brought by the overlapping of 16 divine duty domains is bound to far surpass that of ordinary powerful gods. It can even reach a crushing level. You can imagine what a tremendous advantage this is. It's so worth it to expend so much energy to condense a perfect divine nature. Understanding the abnormality of this power, Ren was instantly overjoyed. It's not an exaggeration to say, as long as he can grow into a powerful divine being. With this power, the title of the strongest God King belongs to him alone. Just adapting to his own changes, Ren was just about to test his own strength. The next second, the power of the laws originating from the Roland continent descended upon Ren, instantly suppressing his cultivation realm back to the 30th stage. It seems that I can only test my own strength after leaving the Roland continent. Feeling this, Ren also felt helpless. This is the self-protection mechanism of the Roland continent. If he wants to forcefully break through this seal, the next second, countless chains of laws and orders will condense out of thin air and completely strangle him. In order not to become the second Spider Queen Rose, Ren wisely chose to stop testing his strength. After advancing to the weak divine power, I can now condense the fifth world protection. After adapting to the surge of power caused by his cultivation advancement, Ren adjusted his state and prepared to condense his fifth world protection. As a legendary profession personally deduced by the great Archmage Kael'Thats. Even at the divine stage, the arcane knight profession can still be effective. With an expectant mood, Ren sank his consciousness into the soul space and began to communicate with his soul beacon located at the root of the world. Having gone through this operation 4 times before, Ren was naturally very skilled at it. Half an hour later, a collection of runes with a causal aura appeared in Ren's soul space. The next second, Ren automatically knew what world protection he had condensed this time. Pervading all things? Effect: after activating this ability, your next attack can penetrate everything, ignoring any defense and cannot be blocked by anything. Chapter 274 Family System Upgrades, Development Problems for New Gods. Ability of Rules? Recalling the information about abilities in his mind, Ren's eyes showed a hint of surprise. As long as he activates his ability, his next attack can penetrate everything. Ignoring all defenses, nothing can stop it. This effect is simply outrageous. Not only that, this ability can also perfectly complement the world's protection and causality that he previously obtained, the guarantee that his attacks will hit. After all, the flaw of causality, attacks being blocked, is eliminated. With this ability, it's different. Guaranteed hit plus penetration of all things. Unless the enemy's strength far surpasses Ren. Otherwise, who can withstand his attacks? It can be said, with this world's protection, Ren's combat power has increased by more than 10 times. Oh, right. After successfully condensing the perfect divinity before, I seemed to hear a series of system prompts in my ears. After condensing the world's protection, Ren seemed to remember something. He directly opened the family system. Ding. Detected that the host's strength has entered the realm of gods, and the family system automatically starts adaptive upgrade. Adaptive upgrade completed. The system changes are as follows. The basic cultivation reward is changed to divine power. System upgrade? Looking at the series of system prompts, Ren was also somewhat surprised. After a rough look, he found that this upgrade had brought significant changes to the family system. The cultivation reward was changed to divine power. At the same time, the standards for obtaining rewards were raised. Only descendants with a diamond level or higher evaluation can obtain divine power and various rewards. And the rewards for descendants below the diamond level will all be converted into family mall currency. In addition, the system also added a mechanism. Ren's descendants automatically become equivalent to devout believers, regardless of their aptitude. They can provide him with 1 drop of divine power every year. It has to be said, this new system mechanism is very attractive. Just by continuously increasing the number of descendants, Ren can steadily obtain a large amount of divine power income every year. Isn't this stronger than preaching and spreading faith with great difficulty? You have to know. There are countless churches on the Roland continent. Almost every creature has a god they believe in. In this situation, newly ascended gods can obtain a large amount of power from faith and improve their own divine rank. There are only 2 paths to choose from. One is to snatch believers from those veteran gods. The other is to be absorbed into a certain god system and share the faith of that system. Both paths are not easy to take. The first one goes without saying. Compared to veteran gods, newly ascended gods have no advantages whatsoever. Both in terms of strength and the divine arts they can bestow upon believers, they are far inferior to veteran gods. Even the church they belong to is just a newly established organization. Upon comparison, it is clear who to believe in. It can be said that developing followers for a newly ascended deity is extremely difficult. Even after spending thousands of years, it is not guaranteed to develop 10,000 devout followers. Many weak deities with slight divine power were already enshrined tens of thousands of years ago. The result is that their faith did not develop. Until now, they still possess weak divine power. As for self-cultivation, the speed is too slow. The divine power gained from 1,000 years of self-cultivation can be quickly obtained by other deities through spreading faith. Who can withstand this? Indeed, spreading faith and developing followers have become the mainstream way for deities to increase their strength. As for the second path, it goes without saying. Those main gods and deities of powerful divine systems are not philanthropists. Accepting one more deity means dividing the faith. Unless the newly ascended deity's divine position can compensate for the areas not covered by the divine system, or their own potential is extremely great. Otherwise, those divine systems rarely accept newly ascended deities. This path, Ren can choose. The elven divine system had previously invited him to join. However, as a man with a golden finger, he obviously cannot choose this path. Neither path is easy to take. In this way, the third option given by the system naturally appears particularly attractive. It seems that in the future, I need to encourage my offspring to inherit my fine traditions, have more children, and strive to expand the family. Ren thought to himself. Up until now, the Habsburg family already has 5 generations. There are about 3,100 members in the family. If we strongly encourage childbirth, doubling the population within a few years is not a problem. After 100 years of development, the size of the family is bound to exceed 100,000. It may even reach several 100,000. By then, he will be able to steadily obtain hundreds of thousands of drops of divine power every year. The level of his divine nature will surely rise rapidly. Thinking of that bright future, Ren's heart also burned with excitement. Of course, even in a bright future, one must step by step and develop steadily. It is still too early to talk about these things now. After calming down, with a joyful mood, Ren walked out of the time cultivation room, ready to share the good news with his wives. However, just as he arrived in the backyard, Ren found it to be very lively inside. Janice and the others were gathered together, chattering away, seemingly discussing something, full of excitement on her face. "Darling, have you finished your seclusion?" Seeing Ren figure, Janice was full of surprise. This time, Ren had been in seclusion for several months, not seeing each other for a few months. She missed her husband quite a bit. "Yes. I have finished my seclusion." Ren nodded. Immediately, unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "By the way, what were you discussing just now? Did something big happen at home while I was in seclusion?" Hearing this, Janice shook her head and explained, "Nothing happened at home, everything is fine. Not long ago, there was a sudden celestial phenomenon in the Roland continent. It seems that someone has successfully become a god. We were discussing who that newly ascended deity might be." Understanding what was going on, Ren couldn't help but find it amusing. The newly ascended deity was right in front of them, for goodness sake. What was there to discuss? With no intention of hiding anything, Ren directly explained to his wives the gains he had made during his seclusion. "What? Darling, you have successfully become a god? The newly ascended deity that shook the Roland continent not long ago is you?" Upon hearing this, Janice and the others widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. This was too sudden. They were completely unprepared. Their own husband had become an immortal deity in the blink of an eye? It made them feel like they were dreaming, unreal. When I came to my senses, Janice and the others hurriedly asked if Ren was joking with them. There was no way. Ren could only release a trace of the unique power of a god to prove himself. "Darling, you're amazing." After confirming multiple times that her husband had truly become a god, Janice and the others' faces were filled with excitement. This was a huge joyous occasion. When one person achieves success, even the chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. With a powerful god as their backing, the Habsburg family's future would undoubtedly be even more glorious. "Darling, you should leave the Roland continent as soon as possible." After the excitement subsided, when Lena seemed to think of something and suddenly spoke nervously. From her perspective as an elven princess, if Ren didn't leave the Roland continent before the news spread, he would undoubtedly be surrounded and killed by numerous hopeless demigod powerhouses. In fact, many years ago, such a thing had happened. A newly ascended god left the Roland continent in time. In the end, they were forcibly surrounded and killed by the swarming demigods. Their divinity was seized. After all, within the Roland continent, the strength was limited to the 30th rank. Even gods couldn't avoid it. In this situation, it is easy for ants to bite an elephant to death. She didn't want her husband to repeat the same mistake. "Don't worry. If those people dare to target me, they are asking for trouble." Understanding Wenna's concerns, Ren didn't pay attention. He had absolute confidence in his own combat power. Even if he was restricted by the rules, he was invincible in the Roland continent. For him, killing an ordinary demigod was no more difficult than killing a chicken. Trying to kill him with numbers, that's just a dream. However, after Wenna's reminder, Ren had a new idea. Before leaving the Roland continent, perhaps he could use this matter to his advantage. After all, the price of divine corpses in the family's commercial store was not low. However, randomly hunting and killing other demigods could easily provoke anger. It might even bring about consequences for other related deities. Although he wasn't afraid. But it wouldn't be good for the Habs family. That's why he didn't go around hunting and killing other demigods. But if the other party actively came to kill him, the nature of the situation would be different. In this case, even if he were to kill all those people, no one would say anything wrong about it. It is even less likely that someone would seek revenge or retaliate against the Habu's family. Thinking of this, Ren's eyes immediately showed excitement. He decided to hold a grand celebration banquet, announcing to the world the news of his successful ascension to godhood. Let's go fishing for law enforcement. Proactively attracting those demigods who want to hunt and seize divinity to come and surround him. My dear, you. Regarding Ren's crazy decision to bring trouble upon himself, Jenny and the others found it difficult to understand. However, confirming that Ren was in his right mind, they ultimately agreed to their husband's approach. After all, the N family was a united front. After finalizing this matter, upon learning the news of their father's, grandfather, ancestor, successful ascension to godhood, all members of the Habu's family were extremely shocked, and then returned to the Habu's manor with great excitement. In addition to the family banquet, Jenny and the others, at their husband's request, held a grand celebration event, setting up various wines and delicacies in the central squares of every city within their territory, inviting all the residents. The three provinces immediately became lively and festive. Such a big commotion resulted in the news of Ren's immortal ascension spreading like a whirlwind. This news was like a powerful depth charge, shaking the entire Roland continent. For a while, countless gazes focused on Ren. Chapter 275, God's birthday banquet begins, God's slaying plan. Roland continent. A hidden place. Nearly 10 demigods gathered here, seemingly discussing something important. That Prince Ren is really arrogant. After successfully becoming a god, he didn't leave Roland continent and even dared to celebrate openly. A warrior-like demigod with a rugged appearance sneered and spoke. In his opinion, this kind of behavior is like a fat lamb voluntarily exposing itself to a pack of wolves. Extremely foolish. However, not everyone thinks so. That newly ascended deity is not an ordinary fat lamb, but a powerhouse far superior to us demigods. If he dares to do this, he must have his own confidence. We still need to be cautious, so as not to die in vain. An old man with a white beard dressed as a mage spoke cautiously. To be honest, the newly ascended deity has not yet left Roland continent and has voluntarily exposed its existence. He has never seen such a thing before. Very unusual. Full of suspicion. He smelled an extremely dangerous aura from it. But he is unwilling to give up this opportunity to become a god. After all, he has lived for over 20,000 years. His current cultivation level has just reached the late stage of the 29th rank. The remaining lifespan is not enough to support him in cultivating to the perfect demigod realm. If he cannot become a god as soon as possible, in just over 1,000 years, he will die of old age. It can be said that this act of killing a god is his only chance to become a god. Even if it is dangerous, he still wants to give it a try. I don't think it's necessary to be so cautious. Within Roland continent, the strength of deities is limited to the 30th rank. This is an iron rule. Even if the deity's own cultivation level is high and can exert combat power surpassing the perfect demigod realm. But we also have our advantages, there is strength in numbers. As long as everyone works together, can a newly ascended deity limited to the 30th rank still cause a stir? And there must be more than just us who have set our sights on that new god. If we are timid and fearful, we may not even get a taste of the soup. A middle-aged demigod with a gloomy face spoke up. Upon hearing this, the other demigods nodded in agreement. The purpose of everyone gathering here is to slaughter gods and seize their divinity. Everything needs to serve this goal. After reaching a consensus, everyone began discussing the details of the plan to slaughter gods and how to distribute the spoils afterwards. At the same time, similar scenes were unfolding in other corners of the Roland continent. It's not just humans. Powerful beings from evil races such as undead, demons, and evil beasts also came to join in the fun. It can be said that Ren fishing law enforcement operation has stirred up countless troubles. While the Roland continent was in turmoil because of Ren himself was leisurely. He continued to maintain his original pace of life. Every day, he accompanied his wife and children, studying the Nether Scroll and the Kaelet's divine art. As for the various matters of the Habuz family, he has gradually handed them over to his descendants during this time. After all, he will be leaving in a while. The Habuz family that remains on the Roland continent needs a new helmsman. And this candidate he had already chosen long ago. The first diamond-level descendant of the Habuz family, Nephalek. This child is his and Angelina's child, possessing a complete silver dragon bloodline. His magical talent is legendary level, and his fighting spirit talent is epic level. Because he was born relatively early, this child is already over 50 years old. Under Ren careful cultivation, this child has long since successfully stepped into the legendary realm and become a legendary mage. Nowadays, he is not far from the demigod realm. Both in strength and intelligence, he is outstanding. He is more than capable of being the new helmsman of the Habuz family. Actually, even if there are problems, it's fine. He just left Roland, he didn't die. The problems can be corrected at any time. As for why we didn't choose those diamond level or above descendants as the new leader of the Habuz family, the reason is simple. Those children are too young. Although they have strong power from birth, but because they were born late and lack experience, they can't handle the affairs of the Habuz family at all. Furthermore, descendants of this level are all seeds of gods. Their duty is to cultivate and become immortal gods. Ren is still hoping for these children to grow up quickly and form the Habuz divine lineage. How could he let them waste time on worldly affairs? After Neferek took over as the head of the Habuz family, he has shown abilities that did not disappoint Ren. Everything is handled in an orderly manner. Ren doesn't need to worry at all. Seeing this, Ren can finally retire behind the scenes and focus on having children with his wives. Like this, time passes little by little. Flowers please. The day of the official Habuz family banquet is getting closer. As time goes by, more and more people are pouring into Eagle City. In less than 2 days, Eagle City is already overcrowded. Most of them are here to join in the excitement and witness the extraordinary being, Ren, the new god. Of course, there must also be many spies gathering intelligence. Amidst the mix of people, the security situation in Eagle City has deteriorated rapidly. After consulting with his father, Ren, Neferek chose to strike hard, directly mobilizing the elite Griffin Knights of the Habuz family to settle in Eagle City. A wave of cleansing. After killing hundreds of criminals with a heavy hand, those arrogant extraordinary individuals immediately understood who the master of this city was. They obediently tucked their tails and behaved. 5 days later, the celebration banquet of the Habsburg family was held as scheduled. It was called a family banquet. In reality, there were not few people invited. Almost all the prominent figures of the Andre Empire received invitations. In the morning, gorgeous magical carriages entered the Habsburg manor one after another. As a deity, Ren naturally couldn't personally receive these people. Even Janet and the others did not come out. All the guests were received by the descendants of the offspring. Regarding this, those important figures of the Andre Empire had no complaints. After all, no matter how noble their mundane status was, they couldn't compare to the eternal immortality of the deities. These two were completely incomparable. To be honest, they already felt extremely honored to have the opportunity to attend this divine feast. When all the guests had arrived, the time had come to noon. The banquet officially began. Ren appeared at the banquet venue with his wives. With Ren appearance, an unparalleled divine power that surpassed all living beings instantly enveloped this land. In the void, it seemed as if countless people were singing hymns, praising the greatness of the gods. In the awe and worship of everyone's eyes, Ren, along with his wives, walked to the high platform in the center of the banquet. just as he was about to announce the start of the banquet. Boom. 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 Dozens of incredibly powerful attacks suddenly flew out from the void, fiercely striking towards Ren. Obviously, those demigods who were attempting to surround and kill Ren and seize his divinity couldn't hold back and made their move. Chapter 276. The Law of Power is perfect, causing a sensation in Roland Continent. Boom. 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 This wave of attacks seemed to sound the horn of the offensive. Two more groups followed closely behind, launching a siege against Ren. Afraid of falling behind, missing the opportunity to become a god, only to see hundreds of powerful attacks that could completely level the Eagle City, coming towards Ren. Caught off guard by such a fierce attack, ordinary newly ascended gods would surely be severely injured. However, Ren remained completely calm. His face was composed and calm. Disperse. Speaking the command, he activated his ability. The next second, those fierce attacks that came with great momentum instantly dissipated, as if they had never appeared. How is this possible? Seeing their carefully planned powerful attacks being easily resolved by Ren, the more than 30 semi-god beings participating in the siege widened their eyes. Their eyes filled with astonishment. Coming back to their senses, they also realized that Ren was not ordinary. However, under the huge temptation of seizing divinity and ascending to the heavens in one step, the semi-god powerhouses like 870 showed no intention of retreating. Instead, they joined forces to launch a more fierce attack against Ren. At the same time, those evil semi-gods who were observing the situation from the shadows also made their move. The strength displayed by Ren, this new god, made them feel extremely uneasy. If those semi-gods who acted first were defeated, they would probably have no chance to kill Ren and seize divinity. In this situation, those evil semi-gods naturally chose to act decisively. In an instant, the number of semi-gods besieging Ren reached more than 50. Among them were humans, undead, demons. These top powerhouses of different races united together, capable of easily destroying any top force on the Roland continent. A group of jumping clowns. Facing this massive power, Ren remained calm, with a hint of disdain on his face. If it weren't for protecting the members of the Habs family around him and the guests who came to the banquet, he wouldn't even bother to defend himself. Wearing the low-grade divine artifact, the Sun Battle Armor, even if they stand still and let the opponent attack, these people can't harm him at all. With a thought in his mind, the spatial manipulation ability is activated. The next second, one by one, spatial rifts swallow all the attacks. After blocking the attacks, Ren counterattacks with an infinite dimensional slash. Hundreds of spatial blades with the sharpness to cut through everything tear through space, fiercely slashing towards the demigods who were surrounding Ren. Unexpectedly, Ren counterattack is so swift and terrifying. Ah! Save me! Accompanied by a series of screams and howls, 8 demigods fall under the dimensional slash. The other 40+ demigods are also not faring well. Most of them are seriously injured. Run! Feeling the despair-inducing power of Ren, these demigods' expressions change drastically, and they no longer have the intention to surround and kill Ren. They scatter like birds and beasts. Without hesitation, they turn around and run. However, Ren obviously cannot let them go so easily. The target of this fishing law enforcement is these demigods. How can he let them escape? Temporal imprisonment. A gleam flashes in Ren's eyes. At the same time, he activates his time manipulation and spatial manipulation abilities. The next second, time within a radius of thousands of kilometers freezes. Even space is frozen. Under the influence of such abnormal control skills, all the demigods attempting to escape are captured in one fell swoop. Imprisoned in place. Motionless. Then, Ren unleashes waves of sword energy governed by the laws of the sun, wiping out the lives of these people. When time and space return to normal, the people in the Habu's manor see the bodies of demigods falling from the sky like raindrops. Although they don't know what happened. But it is obvious that this is the work of Ren. Everyone, this farce must have made you laugh. All the criminals have been completely eradicated, and you can all attend the banquet with peace of mind. Collect all the bodies of those demigods. Ren acted as if nothing had happened and announced that the banquet was officially beginning. The guests present were very respectful and the applause was very enthusiastic. Witnessing dozens of powerful demigods being easily wiped out, the awe of the guests towards Ren instantly reached its peak. Being in the same room as Ren, everyone was very cautious and careful with their words and actions, afraid of provoking the displeasure of this big shot. Feeling that something was off at the banquet, Ren felt bored and didn't stay long. After all, the purpose of hosting this banquet was to fish for some fish. Celebration was secondary. After staying for a while, Ren handed over the task of hosting the celebration to his wives. He went to the study and counted the spoils. Inside the study, Ren opened all the spatial rings carried by the dozens of demigods. After some identification, he didn't find any treasures that would be helpful to him. No need to say, Ren directly returned these things along with the dozens of demigod bodies to the family's mall. In an instant, Ren mall balance increased by 1.35 million system currency, equivalent to 1,350 divine power crystals. A fat profit. Seeing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Ren's face. Earning a huge amount of money that was enough to buy low-grade divine artifacts for no reason. It was simply too enjoyable. As for how to use this unexpected fortune, Ren also had some ideas in his mind. He opened the family's mall, spent 500,000 system currency, purchased 10 comprehension cards for the Law of Strength. After using all of them, Ren successfully completed the remaining 20% of the comprehension of the Law of Strength. Fully comprehending the Law of Strength, promoted to the position of the God of Strength. Having the 4 divine positions of light, purification, sun, and strength. Even though I have just recently broken through to the realm of gods, I can still compete with those weak old-fashioned divine spirits. With this level of strength, I should be able to stand firm in the higher planes of the gathering of gods. Feeling the constantly expanding power within him, Ren nodded in satisfaction. However, having 4 divine positions was already the limit that his current divine nature could bear. Want to bear more divine responsibilities? Must elevate the divine rank to the level of weak divine power. Therefore, Ren no longer used the remaining system currency to purchase comprehension cards for the laws. Close the family system. Idle with nothing to do, Ren immediately took out the Nether Scroll artifact manufacturing scroll and started researching. 1 week later, the events that happened at the Habs family celebration spread throughout the entire Roland continent, causing a huge sensation. Everyone was extremely shocked by this. Those were more than 50 demigods. These strong individuals of this level are not easy to come by. Each one stands at the top of the Roland continent. And now, all of a sudden, more than 50 of them disappeared. It's simply outrageous. Most people's first reaction was that it was a rumor. After all, under the laws of the Roland continent, the power of the gods is also suppressed at the 30th level. Since that's the case, 5.1 How can Ren, the newly ascended god, achieve such a ferocious record? It's not magic at all. However, reality gave them a big slap in the face. After some verification and investigation, they found out that this news was actually true. That newly ascended god's combat power is too terrifying. Dozens of demigods were slaughtered like little chicks. While shocked, some people also realized the opportunity. After all, after this incident, many forces lost their demigods. Their strength greatly diminished. This is a great opportunity to annex those forces. For a while, there was turmoil and unrest on the Roland continent. As for these small matters that are irrelevant, Ren doesn't care. Because his wives are about to give birth again. Since becoming pregnant, the bellies of his 17 wives, such as Wenlina and Hilsa, have become very big. It is expected that the delivery is not far away. The Habs family will once again welcome a wave of massive baby boom. Chapter 277, Resource Artifact Life Water Bottle, Birth of the Elf Queen. 1 month later, Janice, Iris, and Orianne were the first to be sent to the delivery room. After several hours of labor, the delivery room echoed with the cries of 3 loud babies. Host's 329th child detected. The child's magical aptitude is legendary, and their fighting spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, stellar dragon, awakened, bloodline purity 30%, naturally possesses powerful talents such as Sun's Blessing and stellar dragon scales. Evaluation, diamond level. Reward, 1,500 drops of divine power, first tier divine art, sunlight illumination. Host's 330th child detected. The child's magical aptitude is legendary, and their fighting spirit aptitude is subgod. Hidden bloodline, stellar dragon, awakened, bloodline purity 45%, naturally possesses powerful talents such as sun's blessing, stellar dragon scales, and stellar breath. Evaluation, dawn level. Reward, 7,000 drops of divine power, second tier divine art, sun god spear, low-grade divine artifact, life water bottle. Host's 331st child detected. The child's magical aptitude is epic, and their fighting spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, stellar dragon, awakened, bloodline purity 21%, naturally possesses powerful talents such as sun's blessing and stellar dragon scales. Evaluation, diamond level. Reward, 1,500 drops of divine power, first tier divine art, power amplification. This wave of luck is quite good. All three children have aptitudes above the diamond level. They meet the requirements for the divine power rewards after the system upgrade. Among them, there is also a child with an aptitude of 27, reaching the dawn level. Children with such high aptitudes naturally receive generous rewards from the system. The three children directly provide Ren with 10,000 drops of divine power, 2 first-tier divine arts, and 1 second-tier divine art, as well as a low-grade divine artifact. Among these rewards, the divine power needs no further introduction. The original power of the gods, an almost omnipotent force, can be used to increase one's own divine rank, deduce divine arts, deduce divine rules. It can be said to have many uses. And those 2 first-tier divine arts and 1 second-tier divine art are also quite valuable. You should know that divine arts themselves are the application of rules. According to the different efficiency of application, divine arts can be roughly divided into 9 tiers. The higher the tier of divine arts, the higher the efficiency of applying the corresponding rules, and the more powerful and mysterious they are. For gods, divine arts are equivalent to the combat skills of extraordinary beings. A useful divine art not only can enhance the strength of the gods, but also can be simplified and bestowed upon their own followers, developing the influence of the church. You can imagine its importance. Generally speaking, the divine arts used by gods are deduced by themselves using divine power based on their own control of divine occupations. Even the lowest level first-tier divine art requires at least tens of thousands of drops of divine power to deduce. And second-tier divine arts are even more terrifying. To deduce a divine art, at least 100,000 drops of divine power are needed. In this situation, a weak divine being can only have 3 first-level divine arts and be considered lucky. Only weak divine beings with divine support can possess second-level divine arts. From this, it can be seen. The 2 first-level divine arts and 1 second-level divine art rewarded by the system are extremely precious. They will directly allow Ren to surpass most weak divine beings. As for that low-grade divine artifact, the life water bottle, that goes without saying. That is what Ren values the most, according to the information provided by the system. This is a resource-type divine artifact, and its effect is very simple. It produces 10 kilograms of life spring water every day. Regarding life spring water, Ren is not unfamiliar. This thing can increase the vitality of the user, greatly extend lifespan, and can also accelerate fetal development and slightly improve aptitude. Previously, in order to accelerate the development of the fetus in his wife's womb, he bought a lot from the family's mall. It cost a lot of system currency. But this divine artifact can continuously produce life spring water. In other words, Ren will never run out of life spring water in the future. With this, he can give birth to more offspring in the same amount of time and obtain more system rewards. In Ren view, this seemingly ordinary resource-type divine artifact is simply an inexhaustible gold mine. Even if he were given a high-grade divine artifact, he wouldn't exchange it. Claim the reward. With an excited mood, Ren silently said in his heart. The next second, 10,000 drops of divine power merged into Ren divine essence, filling about 1/10 of the divine essence space. According to Ren estimation, he still needs about 90,000 drops of divine power to advance to the 32nd level. After the fusion of divine power, immediately following, the relevant knowledge and information of the 3 gates divine arts merged into his mind, as if he had personally deduced it. In an instant, he became proficient in the 3 gates divine arts. Finally, there was the matter of the low-grade divine artifact. A flash of light. A delicate water bottle, with a dark green color and engraved with numerous life divine patterns, appeared before Ren's eyes. It was obvious. This was the life water bottle. He held it in his hand. Ren looked into the water bottle. Sure enough. It was filled with abundant life spring water. These life spring water must be used as soon as possible. Otherwise, if left unused, the life water bottle will not produce new life spring water the next day. Thinking of this, Ren immediately sent the life spring water from the life water bottle to Wenlina and the others. These dozen wives were about to give birth. It was a good opportunity to use the life spring water to accelerate the process and improve the quality of the fetuses. Half a month later, with an ample supply of life spring water, Wenlina and the others, who were already close to their due dates, quickly gave birth. They gave birth to Ren offspring one after another. 6 boys and 7 girls. Perhaps the life spring water played a role. The aptitude of this batch of children was exceptionally excellent. There were 2 dawn level and 1 diamond level offspring. There was not a single offspring below diamond level. Such a high-quality baby boom. Naturally, the rewards given by the system were extremely generous. The 13 children provided Ren with a total of 30,500 drops of divine power, 5 first-level divine arts, 1 second-level divine art, and several semi-divine artifacts. Claim the rewards. The divine power reserve in Ren divine space increased to 40,500 drops. At the same time, he mastered 5 first-level divine arts and 2 second-level divine arts, including defense, attack, healing, and so on. Directly caused Ren's strength to increase several times. As for the several semi-divine artifacts, Ren gave them all to his wives. After all, there were 800 of them. As a deity, weapons of the quality of semi-divine artifacts were already difficult to have any effect on him. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Ren still had no intention of leaving the Roland continent. Because among this group of pregnant wives, the elven queen Tilsa had not yet completed her delivery. Ren also attached great importance to this lover. He would often open a portal and go to the Elven Empire Palace to have a secret meeting with her. Due to the complicated relationship between the two, not only were they lovers, but also mother-in-law and son-in-law. If they openly had a child, it would definitely greatly affect the reputation of the Elven Queen and the Elven royal family. Therefore, Ren directly taught Tilsa, another lover, the method of Empress Isabella. Let her use seclusion as an excuse. Disappear temporarily for a period of time. It must be said, this excuse is very useful. Tried and tested, no one suspects it at all. After putting aside the affairs of the Elven Empire, Tilsa could focus on nurturing the fetus, quietly waiting for the birth of the child in her womb. This was her first time personally bearing a child. Previously, it was all done using the Life Mother tree. It must be said, this feeling is very strange. And Ren? He was not idle either. Every day, he would timely bring life spring water. At the same time, he would accompany Tilsa and make her happy, keeping Tilsa in a pleasant mood. Just like that, another month passed. After consuming thousands of kilograms of life spring water, there were finally signs of Tilsa going into labor. Chapter 278 Queen Isabella and #039, S-Shock, Mythical Talent Book of 10,000 Laws. On this day, in the early morning, inside the palace of the Elf Queen, Ren is playing a small game with Hilsa. I don't know if it's because she's pregnant. Hilsa has been craving a lot lately and often pesters Ren. It's only because Ren is in excellent physical condition and has the kidney enhancement from the fertility aura. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to satisfy the Elf Queen. If the people of the Elf Empire knew that Hilsa, who has always presented herself as noble and dignified, had such a side to her, they would be shocked. Of course, they would never know. After all, Hilsa, the Elf Queen, only reveals this side of herself in front of Ren, her lover. Several hours later, after finishing the little game, the two clean up the scene. They are getting ready to have lunch. And at this moment, hiss. Hilsa, the Elf Queen, suddenly squats down, clutching her stomach, a hint of pain on her beautiful face. Is it time to give birth? Seeing this, Ren immediately realizes what's going on. Giving birth in the Elf Empire is definitely not possible. If that child triggers any astonishing phenomenon, it will surely attract a lot of attention. He can't let his relationship with Hilsa be exposed. Thinking of this, Ren decisively picks up Hilsa, opens a teleportation gate, and heads to the palace of the Andri Empire. The reason for not taking Hilsa to the Habs Manor is to avoid excessive exposure. After all, his wife, Wena, has a somewhat special relationship with Hilsa. If Wena knew about this matter, she would definitely be angry for a long time. For the sake of Wena's physical and mental health, determined face.jpg. Ren specifically prepared a delivery room for Isabella, his lover, to ensure a smooth delivery for Hilsa. He sent Hilsa into the delivery room located in the Andre Palace. Ren stood at the door, waiting quietly. Not long after, Isabella, the Empress, also arrived upon hearing the news. Your other underground lover is the Elven Empress? After hearing from Ren that the person giving birth inside was actually the Elven Empress, Isabella was stunned. Although she knew that her lover was quite promiscuous, she never expected that Ren would even get involved with the Empress of the Elven Empire. You see, the relationship between elves and humans is not very good. And now, the Empress of the Elven Empire has been taken by a human man, and has become a secret underground lover. If this were to be known, it would definitely cause a sensation throughout the Roland continent. Oh, right. Ren, I remember your wife has a half-goddess elven named Wena. What is her relationship with this Elven Empress? As if thinking of something, Isabella couldn't help but feel curious and asked Ren, although she didn't know Wena's specific identity. In her opinion, Wena possesses a semi-divine grade strength, and her status in the Elven Empire must be very high, so it is inevitable that she knows the Elven android. The two of them might even be very close friends. And Ren may have taken advantage of this important relationship to get involved with the Elf Queen. They were good sisters, sharing the same husband and even having children together. Her lover seems to be a bit promiscuous. I wonder what Isabella, the Elf Queen, is imagining. Hearing Isabella, the Elf Queen, ask like this, Ren thought Isabella had already guessed the relationship between the two women. Immediately, he answered very straightforwardly, Wenlina is Hilsa's daughter. Upon hearing this, Isabella, the Elf Queen, widened her eyes, and her CPU was fried. Did she hear it wrong? Wenlina and Hilsa are not the best friends she guessed. But, in other words, the Elf Princess and the Elf Queen were all taken by a human man. And they all had children for him. This is really beyond imagination. It shocked her for 10,000 years. Keep this a secret for me. I don't want this to affect Hilsa. Ren spoke up. Although this matter wouldn't affect him if it were to be spread out. But it would have a huge impact on Hilsa. It could very likely lead to Hilsa losing the throne of the Elf Queen. To prevent this from happening, he naturally had to do a thorough job of keeping it secret. If it weren't for Isabella being his lover, he would have killed to keep it quiet. Feeling Ren's protection of Hilsa, Isabella felt a little jealous. But, having been with Ren for so long, she also knows Ren's personality. He values every woman he is with. If it were her, Ren would definitely protect her in the same way. Therefore, even though she feels jealous in her heart, Isabella still nods and agrees to keep this matter a secret from Ren. In the wait between Ren and Isabella, time passes bit by bit. After 2 days and 2 nights of difficult labor, the child in Hilsa's belly is finally born. Ao. With this light and tender dragon's cry, a nearly substantial life force rises from the delivery room. Like a domain centered around the delivery room, it spreads in all directions. Wherever it passes, all things revive. Flowers, plants, and trees grow wildly, as if they were given super growth hormones. In less than 2 seconds, they grow into towering trees. If this continues to spread like this, I'm afraid the entire Lidiheo, Andre Imperial City will turn into a primitive forest. To prevent this from happening, Ren decisively activates his spatial manipulation ability, isolating the space in this area from the outside world. He firmly confines the influence of the anomaly near the delivery room. After about an hour, this extremely rich life force finally dissipates completely. At the same time, the system prompt sounds detected the birth of the host's 345th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is a low-grade god, and the martial spirit aptitude is a low-grade god. Hidden bloodline, life dragon, a fusion of stellar dragon and life elf bloodlines, mutated into a low-grade divine-grade bloodline, naturally controls the laws of life, wields the power of natural vitality, possesses life dragon's breath, life domain, infinite healing, and other powerful talents. Evaluation is starry sky level. Reward, 20,000 drops of divine power, mythical talent, book of 10,000 laws, nether scroll, magic creation scroll. Chapter 279. The Habshan Pantheon takes shape, and the doubts of the elf princess. A child with divine potential has been born. Ren's face was filled with excitement. Hersha did not disappoint her, as expected. The first child gave him a big surprise. A starlight-level child was born directly. You should know that the vast Habs family currently only has 2 starlight-level children. This is the third one. You can imagine how low the probability is of giving birth to a starlight-level child. To have such a highly talented child born. The system rewards are naturally extremely generous. In addition to 20,000 drops of divine power. It also gave the mythical talent, book of 10,000 laws, and the nether scroll, magic creation scroll. As for the reward of divine power, there is no need to say more. Let's skip it directly. Ren focused his attention on the rewards of the mythical talent, book of 10,000 laws, and the nether scroll, magic creation scroll. According to the information given by the system, the mythical talent, book of 10,000 laws, allows him to obtain a soul magic book that exists between reality and illusion, used to store spells. And the number of spells that can be stored is extremely astonishing. It has to be said. This is an extremely abnormal ability. You should know that the higher the level of the spell, the more difficult the casting process becomes. Especially for superdimensional magic above the 9th ring. Even the most powerful spellcasters need to chant to release them. It is impossible to cast them instantly. It is even more impossible to simultaneously release multiple superdimensional magic spells. But with this talent, it's different. As long as the superdimensional magic to be released is stored in the book of 10,000 laws in advance. When encountering enemies. With a thought, the stored magic in the book of 10,000 laws can be launched for battle. It can even achieve the instant release of hundreds of superdimensional magic spells for saturation firepower coverage. Such outrageous attacks will definitely make all enemies feel despair. The reward of the nether scroll, magic creation scroll, is also not bad. If he remembers correctly. The scroll of Nay's records how to use magic to create magical items. The mithril core with infinite energy is the research result of the arcane masters for this chapter. If Ren can thoroughly study it, there will be no need to buy a supersized mithril core for the floating city in the future from the family store. He can make it himself. If he can also thoroughly study the Nay's scroll artifact manufacturing scroll he obtained before, he can even create more floating cities. Very good. Recalling the reward information given by the system, Ren nodded in satisfaction. Each of these rewards is very useful. They greatly help him. However, now is obviously not the time to claim the rewards. He forcefully suppressed the urge to claim the rewards immediately. Ren closed the system panel and walked towards the delivery room. Isabella followed closely behind. Entering the delivery room, Ren saw a several-meter-long, emerald green baby dragon flying around happily. Bumping here, touching there. It seems to be full of curiosity about this brand new world. Feeling the connection between himself and this baby dragon through their bloodline. Ren knew that this beautiful baby dragon, shining like an emerald, is his and Hilsa's child. Ren, look how beautiful our child is. She can automatically condense such a huge life force as soon as she's born. Seeing Ren come in, Hilsa couldn't wait to share. It's her first time giving birth personally. She has a very special affection for this child. The child is extraordinary as soon as she's born. As a mother, she is also extremely proud. It's all thanks to you. Hilsa, you've worked hard. Ren sat down by the bedside, embraced Hilsa in his arms, and gently said. Seemingly nourished by the life phenomenon of the child's birth. Hilsa is in a very good condition. Her face is radiant. Completely unlike the weakness after Alfia and Isabella gave birth to their star-level offspring. They exchanged sweet words for a while. Ren then shifted his attention to the child. Feeling a sense of closeness from their bloodline, this little dragon was also very affectionate towards Ren. While playing with the little dragon, Ren also examined its body. As expected, this child is also a natural demigod. At the same time, they also possess the supreme law of life. The future is limitless. As long as they are nurtured well. Not to mention achieving powerful divine powers, even intermediate divine powers can be anticipated. The birth of this child undoubtedly propelled Ren plan to build the Habu's family's divine lineage forward. The birth of the Habu's divine lineage is not far away. Ren thought to himself. The standard for a recognized small-scale divine lineage is 3 intermediate divine beings, with the number of divine beings reaching 10 or more. And now he has 3 star-level offspring and 8 dawn-level offspring. As long as these children all grow up, forming a small divine lineage is not a problem at all. Thinking of this, Ren couldn't help but be even more excited about the future. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. After fully recovering, Elsa prepared to return to the Elven Empire. As the Empress of the Elven Empire, she was very busy. For the sake of secretly giving birth to a child, she had taken several months off. Many important affairs of the Elven Empire had been delayed. She had to return as soon as possible to handle them. As for that child, she definitely couldn't bring them back to the Elven Empire. They could only be raised by Ren in the Habu's family. Using spatial manipulation abilities, Ren opened a portal and silently sent Elsa back to the Elven Empire Palace. Ren also didn't stay in the Andri Empire Palace for long. After spending a few days with Empress Isabella, they returned to the Habu's manor with this newly born daughter. "My dear, who is this child?" Seeing her husband return after a few days with a cute and beautiful baby girl, Janice and the others were a bit confused. "This is my child, the new member of the Habu's family." Ren replied, "Who is the mother of this child?" "Is it the previous Empress Isabella?" they asked further. Upon hearing this, Janice and the others continued to inquire. It was obvious that the child was born from her husband's affair. Speaking of her husband's mistress, the only person they could think of was Empress Isabella. After all, the previous empress had given birth to a child at the Habs manor. Facing the wives' inquiries, Ren nodded without hesitation. Let Isabella, this mistress, take the blame. After all, his affair with Hilsa was not suitable for public knowledge. Otherwise, Rena would definitely explode. She didn't know if her husband was deceiving her. Janice and the others had no doubts and chose to believe Ren's words. They quickly accepted the child. Only Rena had some doubts in her heart, because she always felt a special connection with this child. At the same time, the face of this little girl also gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could this child be the one my sister and Ren had? Rena suddenly thought. She had 3 sisters. One of them was as beautiful as her, with her husband's flirtatious nature. If he saw her, it wouldn't be impossible for him to get involved with that sister. As for the mother, Hilsa, she didn't even consider it. In her mind, as the mother of the Elven Empress, her image was dignified and noble, and it was impossible for her to do such a thing. Therefore, she didn't even have a hint of suspicion. Unaware of Rena's speculation and doubt. After bluffing about the child's origin, Ren immediately decided to seclude himself and digest this wave of system rewards. He informed his wives. Ren then headed towards the time cultivation chamber. Chapter 280 The Fate Weaver and #039, crisis warning came from the killing of Queen Rose Spider? Enter the time cultivation chamber. Close the door. Activate the magic array. Walk to the center of the cultivation room and sit down. Claim the reward. Ren silently recited in his heart. Whoosh. The next second, a massive amount of divine power surged into his divine space. In an instant, his divine power reserves reached 65,500 drops. He was only 4,000 drops away from advancing his divine level. At the same time, under the infusion of a highly advanced special energy, a peculiar book with countless inscriptions of profound laws condensed in the depths of his soul. The moment the book took shape, Ren automatically knew how to use this ability. He only needed to perform a complete incantation on the spell he wanted to store, and it would be stored in this book. To use it, he just needed to think about it, skipping the casting process directly. With his current strength, he could store approximately 1 spell of the 11th rank and 5 spells of the 10th rank. As for spells below the 10th rank, there were no restrictions at all. He could store as many as he wanted. However, spells below the 10th rank wouldn't have much effect in battles at the divine level. They wouldn't be very meaningful. Of course, the spells that the Book of All Laws could store are not fixed. They depend on the strength of the talent holder. In other words, only when Ren's strength becomes stronger can the Book of All Laws store more high-level magic. After the fusion of the mythical talent, the Book of All Laws. The final item is the Nether Scroll, the Scroll of Magic Creation. A flash of light. A golden scroll made up of 10 thin gold foil pages appeared out of thin air. The silver magical words on the pages kept changing and flowing, as if they had a life of their own. Without rushing to study it, Ren put it away. Afterwards, stepping out of the time cultivation house, he had been delayed enough on the Roland continent. It was time to go to the upper planes and establish his own divine kingdom. This time, when he left, he only planned to bring his wife and the underage children. As for the other adult children, they would stay on the Roland continent to develop the Habers family. Regarding her husband's decision, Janice and the others naturally would not oppose. They immediately began to pack their bags. At the same time, they handed over the Habers family to the children. However, because the Habers family was large and had a big business, it would take at least half a month to completely hand it over. During this time, Ren was not idle either. He began to create some trump cards for the Habers family. After all, once he left, the strength of the Habers family would inevitably decline. In order to ensure the development momentum of the Habers family was not affected, he naturally had to enhance the strength of the Habers family. And Ren method was to use the top-level golem manufacturing workshop in the floating city to create a powerful golem army as a trump card to guard the Habers family. To realize this plan, Ren almost emptied the magic metal stored in the Habers family's treasury. Like this, time passed bit by bit. A week later, Ren suddenly received a large number of images from the future. In the images, he was piloting the floating city, taking his wives and children, and heading to the upper plains. But halfway through, they were deliberately intercepted by the incarnation of the Rose Spider Queen. Since this battlefield was outside the main material plane of the Roland continent, the incarnation of the Rose Spider Queen could perfectly display the power of a god-level being. Coupled with the lack of preparation, he paid an extremely heavy price in an instant. His wife and children were killed or injured. Even he himself was killed by the incarnation of the Rose Spider Queen. The images ended there. His consciousness was immediately detached from those future images. Ren immediately knew what was going on in his heart. This is a crisis warning given to him by the mythical talent of Fate Weaver. Clearly, the Rose Spider Queen has been watching him all along. She probably received news of his ascension to godhood a long time ago. She is preparing to kill him before he leaves the Roland continent and goes to the upper interface to establish his divine kingdom. Damn it. How could I forget about the Rose Spider Queen as an enemy? Recalling the tragic scene in his future vision, Ren broke out in a cold sweat and slapped himself hard. He had blasphemed the Rose Spider Queen before and even killed one of her precious incarnations. The two sides have formed an irreconcilable enmity. With the vengeful nature of the Rose Spider Queen, she must have put him on her hit list. It is not surprising that she would deliberately intercept and kill him. Perhaps it is because he has been too successful recently, or perhaps it is because he is invincible in the Roland continent, which has led to a decrease in his sense of crisis. He actually overlooked this source of danger. Damn it. If he didn't have the talent of Fate Weaver, this wave of losses would be absolutely devastating. His wife and children are all gone. He himself has been killed, although he has more than one life. But the incarnation of the Rose Spider Queen is equivalent to a weak god, and whether he can escape from her is still unknown. It's possible that he might really die at her hands. Fortunately, I used the Divine Grade Talent Upgrade card on the Talent of Danger prediction before. Otherwise, this time I would definitely have a big fall. Thinking of this, Ren couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Coming back to his senses, he felt an unprecedented strong killing intent towards the Rose Spider Queen. This damn evil god actually killed his wife and children. Although that is still an unrealized future. Flowers are requested. But this still doesn't stop him from holding the Rose Spider Queen accountable. When he has enough strength, he will definitely rush into the divine kingdom of the Rose Spider Queen. Only by killing her true form can he dissolve the hatred in his heart. Setting this goal. After calming down again, Ren began to ponder how to deal with the threat of the Rose Spider Queen. After advancing to the realm of divine power, it is extremely difficult to make further progress. Even if I have a cheat like Golden Finger, it is impossible to quickly increase my strength to the level of weak godhood. To match and deal with the incarnation of the Rose Spider Queen, I need to rely on external objects. Thinking of this, Ren suddenly had a plan. He had a highly configured super floating city in his hands. If he could replace it with a large-scale dense energy core, it shouldn't be a big problem to counter or even suppress the combat power of weaker gods and spirits. However, large-scale dense energy cores are too expensive. It takes 7 million system currency to buy one. His current account balance is only over 500,000. Unless Ren is willing to return all the artifacts in his hands to the system store. Otherwise, he simply can't afford it. Of course. In addition to buying directly from the system, Ren has another option. That is to make it himself. He has the Nether Scroll Magic Creation Scroll that contains the technology to manufacture dense energy cores. As long as he can fully comprehend this Nether Scroll, he won't need to spend this unjust money. As for staying in Roland Continent all the time, that is impossible. God-level beings are not allowed to stay on Roland Continent for a long time. This is a rule restriction. Staying for more than a year will automatically trigger Roland Continent's self-defense mechanism, suffering countless attacks from the chains of law and order. And after Ren became a god, he has already stayed on Roland Continent for half a year. He doesn't have much time left. Understanding this point, a sense of urgency also arose in Ren's heart. First, try to comprehend the Nether Scroll and make the large-scale dense energy core myself. If that doesn't work, I can only return all the artifacts on me to buy the large-scale dense energy core. Ren thought to himself. Although the life water bottle, sun battle armor, and other artifacts are important to him, compared to the lives of his wife and children, they are insignificant. If he had to choose between the two, he would definitely choose his wife and children. After all, artifacts can still be obtained from the system in the future. If his wife and children are gone, then he would be left alone. With a decision in his heart, Ren immediately took action. He began to study the Nether Scroll Magic Creation Scroll diligently. Chapter 281 The Power of Godhead Deduction, Making a Large Miser Energy Core. Half a month later, Janice and the others have already handed over all the family affairs to their children. However, Ren did not follow the original plan to take his wife and children to the upper plane to establish his own divine kingdom. Instead, he postponed leaving the Roland Continent. After all, he has not thoroughly studied the Scroll of Endurance and Magic Creation, nor has he created a large-scale dense energy core. If he were to leave the Roland Continent directly like this, wouldn't that be handing Rose, the Spider Queen, his head? He obviously cannot do such a foolish thing. Seeing her husband change his mind and overturn the original plan. Although Janice and the others don't know what's going on, they don't say anything. Ren suddenly postponing his departure time must be something important. Naturally, they will not hold back their husband. For the silent support of their wives. Ren suddenly feels an infinite power in his heart. He dives into the time training room. Day and night, he diligently studies the Scroll of Endurance and Magic Creation. In the blink of an eye. 857. 3 months have passed. During this time, Ren has been staying in the time training room without going out. In order to indirectly increase the time he spends studying the Scroll of Endurance and Magic Creation. The time flow rate in the time training room is 1:5. In other words, Ren has been studying the Scroll of Endurance and Magic Creation for 15 months. With such a long period of research, coupled with the assistance of the top family's buff wisdom brain, Ren has gained tremendous benefits. He has already comprehended 70% of the Scroll of Endurance and Magic Creation. He has also learned how to create dense energy cores. But this is not enough. The manufacturing methods he has comprehended only include the technology for miniature and small-scale dense energy cores. To go further, to obtain the upgraded technology for manufacturing medium-sized and large-sized dense energy cores, he must comprehend and interpret the remaining 30% of the Scroll of Endurance and Magic Creation. However, time is running short. Ren sighed. He had less than 2 months left on the Roland Continent. Even with 5 times the time amplification in the training house, it would be difficult for him to fully comprehend the remaining 30% of the content in the Nether Scroll, Magic Creation Scroll. After all, the further one goes in the Nether Scroll, the more profound and difficult the knowledge becomes. The difficulty of comprehending the last 30% of knowledge may be higher than the previous 70% combined. Not to mention fully comprehending the Nether Scroll, Magic Creation Scroll. After obtaining the upgraded version of the Mithril core technology, it would still take some time to manufacture it. Clearly, 2 months is not enough. It seems that I can only use the divine assistance for deduction. Ren's eyes flashed. The divine beings themselves possess divine power, and their deductive computational abilities far surpass those of the supercomputers in the previous world. Otherwise, the divine beings would not be able to deduce so many powerful divine arts on their own. However, to fully unleash the powerful deductive abilities of the divine power, a large amount of extremely precious divine power needs to be consumed as energy. This kind of gold-swallowing behemoth, unless it is necessary or the divine power is extremely abundant. Generally, divine beings rarely use this ability. The divine power crystals gifted by the Elven God system, I still have 211 of them in my hands. The divine power contained in these divine power crystals should be enough for me to fully analyze and comprehend the remaining knowledge of the Nether Scroll, Magic Creation Scroll. Thinking of this, Ren immediately took action. He took out these divine power crystals and continuously converted them into divine power, integrating them into the divine power space. There are 1,000 drops of divine power in one divine power crystal. By converting only 40 divine power crystals, his divine power space was completely filled. As long as he wanted, Ren could now consume this divine power at any time and increase his divine level, letting his strength reach the 32nd rank. But this would be meaningless. After reaching the 32nd rank, even if he consumed all the remaining divine power crystals, it would still be impossible for him to push his strength to the 35th rank or above, becoming a divine being with weak divine power. He couldn't even break through to the 33rd rank. And without the strength to contend with divine beings with weak divine power, he would be unable to eliminate the enormous threat brought by the Rose Spider Queen. Therefore, Ren decisively burns divine power, injecting perfect divinity into the energy zone. Under the blessing of divine power, the divine essence within his body instantly bursts out with a dazzling brilliance. The next second, Ren feels his brain operating at an unprecedented speed. Countless rays of wisdom collide in his mind. All the mysteries of the world seem to be clearly visible before his eyes. Of course, entering this miraculous state comes at a great cost. The divine power reserves in Ren divine space are rapidly consumed at a rate of 500 drops per minute. Feeling this, Ren doesn't dare to waste time. Immediately, he picks up the Nether Scroll, Magic Creation Scroll, and starts studying it. With the assistance of divine deduction, Ren comprehension efficiency of the knowledge recorded in the Nether Scroll, Magic Creation Scroll is more than 100 times faster. 71%. 72%. 73%. After more than 3 hours, the 100,000 drops of divine power in the divine space are depleted. Ren level of comprehension of the Nether Scroll, Magic Creation Scroll has also reached 91%. Only 9% remains to be completely understood. No need to say, Ren continues to convert the divine power crystals in his hand into divine power. Another 50,000 drops of divine power are consumed. After more than an hour, Ren successfully comprehends all the knowledge in the Nether Scroll, Magic Creation Scroll, and learns the manufacturing principles of the upgraded Meson energy core from it. That almost omniscient state is truly wonderful. Ending the divine deduction, Ren feels somewhat unsatisfied. It has to be said, the effect of divine deduction is too good. It took him 15 months to barely comprehend the relatively simple part of the Nether Scroll, Magic Creation Scroll. But with the assistance of divine deduction, he completed research results comparable to the previous dozen months in just a few hours. The difference is simply too great. If it weren't for the fact that the consumption of divine power in the state of divine deduction is too great, he would definitely keep it as a permanent state. He immediately started manufacturing large-scale magic cores. The reason why he didn't directly manufacture super large-scale magic cores is not because he doesn't understand the manufacturing principles, but because the materials required for making that thing are too rare. The core material is 6 rule cores. This kind of treasure only has a chance to condense and appear after the destruction of a large-scale plane. Obviously, it is not something he can get his hands on at the moment. Even the manufacturing of large-scale magic cores, he uses ready-made medium-sized magic cores as the basis for modification and upgrade. Otherwise, it would require too much time and effort. Even if the materials are complete, it would take at least a year to manufacture a large-scale magic core from scratch. He took out a large number of rare magical materials from the spatial ring and immediately started working. Although he has most of the rare magical materials for upgrading the medium-sized magic core, there is still a small portion that is extremely rare and missing. In a short period of time, it is almost impossible to collect them from the Roland continent. There's no other way. Ren can only purchase these magical materials from the family's store. After gathering all the materials, the system currency in his balance account decreased from over 600,000 to over 50,000. Overnight, he became poor again. However, this price is worth it. 1 month later. Inside the time cultivation room. After 5 months of transformation and upgrade. The originally 5-meter tall medium-sized amethyst turned into a 10-meter tall, 15-meter diameter large amethyst. It is surging with extremely rich magical energy. The energy output power is more than 20 times stronger than before. Large-scale magic core, successfully manufactured. PS, weak divine power, 31st to 35th order, low-grade divine power, 36th to 40th order, medium-grade divine power, 41st to 45th order, powerful divine power, 46th to 50th order. Chapter 282 Repair the tailing control room, go to the upper interface. Success. Looking at the large amethyst in front of him, surrounded by surging waves of immense magical energy, Ren's face was filled with joy. After going through countless hardships, he finally managed to create the large-scale magic core. With this energy outputting large-scale magic core, the power of the super floating city can be further unlocked. Unless the Spider Queen Rose dares to take the huge risk of complete annihilation and personally come to kill him, he no longer needs to worry about the threat of the Spider Queen. After the joy, Ren did not delay. Immediately, he took the large-scale magic core and headed to the floating city. He was ready to reinstall it. However, the base that holds the medium-sized magic core obviously cannot match the large-scale magic core. It needs to be properly modified. After spending a few days, after completing the modification of the energy base in the core power room of the floating city, Ren put the large-scale magic core in place. Buzz. 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 As the large-scale magic core continuously outputted energy, the surrounding energy pipelines surged with substantial high-concentration magic power. The anti-gravity ring quickly charged. 1 minute later, the floating city ascended again, returning to the sky. Inside the control room of the floating city, Ren was reading the performance data displayed on the control backend. After replacing the medium-sized magic core with the large-scale magic core, the performance that the floating city can exert has clearly increased by 28%. If before, it could only exert 1/10 of its power during its prime, now it has reached 1/5. It can continuously fire dozens of 10-ring magic spells. After a brief charging, it can easily condense and launch even an 11-ring magic spell. The firepower has increased by dozens of times. Not to mention suppressing weaker gods and spirits. It will definitely be able to contend. However, Ren is not satisfied with this. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, he decided to repair the tower spirit control room that can completely destroy the floating city, to further strengthen the combat power of the floating city. This facility is quite important. It is equivalent to the soul of the floating city. With the tower spirit, the floating city can truly come alive, maximizing its own potential for war. If there is an invasion by foreign enemies and the master is not in the floating city, the tower spirit can also control the floating city for automatic defense. At the same time, it can independently maintain and construct facilities on the floating city. In simple terms, this is a highly intelligent and absolutely loyal super butler. Understand the importance of the tower spirit to a floating city. Ren immediately took action. With his understanding of the Nether Scroll, repairing a tower spirit control room is not a big problem. It only took about half a month. Ren completed the reconstruction of the tower spirit control room. However, the reconstructed tower spirit control room still needs a high-quality tower spirit to be fully activated. Although Ren, through his research on the Nether Scroll and the Magic Creation Scroll, knows how to create a tower spirit, a high-end magical creature, but the production of this thing requires a soul of extremely high quality as raw material, especially for the tower spirit required to drive and control this super floating city. It can only be made from the soul of a creature of at least a weak divine power level. This is obviously not something Ren can collect in a short period of time. And even if there are raw materials, there is not enough time for production. At most, in another half a month, he must leave the Roland continent and face the incarnation of the Rose Spider Queen. Let's go to the family store and take a look. Thinking of this, Ren immediately opened the family store and found the Tower Spirit series of products. Compared to the Mithril Core, which symbolizes the highest achievement of the Nether's empire, the price of the Tower Spirit is obviously much cheaper. However, even if it's cheaper, it's still in the millions. A flawless Tower Spirit made from the soul of a creature of weak divine power level is priced at 2,200,000. It is obviously impossible for Ren with his poor account balance to afford it. It seems that I can only recycle an artifact, Ren thought to himself. Coincidentally, he has a relatively mediocre low-level artifact, the Hunting God Bow. This artifact does not match his attributes and is not to his taste. He originally planned to give it to Wynrina to use after she became a god. After all, Wynrina herself is a skilled archer. But plans change faster than expected. He is currently lacking a large amount of system currency. He can only start by reclaiming this low-grade artifact. Reclaim. Ren silently recited in his heart. The next second, the artifact in the shape of a golden wooden bow in his hand disappeared into thin air. At the same time, his system account gained over 1.8 million system currency. He still needed over 300,000 system currency to buy the flawless grade Tower Spirit. There's no other way. He could only choose to reclaim the world runes he had obtained before. Although this thing possesses incredible power, if one comprehends the secrets of all the world runes, they can become the omniscient and omnipotent ruler of the world. But after so long, he had only obtained one world rune. It would be a distant dream to gather all the world runes. In this situation, it would be better to just sell it directly. It must be said, truly worthy of being a treasure nurtured by the world rune of sealing is still very valuable. Sold for over 800,000 system currency. It's almost equivalent to half a divine artifact. After gathering enough system currency, Ren didn't hesitate to purchase a flawless grade Tower Spirit from the family store. The next second, a golden crystal ball appeared before Ren's eyes. It emitted a strong immortal aura. He placed it on the pedestal in the Tower Spirit control room to activate and establish ownership. After completing these operations, Ren granted the Tower Spirit the authority to take over the floating city. Executing Master's command. Core Power Room takeover successful. War Magic Launch Platform takeover successful. Golem Manufacturing Workshop takeover successful. Accompanied by emotionless mechanical sounds, the Tower Spirit successfully took control of the entire floating city and began to autonomously command the golems to carry out maintenance and repairs in the floating city. Very good. Watching the tens of thousands of golems in the floating city working in an orderly manner, Ren nodded in satisfaction. With the Tower Spirit as the major steward for overall integration, the combat power of the floating city increased by over 30%. Most importantly, after a battle, he no longer needed to stay in the control room to focus on controlling the floating city. His combat power has been unleashed. He can cooperate with the floating city in combat. This is undoubtedly a great improvement. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days have passed. The deadline for staying in Roland Continent is getting closer and closer. During this time, Ren has not been idle either. He has made a lot of preparations to deal with the Spider Queen. For example, he converted all the remaining 100 or so pieces of divine power crystals in his hand into divine power to enhance his own divine rank. After reaching the 32nd level, the number of super-level magic that Ren Mythical Talent, the Book of 10,000 Laws, can store has increased again. 220. Currently, the storage capacity for 11-ring spells has increased to 2, and for 10-ring spells has increased to 8. No need to say more. Ren directly uses the racial characteristic of the Stellar Dragon, which has almost infinite energy, to continuously release super-level magic, filling up all these spell slots. 2 11-ring spells store the exclusive magic of the Stellar Dragon Clan, Stellar Fireworks. And the 8 10-ring spells store the magic of the Godslayer, Marlow Meteor Burst. These 10 instant-cast super-level magic. If used well, there is a chance to severely injure or even kill gods with weaker divine power. Be fully prepared. After adjusting himself to the strongest state, Ren is ready to set off and go to the upper interface. Before officially leaving Roland Continent, Ren specifically asked his two lovers, Hilsa and Isabella, if they wanted to go together. Both women, due to various concerns, ultimately chose to refuse. Regarding this, Ren did not insist. Although it will not be so easy for him to return to Roland Continent after leaving, Hilsa and Isabella can go find him on their own. As long as they use interdimensional magic to leave Roland Continent, he can use spatial manipulation to open a portal and bring them over. It won't delay his rendezvous with the two women at all. Therefore, he chooses to respect the thoughts of the two women. After giving Hilsa and Isabella each a legendary magic ring containing permanent spatial coordinates, Ren bid farewell to his descendants. With Janice and the underage descendants, he entered the floating city, preparing to go to the upper interface where the gods reside. Interdimensional space leap, initiate. Under the gaze of the Hobbes family descendants, the majestic and magnificent island city passed through an immense blue portal, completely disappearing in the sky above the Hobbes manor. Chapter 283 Conquer the Endless Sea of Stars? Rose Queen appears. In the pitch-black and profound starry sky, ripples suddenly appeared in the void. A massive floating city enveloped in a magical shield flew out from it. So this is the star realm? Looking at the vast and boundless starry scenery before him, Ren felt his mood lighten. From today onwards, his battlefield would shift from the Roland Continent to the endless star sea. In the times to come, he would lead the Habsburg family, step by step, to reach the pinnacle of this crystalline universe. To become the supreme king of the gods. To rule the universe and dominate everything. He firmly set his future goals in his heart. Ren did not forget about the Spider Queen Rose either. After all, he had already left the Roland Continent. Without the main material plane as a barrier, the incarnation of the Spider Queen Rose could appear at any time to assassinate him. Of course, Ren was not afraid of this. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. Because he had made thorough preparations. He was just waiting for the Spider Queen Rose to show up so he could give her a good beating. According to his speculation, the Spider Queen Rose should be waiting for him on the path to the upper planes. Although the star realm is vast and boundless, the upper planes where the gods reside are extremely special. They are located in a unique space-time region in the upper part of the universe. If one does not leave their mark in the upper planes, they cannot be teleported there through spatial magic. Therefore, the first time one goes to the upper planes, they must personally fly there. And the Spider Queen Rose definitely knows this. Lying in wait on the few paths that lead to the upper planes and assassinating him is a highly probable event. After all, this method is simple and efficient. Much better than searching for him in the vast star realm like finding a needle in a haystack. As for why the gods must settle in the upper planes, there must be a reason for it. I mentioned it before. The upper interface is an extremely special spatial area. Apart from the inability to directly teleport there for the first time, that area is also the central hub of the cosmic order and original force network. Being in that area, gods can absorb a large amount of cosmic order original force through their own authority, condense divine power, and perfect their own divine duties. It can be said to be a natural holy land for cultivation. Other cosmic interface areas obviously do not have such good conditions for cultivation. If a god-level existence resides outside the upper interface, their strength will be at least 10 times slower. In this situation, settling in the upper plane naturally became the common choice for gods. Of course, not all gods go to the upper interface. Evil camp gods prefer to settle in the lower interface. That is the central area of chaotic cosmic force. Absorbing cosmic force there is more in line with their own divine attributes. And Ren himself has 4 divine attributes that lean towards the positive. His personality also leans towards neutral order. In this situation, he naturally chose to go to the upper interface. Otherwise, would he go to the lower interface and accompany the Spider Queen and other evil gods? Although he wants to flirt with goddesses. But he has no interest in female evil gods. In his opinion, those female evil gods are either grotesque in appearance or have major problems with their minds and personalities. Otherwise, they are naturally promiscuous, and the number of men, including male monsters, they have been with could be in the millions. A group of monsters and demons. He really can't bring himself to have children with these female evil gods. Target, upper interface, full speed ahead. While Ren and his wife and children enjoyed the beauty of the star realm, he gave instructions to the tower spirit. Yes. As the emotionless, cold mechanical voice sounded, the floating city began to gradually accelerate. Due to the lack of air resistance and the special rules of the star realm itself, the speed of the floating city is terrifyingly fast. Like a streak of light, it rushes towards the depths of the starry sky. In less than a minute, it disappears into the void of this starry realm. There is no need for coordinates to reach the upper realm. Because after becoming a god, one can automatically sense the calling of the cosmic primordial force corresponding to oneself. Just follow this sense, and Ren can reach the upper realm. Under Ren command, the floating city speeds through the starry realm, heading towards the upper realm. After flying for about 10 days, Ren feels the calling of the cosmic primordial force becoming clearer. Obviously, after these days of rushing, the upper realm is not far away. Thinking of this, Ren immediately fills his vigilance to the maximum. At the same time, he asks Janice and the others to take the children back to the safest central mage tower in the floating city. He knows that the closer they are to the upper realm, the higher the probability of encountering the transformed rose spider. The most dangerous moment is about to come. As expected by Ren. One day later, the floating city piloted by Ren passes through the final mandatory interstellar route to the upper realm. The next second, a dark gray giant net woven from the shadow laws and countless negative magic appears out of thin air. It envelopes the floating city. It's here. Suddenly under attack. Ren, who was mentally prepared, remains calm. He immediately puts on the low-grade divine artifact, the Sun Battle Armor. Entering combat mode. No need for Ren to give orders. At the moment the attack from an unknown entity is detected, the floating city's defense mechanism is automatically activated by Ta Jiang. With the supply of massive magic, countless top-tier defensive magic instantly erupts with dazzling colors. They interlock, merge with each other, together forming an airtight, integrated super defense shield. The shadow giant net descends and rapidly contracts, attempting to completely crush this huge floating city into pieces. However, useless. Under the protection of the super defense shield, the floating city is like an impregnable fortress. No matter how the shadow giant net shrinks and strangles, it cannot break through. Seeing that his carefully planned attack has failed, the Rose Spider Queen hiding in the dark couldn't help but reveal her figure. No nonsense. This deity, emitting an aura of dark laws, carries an extremely deep and cold killing intent. Launching an attack on the floating city where Ron is. Today is her final opportunity for revenge. She must completely kill this human who has repeatedly hindered her plans. Otherwise, when Ren enters the upper realm and establishes his own divine kingdom, she will have no chance. With the divine kingdom as a barrier. Unless she dares to come out in person. Otherwise, she can't do anything to Ren in the divine kingdom. Understanding this, the Rose Spider Queen planned this assassination operation. In order to ensure that she can kill this human, she even brought the high-level divine artifact she spent tens of thousands of years forging, the Shadow Demon Web. Controlling the Shadow Demon Web to envelop the surrounding starry sky, sealing off space. Preventing Ren from escaping by using spatial jumps. Shadow Obliteration. Dark Devouring. Evil Storm. With the power of the Shadow Demon Web, the Rose Spider Queen quickly condenses powerful divine spells and bombards the floating city. And Ren has no intention of passively defending and being beaten. He immediately orders the Tower Spirit to launch a counterattack. Receiving the command, brother. The Tower Spirit controls the war magic launchers and dozens of super mage towers inside the floating city, quickly constructing superdimensional magic. With the energy supply from the large-scale dense energy core, the immensely powerful 10-ring magic is launched like it's free. Boom boom. Boom. The attacks from both sides continuously collide. The resulting powerful energy shockwaves turn the surrounding asteroids into ashes. Both sides have a determination to kill each other. This battle has entered a white-hot stage from the very beginning. Chapter 284, The God's Watch, Mythological Talent Destiny Weaver launches. Just as Ren was controlling the floating city and engaging in a fierce battle with the Spider Queen, a massive energy fluctuation caused by their fight immediately alerted the nearby deities who settled in this area. In the upper realm, the secluded paradise. The Spider Queen? How did this crazy woman appear here? Could there be some grand conspiracy? A weak deity wearing a golden divine robe showed a look of surprise and fear on his face. There's no way around it. The shadow of a person's reputation. The name of the Spider Queen is too prominent. Although the Spider Queen is not the most powerful deity in the evil camp, she is definitely among the top tier of deities below the powerful ones. In addition, her character is vengeful, capricious, and she often plots some extremely terrifying conspiracies. At least dozens of deities have fallen victim to her, resulting in the loss of many followers or being torn from their divine positions. Among them are also deities of medium power. It is not an exaggeration to say that this Spider Queen is truly infamous among the community of deities. It shouldn't be. That crazy woman's incarnation is intercepting a new deity. After careful observation, a deity of medium power, dressed in animal skins and exuding a wilderness aura, spoke up. Hearing this, the other deities collectively breathed a sigh of relief. It's not them being targeted, which is good. If they were targeted by that powerful and petty crazy woman, it would definitely be a nightmare. Even if they didn't die, they would be skinned alive. That crazy woman's incarnation brought the high-level divine artifact, Shadow Demon Web, to assassinate, definitely with the intention to kill. It seems that the newly ascended deity has offended the Spider Queen miserably. So brave. To dare to offend even the Spider Queen, that crazy woman, truly fearless. The Spider Queen is chasing and intercepting with a high-level divine artifact. That new deity who hasn't established a divine realm is probably doomed. Not necessarily. That new deity's floating city seems extraordinary. It is not at all inferior in the battle against the Spider Queen's incarnation. What's the use of it? The gods within the Shirwai Taoyuan plane watched the battle and discussed the outcome. The majority of the gods did not have high hopes for Ren. After all, in their eyes, a newly ascended god who had just become a deity not long ago, it was almost impossible for them to defeat a god incarnation wielding a high-level divine artifact and possessing weak divine power. Even with a powerful floating city. Of course, if they were willing to intervene. ABCD. Then things would be different. After driving away the Spider Queen, it would definitely not be a problem to help Ren out of the predicament. But they clearly would not do so. After all, the gods residing in the upper realm of the Shirwai Taoyuan plane were mostly of the lawful neutral camp. Simply put, they had their own bottom line, followed the rules, and did not like to meddle in other people's affairs. Ren and they were complete strangers, without any relationship. There were no major interests involved. Naturally, they would not take the huge risk of offending the madwoman Spider Queen to help Ren. I don't know if there are other gods watching the spectacle. At this moment, Ren was fully focused on battling the Spider Queen. The floating city was firing all its weapons. He himself was not idle, continuously unleashing second-order divine spells like the Sun God Spear to attack the Spider Queen. Occasionally, he would release a god-slaying magic, Marlow Meteor Burst, to give the Spider Queen a surprise. If it were an ordinary god with weak divine power, they would have long been knocked down by the joint attack of Ren and the floating city. But the strength of the Spider Queen's incarnation was obviously not something that ordinary gods with weak divine power could compare to. Coupled with the high-level divine artifact in her hands, the Shadow Demon Web. Even with Ren and the floating city launching a joint attack, they were unable to take her down. On the contrary, they were at a disadvantage. From time to time, several powerful dark spells would bombard the super magic shield of the floating city, causing countless ripples and cracks. However, with the massive magical energy support from the large-scale dense magic core, these ripples and cracks were quickly repaired. Damn it. Where did this guy get such a powerful floating city? They had been attacking for over an hour but still couldn't break through the opponent's shield. The Spider Queen was extremely annoyed. This human was truly her nemesis. Every action against this guy was never smooth. This damn human always managed to pull out something unexpected, hindering her actions. No. This time, I must kill him. Recalling her previous failures, the Spider Queen's determination to kill Ren grew stronger. She absolutely would not allow someone who offended her to continue living carefree. And this human was too mysterious. Both sides had already formed an irreconcilable enmity. In order to prevent herself from falling into this human's hands in the future, even if it meant paying a huge price, she had to completely eliminate him in advance. Thinking of this, a resolute look flashed in the Spider Queen's cold and fierce eyes. Without hesitation, She began to burn the divine power within her incarnation, fully activating the dark divine profession carried by the incarnation. Entering a state of eruption. Boom. The next second. The divine pressure on the Spider Queen's body soared. At the same time, the dark laws permeate the surroundings, with an extremely surging aura. Countless dark energies emerge out of thin air. They transform the surrounding star domains into an abyss without daylight. In just a few seconds, the strength of the transformed form of the Spider Queen has increased by more than tenfold compared to before. The divine power within this dark form can only sustain for an hour at most. If it exceeds this time limit, the form will automatically disintegrate. We must kill that human as soon as possible. Feeling the divine power within the transformed form being consumed at an astonishing speed, the Spider Queen wastes no time, immediately launching a fierce attack on the floating city where Ren is located. Dark storm. Dark erosion. Dark exile. Countless powerful dark spells are bombarding the floating city. The intensity of the attacks is several levels stronger than before. Under the relentless onslaught of the Spider Queen's transformed form, the super magic shield of the floating city can no longer withstand it. Crack. 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 Accompanied by the sound of unbearable fractures. The visible brightness of the super magic shield enveloping the floating city diminishes. If this continues, in less than 3 minutes, the shield of the floating city will be completely shattered by the Spider Queen. Without this layer of protection, the wives and children in the floating city are in danger. They might be attacked by the Spider Queen's divine spells and die. Fate weaving. To prevent this tragedy from happening, Ren hesitates no more and abandons the original battle plan. He reveals his trump card in advance and takes a desperate gamble. He wants to kill the Spider Queen before her transformed form breaks through the defense of the floating city. Chapter 285, Incarnation of Queen Rose after killing Rose Spider, a gathering place for female gods. As a mythical talent, the Fate Weaver not only has the ability to foresee danger a month in advance, but can also weave the fate of other lives. Gods are also living beings, naturally included. However, the essence of a god's life is extremely high, and it is difficult to endure. It consumes a great deal of energy to weave their fate. With the divine power that Ren currently possesses, it is impossible to directly weave a certain death fate for the incarnation of the Rosy Spider Queen, whose strength far surpasses their own. Even weaving a fate that would severely injure her is unsuccessful. Understanding this, Ren changes their thinking. They directly use this talent as a powerful control-type skill. Expending most of their divine power reserves, they weave a fate for the dark incarnation of the Rosy Spider Queen that burns out of control. After the divine power burns, it will naturally explode. The difficulty of weaving this fate sharply decreases. Soon, they succeed. The fate weaving takes effect. The next second, an invisible wave of fate, undetectable even by gods, envelopes the incarnation of the Rosy Spider Queen. Under the influence of this wave of fate, the divine power burning within the incarnation of the Rosy Spider Queen suddenly erupts and spreads. It runs rampant. Without any defense, the fierce attack of the Rosy Spider Queen is instantly interrupted. She herself falls into a rigid state. What's going on? The sudden turn of events instantly confuses the Rosy Spider Queen. Her heart is filled with disbelief. As an experienced god, her control over her own divine power is extremely strong. In theory, it is absolutely impossible for such a low-level mistake like the uncontrolled burning of divine power to occur. How could it suddenly happen for no reason? Coming back to their senses, Rose Spider Queen forcibly suppressed the negative emotions in her heart and immediately exerted all her strength to calm the raging divine power burning within her. She wanted to restore her ability to move as soon as possible, because she knew that she was currently in battle. Losing the ability to move would have unimaginable consequences. However, Ren, the main culprit, clearly would not give Rose Spider Queen this opportunity. Strike while you're weak. After seeing the effect of the fate she had woven, he immediately activated his mythological talent, the Book of All Laws. He directly released all the 10-ring superdimensional magic stored within it. In the next second, 8 huge meteors shimmering with eerie red light appeared almost simultaneously. They rapidly struck towards Rose Spider Queen. If she were in a normal state, Rose Spider Queen would not fear this kind of attack. Whether it was detonating in advance or evading, she could easily block it without any harm. But now, it was different. Before she could calm down the uncontrollable divine power burning within her, Rose Spider Queen had no ability to move or cast divine arts. She could only watch as these 8 huge meteors struck her. Boom. 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 Accompanied by 8 earth-shattering explosions, Rose Spider Queen, who was under attack, couldn't help but let out an extremely painful and mournful howl. As a magic specifically created to slaughter gods, the Marlowe meteor burst attack was completely real damage to divine beings. It could almost ignore the extraordinary resistance possessed by the gods themselves. Its effect on gods could almost rival that of an 11-ring magic. If it weren't for the shadow magic web, a high-level divine artifact, protecting her, these 8 Marlowe meteor bursts would be enough to completely take out Rose Spider Queen. However, even so, Rose Spider Queen in her transformed state also suffered extremely heavy injuries. Her aura was weakened more than tenfold compared to before. Stellar fireworks. Seeing that the Rose Spider was still alive after being hit so hard, Ren didn't hesitate to continue using the Book of 10,000 Laws, releasing the 11th ring of magic stored within it. He went in for the kill. A tremendously powerful surge of magic energy rose up. The next second, a small star with a diameter of 100 kilometers, pulsating with scorching flames, appeared in front of the Rose Spider. Under the gaze of the Rose Spider, this small star rapidly collapsed inward. After collapsing to the extreme, a small black hole appeared. Just as it appeared, the Rose Spider, in its rigid state, was enveloped by its immensely powerful gravitational pull. It quickly moved towards the black hole. No. Leaving behind a resentful roar of unwillingness, the Rose Spider completely disappeared into the black hole. Finally, it's over. Feeling the complete dissipation of the presence of the Rose Spider, Ren breathed a sigh of relief. He had played all his cards. If he couldn't handle this incarnation of the Rose Spider, he could only choose to flee in the floating city. Having successfully defeated the Rose Spider, Ren didn't rush to leave, but continued to move towards the upper interface. 0, seeking flowers. After all, the spoils hadn't been collected yet. The shadow magic web carried by the incarnation of the Rose Spider was inside the black hole. Being a high-level divine artifact, it should be impossible for a small black hole to erase it. 10 minutes later, under the self-repair of the starry realm space, the small black hole formed by the spell quickly dissipated. A somewhat broken dark gray net-like artifact revealed itself from within. As for the Rose Spider Queen's incarnation, she has completely disappeared without a trace. Obviously, she has been completely ground and devoured by the black hole. Using spatial manipulation abilities, open a spatial portal and take hold of that shadow demon web. After collecting the spoils of war, Ren continued to pilot the floating city with a joyful mood, continuing towards the upper-level interface. This time, the journey was smooth, with no other unexpected occurrences. Several hours later, passing through a peculiar space-time membrane, Ren successfully entered the upper-level interface area. According to the information Ren collected before setting off, there are 7 vast and boundless superdimensional planes in the upper-level interface. They are Shi Wai Taiwan, Paradise on Earth, Tian Tang Shan, Heavenly Mountain, Shuangxing Tian Tang, Twin Paradise, Jile Ji Jing, Blissful Realm, Manzhou Wangye, Savage Beast Wilderness, Xiren Yuenya, Natural Wilderness, and Use Flower Garden. Generally speaking, gods will choose a plane to settle in based on their preferences. As for Ren, naturally, he would choose the plane with the most goddesses. After all, his golden finger requires marrying highly talented women and having them bear children in order to exert its maximum effect. Those elegant, beautiful, and powerful goddesses are naturally the best targets. There are quite a few goddesses settled in each of the 7 planes. But, the place with the most female divine beings should be the Use Flower Garden. Recalling the information he had collected before, Ren thought to himself. Use Flower Garden. As the name suggests, it is a beautiful natural plain filled with a vast number of magical flowers. The scenery is extremely magnificent. Coupled with the fact that there are no major divine factions in Use Flower Garden, it is very free. Therefore, most goddesses who have not joined any divine factions choose to settle in the Use Flower Garden plain. Over time, Use Flower Garden has become the place with the most female divine beings among the 7 upper-level planes. Thinking of this, Ren did not hesitate to pilot the floating city towards the Use Flower Garden plain. 10,000. Chapter 286 Shocking the Gods and Opening Up the Kingdom of God. While on the road to Ren, Upper-level interface Sure Why Taiyuan Plain. How is this possible? That newly ascended deity actually won? And successfully killed the incarnation of the Rose Spider Queen? I'm not dreaming, am I? The gods who were observing the battle between Ren and the Rose Spider Queen through divine arts were stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They never expected that the battle would end like this. The newly ascended deity they didn't have much faith in became the winner of this great war. And the feared evil deity, the Rose Spider Queen, instead, suffered heavy losses. An incarnation of a deity was annihilated. Even the high-level divine artifact, the Shadow Demon Web, became the spoils of that new deity. If they hadn't witnessed the entire battle process with their own eyes, they really wouldn't dare to believe that a newly ascended deity could have such powerful strength. It seems that the upper-level interface is about to have another 867 powerful deity rise. Coming back to their senses, the thoughts of the gods all echoed in their minds. To have such formidable strength right after being enshrined as a deity, it was enough to prove the potential of this new deity. As long as they don't die prematurely. Achieving powerful divine power is a high probability event. Thinking of this, many gods couldn't help but sigh, feeling a sense of regret in their hearts. If they had known that the newly ascended deity was so powerful, they should have lent a helping hand and made friends with them earlier. Who knows, they might have been able to hitch a ride on their success in the future. Unfortunately, they missed such a perfect opportunity. Not long after, this matter spread among the circles of gods in the upper-level plane. There was no way. There were too many gods who witnessed this great battle with their own eyes. Coupled with the news of the newly ascended deity killing the incarnation of the Rose Spider Queen, it was already explosive in itself. Naturally, the spread speed was incredibly fast. In just a few days, all the gods knew that a powerful new god had arrived in the upper realm. Unbeknownst to them, the newcomer, Ren, had gained quite a reputation in the upper realm. At the same time, in contrast to the upper realm, there was the lower realm. The endless abyss, the deep pit demon web plane. This is where the kingdom of the Spider Queen, Rose, is located. The terrain here is dominated by pits and holes. Countless spider-like monsters inhabit this place. As far as the eye can see, there are sticky spider webs everywhere. Like a demonic lair. Very eerie. And at this moment, Ren, I will definitely cut off your head, extinguish your divine fire, and soak your soul in the river of the underworld for billions of years. A roar filled with endless resentment suddenly resounded, echoing throughout the deep pit demon web plane. Obviously, the main body of the Spider Queen, Rose, located deep within the deep pit demon web plane, had sensed the complete demise of her incarnation. This failure has deeply hurt her. The destruction of the divine incarnation. And the loss of a high-level divine artifact. So far, this is the first time she has suffered such a big loss. Without exaggeration, it will take hundreds of years to recover. In addition to the old grudge from before, the hatred in the heart of the Spider Queen towards Ren has reached its limit. The priority of revenge is second only to her hatred for the elf supreme god, Kellen. Of course, even though she is filled with anger, the Spider Queen still maintains a trace of reason. She does not intend to send out any more incarnations to intercept and kill Ren, because she only has one incarnation left. Before the other two destroyed divine incarnations can be reformed. If this incarnation is also destroyed, unless she is willing to take the enormous risk of complete downfall and step out of the divine realm in her true form. Otherwise, for a long period of time in the future, she will lose the ability to directly interfere with the outside world. This is something she absolutely cannot tolerate. Therefore, the Spider Queen, Rose, chooses to temporarily abandon the idea of retaliating against Ren. She goes into hiding, waiting for a better opportunity to strike. P.S. The number of divine incarnations is influenced by the divine realm. For every advancement in the realm, a divine being can condense one more incarnation. A weak divine power can condense one incarnation, a lower-level divine power can condense two incarnations, and so on. I don't know what the Spider Queen, Rose, is thinking. At this moment, Ren is piloting the floating city, heading towards the Josephine Garden Plain. The Josephine Garden is located in the southeast region of the upper-level plain. It is not very far from Ren's current location. The floating city flies at full speed for 5 days. A vast plain filled with a natural and harmonious atmosphere appears before Ren's eyes. From the outside, the Josephine Garden Plain seems to be enveloped by a huge crystal membrane bubble that cannot be seen to its end at a glance. This crystal membrane bubble is oval-shaped. Its surface emits a soft green glow, like a green sun. The first impression it gives is full of vitality. Very vibrant. Without wasting any time, Ren commands the spirit in the tower to continue moving the floating city into the Josephine Garden Plain, accompanied by a burst of blue light. The massive and majestic floating city instantly enters a state of spatial jump, disappearing into this starry region. The world changes. The next second, the scenery around the floating city transforms from the starry sky into a thriving land. Lush green grass, countless dazzling and magical flowers, emitting a strong magical aura, grow wildly on this land, forming an endless sea of flowers that cannot be seen to its end. Even the air is filled with a delightful floral fragrance. So beautiful. It's truly magnificent. The first time seeing such a beautiful scenery, Janice and others couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Their anticipation for the future life grew stronger. There's no way around it. The environment of the Joseph Garden Plain is just too beautiful. It looks like a dreamlike fairyland, enough to conquer the heartstrings of every woman. Accompanying their wives, they enjoyed the scenery in front of them for a while. And then, Ren began to command the tower spirit to control the floating city and search for areas with a stronger concentration of cosmic order forces, preparing to establish his own divine kingdom here. However, such places are obviously not easy to find. Most of the good places have already been occupied by the gods who arrived earlier. It took nearly half a month. Ren finally found a satisfactory location. It is a large and remote canyon. There are waterfalls and streams in the canyon. On both sides of the coast, there are many magic flowers similar to roses. Very beautiful. Most importantly, this giant canyon is located at a node of the cosmic order force flow network. This force node may have just emerged not long ago. Therefore, there are no established gods occupying it. The natural cosmic order force emitted is also very strong. After discovering this treasure land, Ren definitely couldn't let it go, decisively taking the initiative and putting it in his pocket. Let his wives and children stay in the floating city for now. Ren, alone, walked into the canyon, found the position of the cosmic order force node. Then, Ren took out the world seed, a primeval artifact he obtained from the system a long time ago, from the spatial ring, and activated the perfect divine kingdom construction method he obtained along with it. Started to establish his own divine kingdom. Chapter 287 The Power of the Perfect Kingdom of God and the Establishment of the Bright Church. With the operation of the perfect divine country construction method, Ren consciousness entered a chaotic void of darkness. This is the internal space inherent to the world seed. Currently, it is in its original state before the world's creation. Next, he needs to drive this primitive space to evolve rapidly, becoming a true dimensional world. This process cannot have the slightest mistake. Otherwise, it is very likely to create an extremely unstable and broken world. Not to mention the low growth potential of such a divine country. It also requires a large amount of divine power to maintain. It is completely a waste. In fact, many newly ascended gods have fallen into this trap. Their own divine power is consumed in maintaining the divine country, resulting in an extremely slow promotion speed. However, Ren does not have this worry. After obtaining the perfect divine country construction method, he is completely familiar with how to establish a divine country. This kind of situation is impossible to occur. Let's begin. Taking a deep breath, Ren immediately started to act according to the steps in the perfect divine construction method, continuously consuming divine power to refine this world seed. Generally speaking, treasures of this level have extremely strong spirituality. Refining them is not easy. But the world seed in Ren's hands, perhaps due to a system reward, faced Ren refining without any instinctive resistance, but rather was very obedient. In this situation, Ren refining progress advanced by leaps and bounds. In less than half a day, he successfully completely refined the world seed. At the moment of completion of the refining, Ren felt that his control over the chaotic space within the world seed had reached its peak. He could freely manipulate every part of the chaotic space, every strand of energy. Almost omnipotent. Without immersing himself in this mighty power. After adapting to this strange state, Ren immediately began the next step. I say, let there be light. As this voice filled with supreme authority resounded, the void in dark chaotic space immediately responded, giving birth to the first ray of light. This ray of light rapidly expanded, like the sun, dispelling darkness and bringing forth brightness. Under the illumination of this initial light, the entire unchanging chaotic space began to undergo inexplicable changes. As if coming alive. Without any pause, Ren continued his work of creating the world. Like a god of creation. With every command, corresponding things would appear within the primal space of the world seed. With the continuous appearance of these things, the chaos of the primal space began to dissipate, transforming into various elemental energies. These elements collided and intertwined, gradually evolving into a silent yet vast dimensional world. But it didn't end there. Seeing the successful creation of the world, Ren immediately utilized the knowledge of the perfect divine kingdom construction method. Using his authority as the god of creation, weaving the chains of divine laws, setting up spatial barriers, repairing dimensional laws. 1 month later, Ren successfully created a divine kingdom that perfectly suited himself. Using the world seed, the primordial artifact, and the perfect divine kingdom construction method. This top-tier configuration made Ren divine kingdom far surpass the divine kingdoms of other weak gods and spirits. Just after its creation, Ren divine kingdom reached the level of a medium-sized dimensional plane, with an area of over 10 million square kilometers. You see, for gods with weak divine power, the level of their created divine kingdoms is generally at the small-sized dimensional plane level. And having an area of 500,000 square kilometers is already considered excellent. You can imagine. The difference between a perfect divine kingdom and an ordinary divine kingdom is immense. And this is just in terms of area. The differences in other aspects are even greater. The perfect divine kingdom has balanced elements, perfect rules, and extremely strong spatial barriers. Its potential for evolution is enormous. It doesn't even require Ren to invest divine power to maintain it. It can autonomously draw on void energy and continue to grow. Still able to perform void movement. As for ordinary divine realms, whether it is to maintain their own existence or advance to higher plane levels, they require a large amount of divine power from the gods. If they want to move their location, they would need to expend a large amount of divine power to relocate. Otherwise, they simply cannot move. Comparing the two, the perfect divine realm completely overwhelms the ordinary divine realms. As for the most important aspects of safety and defensive power, there is no need to mention them. In an ordinary divine realm, being in it, one can at most withstand a god who is 1 realm higher. In the perfect divine realm, one can withstand an existence that is 2 realms higher. With the perfect divine realm as a barrier, even if I encounter an invasion from a god with medium divine power, I can expel them. Feeling the strength of the perfect divine realm, Ren suddenly feels a sense of security. Unless those main gods with powerful divine power personally come to attack. Otherwise, his divine realm is as stable as Mount Tai. Even if the Rose Spider Queen goes crazy and sends her medium divine power main body, he doesn't need to worry. Coming back to his senses, Ren unfolds his newly established perfect divine realm. Buzz. 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 Accompanied by intense temporal changes. The spatial dimensions of the divine realm and the Josephine Garden Plain overlap in this area, with the giant valley as the center. The land within a radius of over 10 million kilometers is transformed into Ren divine realm territory. Everything inside is under Ren control. In this area, Ren has almost unlimited authority. After the complete overlap of the temporal dimensions with the Josephine Garden Plain, the perfect divine realm automatically absorbs the energy from this area to strengthen itself. With the support of a large amount of cosmic order primal force, the size of the divine realm increases at a visible speed. If this continues, in less than 100 years, Ren divine realm will be promoted from a medium-sized plane to a large-sized plane. Satisfied, he nods. Ren once again uses his authority to create a grand and majestic group of buildings in the center of the divine realm. This will be his new home for him, his wife, and their children. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. During this time, Ren has been very busy. In addition to renovating and improving his newly established divine kingdom, he also has to gather the incarnations of gods for future exploration of the outside world, while guiding the descendants of the Habsburg family on the Roland continent and forming his own church. Although the system allows him to steadily gain divine power from his descendants, establishing a church and developing followers undoubtedly brings additional benefits. Moreover, every deity establishes their own church, except for him. That would be too conspicuous. Without a church, without followers, his divinity will ascend quickly. Such a strange and abnormal phenomenon will definitely attract the attention and scrutiny of other deities. At that time, there will surely be a large number of deities joining forces to attack his divine kingdom and force him to reveal his secrets. To avoid such a situation, it is necessary for 307 to establish a church and develop followers. Even if it's not for the sake of divine power, it can serve as a cover. Therefore, apart from strongly encouraging the descendants to strive to have children and stay on the Roland continent, Ren also specifically selects a group of descendants to bestow divine magic upon, allowing them to establish the Church of Light for the development of believers. As for the doctrine, Ren directly references the God's Church, which has followers all over the world in his previous life. He modifies its doctrine to suit the Church of Light as a localized version. After 3 months of organization, a new sect that worships the God of Light emerges on the Roland continent. Due to Ren himself managing the province of Lances and its surrounding provinces for several hundred years, he has unparalleled prestige. The missionary work of the Church of Light goes very smoothly. Soon, a group of believers is gathered. The number is quite large, with tens of thousands of people. Although the majority of them are loosely affiliated believers with weak faith, there are also quite a few devout believers among them. There are over 3,000 of them, to be exact. This is almost equivalent to the achievements of other weak divine beings in hundreds of years of development. A super dreamlike start. If word gets out, it will definitely make those weak divine beings who are struggling to develop their believers extremely jealous. P.S. The levels of faith, from low to high, are as follows: general believers, shallow believers, true believers, fanatical believers, and saints. The higher the level of faith, the more concentrated and pure the provided power of faith. The power of faith provided by a saint can match that of 10 million general believers. P.S. The levels of planes, from low to high, are as follows: semi-plane, small-scale plane, medium-scale plane, large-scale plane, gigantic plane, and primary material plane. The higher the level of the plane, the more perfect the laws, and the stronger and more stable the spatial barriers. At the same time, the internal area is also larger. Chapter 288 Comprehend the Law of Space, the Divine Artifact Burning Heaven Holy Sword. Of course, even though the affairs are busy, Ren will not forget to sew for his wives. Under his 3 months of hard work and cultivation, Princess Aisha, Melita, and Lifa have all become pregnant. As for the other wives, it is estimated that they will be soon as well. Besides this good news, there is also a big celebration. After more than a year of pregnancy, 9 wives, including Valkyrie, Freyna, and Althea, are about to give birth. With the life water bottle, a resource-type artifact that can continuously produce the fountain of life, Ren directly uses the fountain of life as the daily drinking water for his wives. In this situation, the development speed of the fetuses in the wives' bellies is naturally much faster than before. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 months will be able to give birth to all. Half a month later, Freyna, Tina, Layla, and Murphy gave birth successively. They gave birth to offspring of Ren. Detected the birth of the 346th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is legendary, the fighting spirit aptitude is legendary, and the hidden bloodline is Stellar Dragon, already awakened, bloodline purity 20%, naturally possessing powerful talents such as sun protection and Stellar Dragon scales. It is evaluated as diamond level, with a reward of 1,500 drops of divine power and a plus 30% comprehension of the healing law. Detected the birth of the 347th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is legendary, the fighting spirit aptitude is subgod, and the hidden bloodline is Stellar Dragon, already awakened, bloodline purity 76%, naturally possessing powerful talents such as Stellar Dragon Body, Stellar Dragon Scales, and Stellar Breath. It is evaluated as dawn level, with a reward of 7,000 drops of divine power, plus 10% comprehension of the spatial law, and an artifact upgrade card. Detected the birth of the 348th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic, the fighting spirit aptitude is legendary, and the hidden bloodline is stellar dragon, already awakened, bloodline purity 18%, naturally possessing powerful talents such as sun protection and stellar dragon scales. It is evaluated as diamond level, with a reward of 1,500 drops of divine power and plus 20% comprehension of the flame law. Detected the birth of the 349th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic, the fighting spirit aptitude is epic, and the hidden bloodline is stellar dragon, not awakened, bloodline purity 1%. It is evaluated as platinum level, with a reward of 10,000 system currency. 4 children. 1 dawn level, 2 diamond levels, and 1 platinum level. No need to say much about that platinum level offspring, due to the system's evaluation being lower than diamond level. All rewards are converted into system currency and distributed. The other 3 children have provided Ren with quite generous rewards. 10,000 drops of divine power, 30% comprehension of the healing rule, 20% comprehension of the flame rule, 10% comprehension of the spatial rule, and a divine artifact upgrade card. Among these 5 rewards, Ren values the 10% comprehension of the spatial rule and the divine artifact upgrade card the most. The spatial rule is at the pinnacle of many rules. Its power is undeniable. If he can condense the spatial divine profession, it will definitely greatly enhance his strength, even allowing his mythical level talent, spatial manipulation, to evolve. And as for the divine artifact upgrade card, according to the information provided by the system, its function is to elevate a designated semi-divine artifact to a divine artifact. The power and rarity of divine artifacts need not be mentioned. Even the lowest grade divine artifact requires a large amount of rare materials and hundreds of thousands of drops of divine power to forge. Most weak divine power holders don't even have a low-grade divine artifact. But this divine artifact upgrade card can elevate a semi-divine artifact to a divine artifact. Its value can be imagined. This reward is also very useful for Ren. After all, he currently only has 2 divine artifacts. One of them is a resource-type divine artifact. If he can add another combat-type divine artifact, it will definitely take Ren's combat power to the next level. Very good. Nodding in satisfaction, Ren eagerly chooses to claim the reward. The next second, 10,000 drops of divine power merge into Ren's divine essence. After breaking through the 32nd stage, the amount of divine power required to increase the divine essence level has increased even more. These divine powers probably only fill 1/5 of the divine space. In other words, there are still 190,000 drops of divine power needed to advance to the next level. Advancement is becoming increasingly difficult. Feeling this, Ren decided that he must double his efforts in the future. Marry more goddesses, have more high aptitude offspring. Otherwise, by the time he reaches the later stages, it is feared that it will take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to advance one level. After the fusion of divine power, next is the law. Countless information about healing, fire, and space laws merge into his mind. However, due to the low comprehension of these laws, after absorbing all of them, Ren's strength did not show any significant improvement. Regarding this, Ren doesn't mind. After all, this is normal. When these laws condense into divine positions, that's when they truly come into play. Lastly, there is the upgrade card for the artifact. As a white light shines, a card engraved with divine runes, with various knives, guns, and swords imprinted on its surface, appears before Ren. Obviously, this thing is the artifact upgrade card. As for how to use this upgrade card, there is no need to think too much, because Ren already has the Sun God Sword in his hand, which is a semi-divine artifact. Without hesitation, Ren picked up the red metal card and used it on the Sun God Sword. In the next second, a surge of liquid energy carrying the power of the world's fundamental laws appeared out of thin air, enveloping the Sun God Sword. Buzz. 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 Under the immersion of this fundamental energy, the Sun God Sword immediately emitted a pleasant sword hum. Its material and the runic symbols engraved inside were visibly changing, transforming into a higher level. One day later, this liquid fundamental energy was completely depleted. A divine sword surrounded by light and fire emerged from it. Just looking at it, it gave people a scorching sensation as if their souls were being burned to ashes. Taking it in hand, Ren automatically obtained specific information about this new weapon. Heaven Incinerating Sword, low-grade divine artifact. Basic attributes. Sharpness, 32,000. Toughness, 25,900. Durability, never wears out. Passive effects. Power of Light. When holding this sword and using light attribute divine arts below 3rd rank, power increases by 5 times. Above 3rd rank, power amplification ranges from 0% to 100%. The higher the rank of the divine art, the worse the effect. Heavenly Fire. When holding this sword, each successful attack can inflict heavenly fire on the enemy. Every 10 heavenly fires can cause damage equivalent to a 2nd rank fire attribute divine art. Soul Burning Flame. Each attack with this sword can inflict a flame attack equivalent to a super 9th ring magic on the enemy's soul. Triggerable divine arts. Annihilation Ray, 2nd rank divine art, unleashes the power of the solar laws, condensing a flame ray with a temperature of up to 1 billion degrees to inflict fire attribute law damage on a designated enemy. Light of Destruction, 3rd rank divine art, unleashes the power of the solar and light laws, slashing out a sword aura with the power to annihilate everything. Its power is enough to threaten gods with weak divine powers. Can be used once a month. Wrath of Heaven Incineration, 4th rank divine art, at the cost of shattering this divine artifact, summons endless solar divine fire to turn everything into ashes. Its power is so immense that it can turn a small plane into nothingness. Chapter 289 The Sun Chariot that forces Grauman, mythical talent time incarnation. I'm going. Browsing through the weapon information in his mind, Ren couldn't help but curse. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect such a huge change in the upgrade of this batch of weapons, especially the Sun God Sword. All aspects of its attributes have made a leap in improvement. Not to mention the power has increased 100-fold. It also comes with 3 powerful divine arts. Among them, the 4th order divine art called Wrath of the Burning Sky is particularly powerful. It can instantly turn a small plane into nothingness. The destructive power is so strong that even weak gods and divine beings probably can't withstand it. To put it bluntly, this artifact has given him another ace in the hole. His combat power has instantly made a leap in improvement. This is a blood-earning wave. Ren's face was full of joy. Such a powerful low-grade artifact. It is definitely the best among low-grade artifacts. Holding this burning sky holy sword in his hand. Even without using the floating city, he had confidence in contending with weaker gods and deities. In the blink of an eye. Another month had passed. Following Fulanatina and others. Valkatai and the 5 daughters also successfully gave birth to Ren offspring. Detected the birth of the host's 350th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is sub-god level, the fighting spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, Dark Knight Dragon, a combination of the Zwar Elf and the Stellar Dragon bloodline, naturally possessing talents such as Night Guardian, Shadow Dragon Scales, and Dark Dragon Breath. Evaluation, Dawn level. Reward, 7,000 drops of divine power, comprehension of spatial laws plus 10%, divine grade talent upgrade card. Detected the birth of the host's 351st child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is low-level god, the fighting spirit aptitude is sub-267 god. Hidden bloodline, Stellar Dragon, already awakened, naturally possessing talents such as Stellar Dragon Body, Stellar Dragon Scales, and Stellar Breath. Evaluation, Starry level. Reward, 20,000 drops of divine power, comprehension of spatial laws plus 30%, medium-grade divine artifact, Sun Chariot. Detected the birth of the host's 352nd child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is sub-god level, the fighting spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, Stellar Dragon, already awakened, bloodline purity 80%, naturally possessing talents such as Stellar Sun Crown, Stellar Dragon Scales. Evaluation, Dawn level. Reward, 7,000 drops of divine power, comprehension of fire laws plus 50%, top-tier family blessing, super energy. Perhaps it was the favor of the goddess of luck. Or perhaps it was because the wives had been drinking the fountain of life for a long time, improving the aptitude of the fetuses. The quality of this wave of babies was quite high. 5 children. 1 at the starry level, 2 at the dawn level, and 2 at the diamond level. In this situation, the rewards given by the system were naturally very generous. The 5 children provided a total of 37,000 drops of divine power to Ren, as well as a 40% comprehension of spatial laws. And the divine grade talent upgrade card, the medium-grade divine artifact, Sun Chariot, and the top-tier family blessing, super energy, these 3 highly valuable rewards. There's no need to say much about the divine power and comprehension of spatial laws. And there's nothing much to say about the divine grade talent upgrade card either. He had already obtained it several times before. The effect is to elevate a designated talent quality to the mythological level. Skip these 3 rewards. Ren shifted his attention to the rewards of the medium divine artifact, Sun Chariot, and the top family blessing, Super Energy. Among them, the medium quality divine artifact is his main focus. After all, this is the first time he has obtained such a high-quality divine artifact from the system. According to the information provided by the system, the medium divine artifact, Sun Chariot, is made entirely of the law divine gold born from the sun's core. For low-level divine beasts with a strength of 30th rank are responsible for pulling it. Its speed is as fast as light, able to cross hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant. It is surrounded by the eternal sun divine fire, driving this chariot into battle. It is like the sun soaring in the sky. Unstoppable, invincible. Even with the most simple and brutal collision attack, it can crush a weak divine being with a faint history. The power of such a strong divine artifact indicates its high value. Only a Star Radiance level heir can obtain this level of reward. It is definitely a big explosion. And the top family blessing, Super Energy, is also impressive. The effect of this blessing is to increase the kidney function of all members of the Habuz family tenfold. At the same time, the success rate of impregnation is increased tenfold. In simple terms, this is a group-type super fertility buff. After obtaining this talent, the population growth rate of the Habuz family will undoubtedly skyrocket. You see, with the system mechanism, each descendant of the offspring can provide Ren with a drop of divine power every year. In other words, the larger the population of the Habuz family, the greater Ren's income. The faster his strength will rise. In this situation, the value of the top family blessing, Super Energy, to Ren is no less than that of some higher-level divine artifacts. Claim the reward. With an excited mood, Ren chose to claim the reward without hesitation. The next second, 37,000 drops of divine power merged into Ren's divinity. Combined with the divine power harvested from the offspring of the Habuz family not long ago, approximately 1/5 of the divinity space was filled. To advance to the 33rd rank, another 160,000 drops of divine power are needed. After the fusion of divine power was completed, next was the comprehension of the laws. Countless mysteries about the laws of space merged into his mind. He absorbed them all. Ren comprehension of the laws of space reached 50%. Only 50% more and he would be able to condense the spatial divine position. Ren looked forward to it. As for the blessing from the top family, the Super Energy, it had already taken effect during the fusion of divine power. Ren felt that his originally strong waist had been upgraded once again, becoming a super cannon. Lastly, there were the divine grade talent upgrade card and the medium grade artifact, the Sun War Chariot, accompanied by a dazzling divine light. A dark purple card engraved with law inscriptions and a golden chariot surrounded by the corona of the sun appeared before Ren's eyes. Ignoring the divine grade talent upgrade card that he had obtained several times before, Ren's gaze was completely captivated by the Sun War Chariot. There was no way around it. The appearance of this artifact was truly cool. 4 horses shining with the radiance of the sun were pulling the chariot in front. The body of the chariot was entirely golden. Every part was engraved with ancient and sacred sun patterns. There was also a halo similar to the corona of the sun surrounding it. It looked full of a sacred and noble aura. If one were to drive this artifact war chariot, it would definitely be full of style. Just like seeing a top sports car in a previous life. Ren couldn't help but sit on it and experience it. Drive. Standing at the front of the chariot, Ren held the reins and gave the command to move forward. Low, low, low. Low, low, low. Receiving the command, the 4 sun horses let out an excited neigh and started running together. The next second, the Sun War Chariot instantly turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, continuously shuttling through the sky. From a distance, it seemed as if there was an extra wandering sun in the sky. Such a big commotion. Janice and the others who were taking care of the children were instantly alarmed. However, seeing that the defense mechanism of the Divine Kingdom has not been triggered, they knew that the extra sun must have been created by their own husband. They found that their wife and children had also come out. Ren did not eat alone either. He controlled the sun chariot and descended from the sky, allowing his wife and children to also experience it. After having their fill of excitement, Ren returned to his own temple and then remembered that he still had a divine grade talent upgrade card that he hadn't used yet. As for how to use this upgrade card, Ren quickly had an idea. As a deity, unless it was absolutely necessary, his true form must remain within the divine kingdom, walking the mortal world as an incarnation of a god. But as a deity with weak divine power, the incarnation of a god that he could condense was one realm lower than himself, with only half the strength of a divine grade. And there was only one. This clearly did not meet his needs. In this situation, naturally, he had to obtain a talent that could meet this requirement. The legendary talent, Future Avatar, happened to fit. Since ascending to the level of a deity, this legendary talent, which had contributed greatly to him multiple times, could no longer take effect. If it could be elevated to the level of a myth, this talent would definitely be able to regain its vitality, once again providing him with a great deal of assistance. Thinking of this, Ren decisively used the divine grade talent upgrade card on the Future Avatar talent. The next second, a special energy carrying the breath of the laws of the world's origin appeared in his mind. Under the influence of this energy of the world's origin, the collective entity representing the Future Avatar talent quickly derived more law runes, becoming even more profound and mysterious. About 10 hours later, this energy was completely exhausted. At the moment when the talent upgrade was completed, Ren automatically obtained the specific information of the new talent. Time Incarnation, Mythical Talent. Effect: you are the guardian of time. You can use the power of time to connect with the future, thereby keeping your divine incarnation and true form's strength consistent. Chapter 290, Condensing the Incarnation of the Sun, the Unknown God Visits. Perfect. Browsing through the gifted information in his mind, Ren nodded in satisfaction. This mythical talent perfectly suited his needs. It allowed his divine incarnation to possess the same strength as his true self. In this way, he would no longer need to worry about the insufficient strength of his incarnation. I wonder if there is a limit to the number of time incarnations with this talent. Coming back to his senses, Ren thought of another crucial question. If there is no limit to this talent, when he ascends to a powerful divine power and can condense 4 divine incarnations, he alone would be equivalent to 5 powerful divine level main gods. Coupled with his perfect divine nature, which can bear twice the number of divine duties, his own strength would far surpass that of powerful divine power. The scene is simply too beautiful. He would truly beat down anyone who disobeys and push aside all the gods. However, it shouldn't be too far-fetched. This is just an ordinary mythical level talent. To achieve that kind of effect, I would need to upgrade it once more and elevate it to the highest level talent. Ren shook his head, thinking very rationally. However, even so, it would be enough. Compared to other gods, this mythical level talent would give him a significant advantage. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this time, the Church of Light, which Ren was worshipped by, had made significant progress. With the full support of the Habuz family, the Temple of the Church of Light flourished within the Habuz family's territory. They managed to carve a path amidst the encirclement of numerous gods' beliefs. They gathered over 1 million followers. Although most of the faith was not devout, the number of truly devout believers reached over 50,000. The power of faith provided to Ren each month could convert into approximately 2,000 drops of divine power. After deducting the divine power consumed by granting spells to the followers each month, he could net 1,500 li. It may not seem like much, not as fast as gaining divine power through childbirth, but it excelled in being a steady stream. The basic divine power reward for obtaining a diamond-level successor is achieved within a month. In a year, it would be 12 successors. If the number of followers increases significantly, the monthly divine power income can continue to rise. Tasting the sweetness from it, naturally, Ren would encourage the descendants of the Bright Church to increase their missionary efforts. However, the effect is not very good, because the easily developed followers have already been developed. To continue to expand and increase the size of the followers, it is necessary to snatch from other gods. And other gods are not pushovers. Naturally, they would not allow the Bright Church to take away their followers. They even secretly join forces to hinder the rapid development of the Bright Church. In this situation, The development of the Bright Church's followers suddenly encountered a significant setback. Seeing the trend of the Bright Church becoming a target of public criticism, Ren made a very rational choice to stop the expansion of the Bright Church. Deepen the existing followers. Convert more casual and shallow believers into true believers, in order to increase the amount of faith power provided each month. As for having the Habuz family personally drive out all the other churches within the territory of the 3 provinces, this approach is simply suicidal. These churches are respectively under the jurisdiction of more than 10 powerful gods, hundreds of medium-level gods, and hundreds of weak gods. If the Habuz family dares to do so, I'm afraid they will be wiped out by these gods in just 2 days. Even he cannot withstand the anger of so many powerful gods. Therefore, Ren made a very wise choice to temporarily avoid the limelight, developing in a sneaky manner. Anyway, he has more than one way to obtain divine power. Whether it is giving birth to children or encouraging successors to have offspring, he can obtain great divine power, even if the development of the Bright Church is temporarily delayed. The speed of his strength advancement will not be greatly affected. Under Ren encouragement, the Habuz family, blessed with super energy, has recently experienced a significant baby boom. More than 1,000 newborns have been added. Nowadays, the population of the Habuz family has reached nearly 6,000. Plus, there are still many pregnant women who have not given birth. Expected by the end of this year, the population of the Habuz family is expected to exceed 10,000. In other words, this year, Ren can obtain over 10,000 drops of divine power from the Habuz family. During the rapid development of the Habuz family and the Church of Light, Ren himself is not idle either. While busy condensing his own divine incarnation, he is also working hard to impregnate his wives. He also occasionally meets his 2 lovers on the Roland continent. Under his unremitting efforts, Hilsha, Isabella, and 19 other wives have all become pregnant. Even the condensation of the divine incarnation is nearing completion. On this day, inside the central temple of the divine realm, Ren uses a special technique to continuously inject a large amount of divine power into a mass of origin energy that flickers with rune symbols. After reaching a certain limit, Sun incarnation, appear. A flash of light appears in Ren's eyes as he infuses the source of the Sun God's profession into it. The next second, this mass of origin energy erupts with a dazzling sunlight. It continues to change and solidify. Finally, it transforms into a person with a similar appearance to Ren. 0 requests for flowers. The divine incarnation has successfully condensed. Perhaps due to the laws of the sun, the appearance of this sun incarnation is not as handsome as Ren himself, but it is more heroic. The facial lines are more rugged. It looks majestic and sacred. The temperament is as dazzling as the sun. It is eye-catching. It's finally done. Looking at the sun incarnation in front of him, Ren smiles. The reason for choosing the sun god's profession to condense the incarnation. Naturally, it is to match the attributes of the divine artifacts. The divine artifacts in his hands. Whether it is the sun battle armor, the incinerating holy sword, or the sun battle chariot, they are all related to the sun. Only the sun incarnation can maximize the power of these divine artifacts. After successfully condensing the divine incarnation, Ren does not immediately awaken it, because the final step has not been taken. Mythical talent, incarnation of time, activate. Next second. Swoosh. The immense power of time descended from the future, enveloping this sun incarnation. Under the effect of this mythical level talent, the aura of this sun incarnation rose steadily. Soon, it reached the equivalent of the 32nd level of Ren original form. After completing the power enhancement of the sun incarnation, Ren nodded in satisfaction. Under his control, this sun incarnation opened its eyes. Although it is an incarnation, Ren felt no difference in controlling this incarnation compared to his original form. This feeling was extremely mysterious. After completely adapting, Ren equipped all 3 artifacts on the sun incarnation, except for the Fountain of Life and the Shadow Magic Web. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, his original form will always stay in the divine realm and rarely go out. There are not many situations where these battle artifacts are used. In this situation, it is obviously the best choice to let the sun incarnation use them. This way, they can be fully utilized. At worst, When the original form needs them in the future, they can be taken back. In the blink of an eye. Another half a year has passed. During this time, Ren has been staying in the divine realm, focusing on his development. Every day, apart from responding to his followers and bestowing divine magic on priests, he spends time with his wives and children, engaging in some playful activities. During his free time, he takes out the nether scroll, artifact manufacturing scroll, and studies the Kaelet's dendrology. Life is very fulfilling. However, this peaceful and fulfilling life was soon disrupted. On this day, an incarnation of a deity emitting weak divine power fluctuations suddenly visited Ren Divine Realm. Chapter 291 The Astonishment of the Forest Goddess, the Banquet of the Gods? Is someone visiting? Feeling the strong divine power emanating from the foreigner from the divine realm, Ren was also somewhat puzzled. After all, he had only become a god a few years ago. He hadn't made many divine friends yet. Why would such a powerful deity suddenly come to visit him? However, seeing that the other party did not forcefully invade, it should not be an enemy. After thinking about it, Ren did not reject the visitor. With the blessing of the perfect divine realm. Not to mention just an incarnation of a deity with weak divine power. Even an incarnation of a deity with moderate divine power would not be able to harm him. In the absence of any risk, he naturally wanted to see what this suddenly visiting powerful deity wanted from him. Thinking like this, Ren immediately used his absolute control over the divine realm to move his solar incarnation in front of the visiting deity, opening the gates of the divine realm. The solar incarnation, Ren, walked out. A beautiful goddess with emerald green hair and skin as clear as snow appeared before Ren. For 3-3, this goddess was dressed in a light green tight-fitting long dress, showing off her proud figure to the fullest. Her breasts and buttocks were upright and round. Although the curves were not exaggerated, there was a natural beauty that was just right, coupled with the strong natural aura emanating from her. The first impression she gave was very fresh and beautiful. Ren's eyes lit up. However, although this goddess was beautiful and charming, Ren was certain that he did not know her. On the contrary, when the goddess saw Ren, a hint of surprise appeared on her pretty face, as if recognizing Ren. "Are you Ren?" Before Ren could speak, this goddess preemptively asked, "Do you know me?" Upon hearing this, Ren was also a little confused. When did he have any interaction with this unfamiliar goddess? "I am the forest goddess, Ilona. Before you." It seems that Ren's confusion was apparent, and Ilona explained with a smile. Thanks to the notorious reputation of the Queen of Rose Spiders herself. The deeds of Ren previously slaying the incarnation of the Queen of Rose Spiders had long spread among the gods in the higher realms. In this situation, Ren's appearance and identity were naturally no longer a secret. That's exactly it. She recognized Ren at a glance just now. Upon hearing this, Ren felt somewhat helpless and amused. He didn't expect that. Under a twist of fate, by using the reputation of the Queen of Rose Spiders as a stepping stone, he gained quite a bit of fame among the gods in the higher realms. This matter has its pros and cons. The advantage is that with such fame, it becomes much easier to make connections with and flirt with some goddesses. The downside is that it may attract the attention of other powerful gods. After all, a newly ascended god who can accomplish such great things. Even someone using there but can tell that there is tremendous potential. There are definitely many gods attempting to recruit Ren into their own pantheon or interest alliance. That's why, after settling in the Josephine Garden Plain, Ren has been staying in the divine realm, without any interaction with other gods. This has led to the gods who want to recruit Ren not knowing where he is. Otherwise, many gods would have already come looking for him. If they can't recruit him, it's fine for the more normal gods. But some domineering and powerful gods might conflict with Ren. By then, there will definitely be a lot of trouble coming his way. Thinking of this, Ren suddenly felt a headache. However, since things have come to this point, worrying is useless. He can only make more use of his fame and reap some benefits. As for the potential troubles that may arise, he will cross that bridge when he comes to it. After all, he has a perfect divine realm as a defensive barrier. Unless there are 5 or more medium-level gods incarnating or a certain powerful god personally takes action. Otherwise, they won't be able to do anything to him. With such thoughts, Ren's mood instantly calmed down. It's no wonder you were able to kill the rose spider and become a powerful new god right after ascending. Your temperament is truly outstanding. A hint of excitement flashed in Alona's eyes. These were the things Ren could think of. As an old god who had been deified for tens of thousands of years, she naturally wouldn't fail to think of them. Seeing Ren calm down so quickly in the face of such a troublesome situation, her evaluation of him was raised once again. I wonder how much praise this forest goddess has for herself in her heart. Ren collected his thoughts and curiously asked, "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Alona, what brings you here to visit me this time?" Judging from the appearance of this forest goddess earlier, she obviously didn't know that he was the owner of this divine realm. Since that's the case, what is this forest goddess here for? I've come to invite you to a banquet. I personally enjoy lively events and making friends. Therefore, I hold a forest banquet in my own divine realm every year, inviting other friendly gods and nearby neighbors to join. That forest banquet from before. Although I was aware of your existence, your divine realm had just been established and perhaps hadn't yet condensed into godly incarnations, so I didn't come to visit. Alona explained in response. Upon hearing this, Ren nodded, suddenly realizing. So that's how it is. It does make sense. Unless the relationship is so good that there is absolute trust. Otherwise, no god would allow their true form to step into another god's divine realm. After all, if the owner of the divine realm had ill intentions, it would be like serving oneself up on a platter. But it's different with incarnations. Even if they were killed, it wouldn't pose a threat to the true form. They could attend other gods' banquet events without any worries. No problem. I will attend on time. After understanding Alona's intentions, Ren ultimately chose to accept her invitation. Although interacting with other gods might bring trouble, but it's impossible for him to never communicate with other gods for his whole life. You see, he chose to open up a divine realm in the Josephine Garden Plain, with the purpose of being able to marry several goddesses. To have several highly talented offspring. To isolate himself. To not go out and communicate. But then how would he bring those goddesses home? After considering everything, Ren decided to take advantage of the forest goddesses' banquet and integrate into the nearby circle of gods. To lay the foundation for conquering goddesses. To be honest, the forest goddess in front of him is a quite high-quality target. Beautiful, strong. If he could marry her, it is highly likely to give birth to offspring with a talent rating above starry sky level. However, judging from the strength of the god's incarnation, this forest goddess herself is a medium-strength god. And he himself is just a weak-strength god. There is a huge gap in strength between the two. It is almost impossible to marry her. In the group of gods, apart from those goddesses who are kept as pets, other goddesses, even if they really want to get married, mostly only marry gods with a strength rating of 5.2 or higher. Therefore, Ren made a very wise choice to temporarily give up. Wait until his own strength improves. Then launch an attack on this forest goddess. I wonder what plans Ren is already making in his heart on how to win her over. When Ren agreed to attend the banquet she hosted, a bright smile appeared on Alona's pretty face. She was very happy. For a god with such great potential as Ren, she naturally wanted to make friends with him. My divine realm is located more than 20 million kilometers southeast, and the banquet will be held in 1 month. After leaving the location and time of the banquet, Alona also asked Ren to attend the banquet and chat. To display divine arts. The next second, Alona's figure was enveloped in a green light full of vitality. When the light dissipated, Alona had completely disappeared before Ren's eyes. I hope the god's banquet in a month won't disappoint me. A hint of anticipation flashed in Ren's eyes. Chapter 292. The first appearance shocked the gods, and the goddesses welcomed them warmly. 1 month later. The divine banquet hosted by the forest goddess is today. It's about time to set off. Ren, in his original form, sits in the divine realm. A portion of his consciousness controls the incarnation of the sun, driving the sun chariot to soar into the sky. Leaving the divine realm, only to see a sun rising up into the sky. Like a golden rainbow. Flying towards the southeast at an extremely fast speed. The forest goddess's divine realm is over 20 million kilometers away from Ren. It seems very far. In reality, With the terrifying speed of the medium-grade divine artifact, the Sun Chariot. It takes less than 10 minutes to arrive. Since the forest goddess invited Ren to attend the banquet, she gave him temporary permission to enter and exit her divine realm. Therefore, Ren did not stop. Directly driving the Sun Chariot, he entered the forest goddess's divine realm. As soon as he entered, what came into view was a lush green scenery. Everywhere were towering tall trees. These trees formed a huge primeval forest. It seems that there are also many magical beasts and fairies dwelling within, full of natural aura. In addition to this, in the very center of the forest divine realm, there is a supergiant tree that is tens of thousands of meters tall and thousands of kilometers thick. The canopy of this giant tree is like an immensely huge canopy, covering more than half of the divine realm's sky. It looks extremely shocking. At the top of the canopy, one can faintly see palace buildings. Obviously, this giant tree is where the forest goddess resides. Without hesitation, Ren directly drives the Sun Chariot, flying towards that giant tree. At this moment, on the top of the giant tree's palace, many gods who were invited to the banquet had already arrived. There were easily over 100 of them. Many gods who knew each other were gathered in small groups, chatting. As the host of the banquet, the forest goddess was also present, welcoming these esteemed guests who had come from afar. Although the banquet had not yet begun, the atmosphere was already becoming lively. And at this moment, what is that? A god who emitted a faint aura of divine power suddenly widened their eyes and exclaimed. This sudden exclamation immediately caught the attention of the other gods. Following the gaze of this god, the hundreds of gods on the scene also had their pupils shrink, because they saw a dazzling sun in the distance, rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. Its power was unparalleled, capable of easily turning a weak god into ashes. Before the gods could react, that sun had arrived in front of the giant tree palace. Under the gaze of the gods, the true form of the sun was revealed. It was an ancient and sacred dark golden war chariot. And the 4 sun god horses pulling this chariot emitted a faint aura of divine power. Seeing such a grand display, the gods present were extremely shocked. Because the gods invited to the forest goddess's banquet were mostly gods of weak divine power. Only less than 10 of them had a power level above weak divine power. In other words, the majority of the gods present might not even be able to defeat these 4 sun god horses used for pulling the chariot. Such a grand display. Some people actually believed that it was the arrival of powerful gods. In the astonished gazes of all the gods, Ren, wearing the sun battle armor, stepped out of the war chariot. Who is this person? Seeing this unfamiliar face, a question arose in the minds of the gods. Because the powerful deities they are familiar with don't seem to match the one in front of them. And at this moment, under the crown of Ren, welcome your arrival. The forest goddess greeted Ren with a warm and bright smile. Ren? The newly emerged deity who forcefully killed the rose spider and transformed? Upon hearing this name, many deities suddenly realized. Immediately, their gaze towards Ren became eager. This is a strong individual who can directly confront the established middle-tier evil deity right after becoming a deity. As long as he doesn't fall midway, the possibility of reaching the level of a powerful deity in the future is extremely high. If they can befriend him and latch onto his thigh early on, there are only benefits and no drawbacks. The gaze of some goddesses towards Ren became even more dazzling. Handsome, powerful in battle, and limitless potential. This kind of male deity is simply a super treasure. If they can form a union with him, in the future, they might have the opportunity to become a powerful goddess in a powerful deity lineage, respected by all deities. Thinking of this, the gazes of these goddesses towards Ren were about to drip with desire. It seems that my first appearance was very successful. While greeting the forest goddess, Ren secretly observed the surrounding deities. Such a high-profile debut was intentional, of course. He wants to conquer the goddesses and bring them home to have children. To show his best side. Undoubtedly, this can achieve twice the result with half the effort. After all, no matter in which world, those with strength and capital are more likely to win the favor of the opposite sex. Even the goddesses, who are seen as superior and omnipotent by mortals, are no exception to this. It's just that the standards for strength and capital are very high. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Ren entered the palace with the forest goddess by his side. There's no need to say much about what happened next. At the banquet scene, many gods gathered around Ren like stars surrounding the moon. They gathered around Ren. The goddesses who had thoughts about Ren were especially enthusiastic. Ren did not reject any of these passionate and eager goddesses. He chatted fervently with each and every one of them. No one was left out. Of course, not all the gods were equally enthusiastic about Ren. Many gods with proud personalities couldn't let go of their pride and actively befriended Ren, who had recently become a god. There were also some gods who were jealous of Ren being so welcomed by the goddesses. Many of these goddesses were the objects of their pursuit. In this situation, it would be better to kill them than to make them lower their pride and befriend Ren. In fact, if they didn't know that they were no match for Ren, they would have already started planning how to teach Ren a lesson. I don't know what those gods are thinking. Of course, even if Ren knew, he wouldn't care. The opinions of these weak gods about him don't affect anything. He doesn't care at all. It's better to pay attention to these weak gods. It's better to improve his relationship with these goddesses. Marrying a few more goddesses and having children with them is his top priority. P.S. Sorry, today's update is late. I had insomnia yesterday and didn't sleep all night. I went to take a nap at noon. I just woke up not long ago. But don't worry, dear readers and brothers. There will be 3 updates today, just that the update time might be a bit delayed. Chapter 293 The Banquet of the Gods begins, meet the dark girl Ilystri again. That's it. Time passed little by little. Many more deities came afterwards. Seeing Ren, who was being adored by the gods and stars in the palace. These deities were also puzzled about who this unfamiliar face was. However, after learning Ren's identity, most of these deities also joined the ranks. At the banquet, dozens of deities gathered around Ren, engaging in casual conversations. Those who didn't know thought that this divine banquet was Ren's show. Regarding Ren usurping the host behavior, the forest goddess Arona didn't mind. After all, she hosted the banquet purely for the sake of liveliness and making connections with other deities. Several hours later, all the invited deities had arrived at the banquet. The banquet officially began. Compared to mortal banquets, divine banquets were more extravagant. The drinks were divine wine brewed by the god of wine, and the food was cooked from the flesh of various demigods and monsters. There were also numerous incredibly beautiful women dancing gracefully at the center of the banquet. These women were all devout followers of the forest goddess. After death, their souls were drawn into the divine realm of the deities, becoming worshippers and starting a new life, while continuing to serve the deities they believed in. The gods enjoyed drinking and revelry while admiring the dances of the many worshippers. It was quite enjoyable. As the atmosphere of the banquet grew more lively, the gods couldn't help but join in. Many deities paired up and entered the dance floor. And Ren also received enthusiastic invitations from many goddesses. The goddess of dance, Urira, the goddess of song, Salawa, the goddess of springs, Listener. They danced more than 20 dances in a row. Only then did Ren have a moment to rest. Returning to their own seat, Ren drank while admiring the perfect beauty and charm of these goddesses. Admire all the goddesses at the divine banquet. Ren's gaze finally stopped on a beautiful goddess with silver hair and purple skin. His eyes were filled with surprise. He didn't expect that. At this divine banquet, he would actually encounter someone he knew. It was the dark maiden, Ilystri, with whom he had crossed paths long ago. Ilystri, long time no see. Seeing an acquaintance, oh no, a familiar god. Ren immediately went over to greet her. And Ilystri also didn't forget Ren, immediately responding with a smile. Ren, congratulations on your successful ascension to godhood. I've also heard about what happened to you before. As she spoke, a hint of envy flashed in Ilystri's eyes. Because the idea of allowing the noble elves to return to the elven race was seen as a thorn in the side by her mother, Rose Spider Queen. If she could have the formidable strength of Ren, she wouldn't have to fear the threats of her mother, the Rose Spider Queen. She could also save more inherently kind-hearted noble elves from being consumed by the cruel rule of the Rose Spider Queen's priests. Instead of the current situation, where her own safety was uncertain, and the noble elves who believed in her could only hide and seek refuge, evading the pursuit of the Rose Spider Queen's priests. We are friends. If you have any problems, you can come to me for help. Seeing Elise Trite's distress, Ren smiled and spoke. He still had a favorable impression of this kind-hearted and virtuous elven goddess. If possible, he wanted to marry her and have children together. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to choose to help Elise Trite. After all, he had offended the Rose Spider Queen so many times. As long as he could bring the goddess home, he didn't mind doing it a few more times. Thank you for your kindness. Upon hearing this, Elise Trite's heart also warmed. Other than her father, the elven supreme god, Corellon, this was the first time she had seen a deity willing to help her despite the pressure from the Rose Spider Queen. However, despite the gratitude, she, being kind-hearted, did not want to involve Ren. She was well aware of how powerful and cruel her mother, the Spider Queen, was. And she had numerous evil divine allies. Although Ren had once defeated the incarnation of the Spider Queen. But in the end, he was still a newly ascended god. It would be too risky to actively confront a mid-level god like the Spider Queen. She didn't want to drag Ren into it. Upon hearing this, Ren's fondness for Elistri grew even stronger. Such a kind goddess, she was simply the perfect wife. He must marry her. They skipped over this topic. The two of them chatted for a while. And then, Ren couldn't help but ask the question in his heart, Elistri, isn't the elven god realm in the natural wilds plane? How come you? Upon hearing this, a hint of melancholy appeared on Elistri's pretty face. Her red lips slightly parted, as if wanting to speak but hesitating. In strict terms, I am no longer a member of the elven god realm. After a moment of hesitation, perhaps due to her fondness for Ren, or perhaps because she wanted to confide her own grievances to someone, Elistri finally revealed the reason why she settled in the garden of Josephine. Originally, due to the fall and betrayal of her mother, Rose, the elven god realm had suffered heavy losses. Although she did not participate in that major event and firmly stood on the side of her father, the god Corellon. But because her mother was Rose. Therefore, she was inevitably implicated. She was rejected by the other gods of the elven god realm. In this situation, she could only choose to withdraw from the elven god realm and leave the natural wilds plane. She came to settle in the garden of Josephine alone. It has been thousands of years since then. During this time, she was mostly alone. After all, almost all the gods knew that she was despised by the Spider Queen. In order to avoid trouble and being targeted by the Spider Queen, a cunning and ruthless madwoman, the vast majority of deities choose to stay away from her. This also makes her very lonely. As for why she appeared at this banquet, it is because of the invitation from the forest goddess Alona. By chance, she became friends with this powerful forest goddess. Every time a banquet is held, Alona would invite her to come. However, due to the hostility of the Spider Queen Rose, other deities attending the banquet rarely interact with her. She is almost invisible at the banquet. Speaking of which, Ren was the first deity to actively talk to her. I am not afraid of your mother, the Spider Queen. If you want, you can consider me a friend. You are welcome to visit my divine realm at any time. After learning about the tragic experience of this goddess, Good Zhao. A hint of pity flashed in Ren's eyes, and he spoke. Feeling the sincerity in Ren's words, Elisetri, who was in a state of sadness, suddenly felt a strong liking for Ren. When this divine banquet is over, the relationship between Ren and Elisetri jumped from being mere acquaintances to being good friends. Apart from the Dark Maiden Elisetri, he also received invitations from several other goddesses, inviting him to visit their divine realms. Obviously, these goddesses are interested in him. As long as he works a little harder, he will soon be able to win over the first goddess, Thinking of this, Ren's mood became very pleasant. This divine banquet is just right for him. Otherwise, his great career of marrying a goddess would not progress so quickly. The divine banquet ended. He bid farewell to the forest goddess Alona. With a joyful mood, Ren flew towards his own divine realm on the Sun Chariot. Chapter 294 Birth of a Huayu level heir? Artifact set Doomsday Dusk. 6 months later. During this time, Ren responded to the believers every day, granting divine magic, taking care of his pregnant wife, and guiding and educating their children. From time to time, he would manipulate the sun and transform into an invited guest to visit the goddess's divine realms. Occasionally, he would receive a visit from a lister. The days passed by busy and fulfilling. However, his busyness was not in vain. Thanks to Ren efforts, his relationship with the goddesses became even better. Especially with the dance goddess, Urira, and the water goddess, Listener. These two goddesses seemed to have a special fondness for him. Their relationship progressed rapidly. As for Lister, due to her relatively conservative and sensitive nature, their relationship did not progress much. It remained at the level of good friends. Besides these matters, there was also a piece of good news. Thanks to Ren efforts, 18 wives, including Rena, Cecilia, and Betty, became pregnant one after another. In a few more years, the Habs family would welcome 18 newborns. This made Ren very happy. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. After being pregnant for over 2 years and drinking the fountain of life every day, the bellies of 9 wives, including Nomiya, Angelina, and Serena, were very big. The due date was approaching. The first one to give birth was Nomiya, who was the first to get pregnant among the 960 women. As a former chosen one of the magic goddess, Nomiya possessed a divine-grade magic aptitude. Coupled with this being her first pregnancy, Ren had high hopes for Nomiya's pregnancy. And Nomiya did not disappoint Ren expectations. The first one to come is a great start. Detected the birth of the 355th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is a low-level god, and the fighting spirit aptitude is also a low-level god. Hidden bloodline, Ether Dragon, a divine-grade bloodline formed by the fusion of the residual silver fire blessed by the magic goddess into the mutated stellar dragon bloodline, naturally controlling the laws of magic, possessing extremely powerful spellcasting abilities, able to convert solar energy into pure magic power, naturally possessing talents such as magic control, magic web weaving, and magic conversion, evaluated as starry grade, reward, 20,000 drops of divine power, comprehension of spatial laws plus 20%, special talent, infinite charm, low-level divine artifact set, Twilight of the Apocalypse. I didn't expect that after Noemia's silver fire was stripped by Arthas, there would still be some remnants of the power of the silver fire in her body. And it has also fused with my stellar dragon bloodline, mutating into this divine-grade bloodline called Ether Dragon. Listening to the echoing prompt in his ears, Ren was both shocked and somewhat regretful. A trace of residual power from the silver fire has mutated into a completely new divine-grade bloodline. One can imagine how high the essence of the silver fire, which contains the origin of the magic web, is. If Noemia had the complete silver fire, this child might have been evaluated as lunar grade, not just starry grade. However, this kind of assumption is meaningless. After all, if Noemia had not been captured and had her silver fire stripped by Arthas, whether he would meet Noemia tens of thousands of years later is also unknown. Thinking like this, Ren, who had some regret in his heart, suddenly felt that being evaluated as starry grade was not bad either. If he wants to give birth to a child evaluated as lunar grade in the future, he just needs to continue to work hard and marry more goddesses. Coming back to his senses, Ren didn't dwell on this matter any longer. He immediately began to check the rewards given by this child. It seems that it is because of the mutation into a powerful divine-grade bloodline. The rewards given by the system for this child are extremely generous. In addition to the basic reward of 20,000 drops of divine power, there are also 3 highly valuable rewards, plus 20% comprehension of spatial laws, special talent, infinite charm, and low-level divine artifact set, Twilight of the Apocalypse. Among them, there is no need to say much about the comprehension of spatial laws. Skipping directly to the next, Ren focused his attention on the 2 rewards, special talent, infinite charm and low-level divine artifact set, Twilight of the Apocalypse. To be honest, he has obtained many talents from the system rewards before. But this is the first time he has seen a special talent without a quality label. According to the information provided by the system, the effect of the special talent infinite charm is to increase one's own charm tenfold. At the same time, it can activate another function of the charm attribute. By using the charm attribute to gain the favor of the world's original will, the difficulty of comprehending and perfecting the divine profession is reduced by 1/3. This special talent is quite something, Ren exclaimed in his heart. Both passive effects of this special talent are very useful. Charm increased tenfold. It allows him to easily gain the favor of female deities, making it convenient for him to marry and pursue goddesses. And the second effect is even more powerful. You see, advancing as a deity is not just about accumulating divine power. Each time you advance to a higher realm, you need to perfect your divine profession to a certain degree. For example, to advance from weak divine power to mediocre divine power, you need to perfect your main divine profession to the level of rules. To advance from mediocre divine power to strong divine power, you need to perfect your main divine profession to the level of origin. And this special talent allows Ren to gain the favor of the world's will, greatly reducing the difficulty of comprehending and perfecting the divine profession. Undoubtedly, it greatly accelerates his strength advancement speed. As for the value of the low-grade artifact set Dusk of the Apocalypse, although it is only the lowest quality level of artifacts, but ordinary weak divine power deities don't even have a single artifact. Not to mention, this is a complete set. The entire set of epic equipment includes weapons, armor, magical accessories, and boots. After equipping all of them, it can also provide unique set effects and powerful divine arts. Its value cannot be compared to those ordinary artifacts. A complete set of low-grade artifact set is definitely not inferior to a medium-grade artifact. Nomiya's belly is really impressive. Ren couldn't help but feel delighted. Special talent plus low-grade artifact set. The richness of this reward is almost comparable to 2-starry air-level offspring. With a joyful mood, Ren couldn't wait to claim the reward. Next second, 20,000 drops of divine power appeared out of thin air and merged into Ren divine essence. Half of Ren divine space has already been filled. In other words, with another 100,000 drops of divine power, Ren will be able to advance to the next level. The fusion of divine power is complete. Then, countless mysteries about the laws of space emerged in his mind. He absorbed them all. Ren comprehension of the laws of space reached 70%. He was not far from condensing the divine occupation of space. Then, the rune representing the special talent of infinite charm merged into his soul. With the successful fusion of the talent of infinite charm, Ren vaguely felt the goodwill released by the world's instinct towards him. Coming back to his senses, he found that his perception of the laws of the world had become much easier. The secrets of the laws opened their doors to him. The efficiency of perfecting the divine occupation visibly improved. Finally, it was the low-grade divine artifact set, Twilight of the Apocalypse, accompanied by a dazzling divine light. A set of equipment, dark yellow in color and enveloped in the light of dusk, appeared before Ren. It has to be said, this set of equipment came at just the right time. Previously, he entrusted the divine artifact to the incarnation of the sun. The main body is still using the previous legendary set. This low-grade divine artifact set can replace that completely outdated legendary set. He didn't rush to personally try out the effects of this set of equipment. Anyway, he already had it in his hands. He can use it anytime in the future. Now the most important thing is to reward Nomiya properly. She is his great contributor. The first production brought him such rich rewards. Thinking of this, Ren immediately put away this set of divine artifact equipment and walked briskly towards the palace where Nomiya was giving birth. Chapter 295 The Law of Space is Perfect, Marrying the Goddess of Dancing, Eurila. 3 months later. Thanks to the special talent of infinite charm enhancement, Ren's relationship with other goddesses progressed rapidly. The dance goddess, Eurila, and the water goddess, Listener, who already had a high affinity for Ren, also became intimate with him. Although it was only the divine incarnations of the goddesses who were intimate with Ren, not their actual beings. Note, divine incarnations are composed of divine power and the essence of their divine duties, and cannot conceive offspring. But this breakthrough in their relationship undoubtedly represents a big step forward for the two goddesses and Ren. It is clear that it is not far from Ren completely marrying the two goddesses. Besides this good news, there is also another great event. Following Nomiya, 8 other wives, such as Angelina and Serena, have successfully given birth. They have given birth to 10 children for Ren. The reason for the extra 2 is because Angelina gave birth to a set of triplets. Detected the birth of the 356th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is sub-god level, and the martial spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, stellar dragon, already awakened, bloodline purity 80%, naturally possessing powerful talents such as solar blessing, stellar dragon scales, stellar dragon breath, etc. Evaluation, dawn level. Rewards, 7,000 drops of divine power, comprehension of spatial laws plus 10%, low-grade divine artifact, sun battle helmet. detected the birth of the 357th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is sub-god level, and the martial spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, stellar dragon, already awakened, bloodline purity 82%, naturally possessing powerful talents such as stellar dragon body, stellar dragon scales, stellar dragon breath, etc. Evaluation, dawn level. Rewards, 7,000 drops of divine power, comprehension of spatial laws plus 10%, low-grade divine artifact, sun battle boots. Detected the birth of the 358th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is sub-god level, and the martial spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, stellar dragon, already awakened, bloodline purity 81%, naturally possessing powerful talents such as solar blessing, stellar dragon scales, stellar dragon breath, etc. Evaluation, dawn level. Rewards, 7,000 drops of divine power, comprehension of spatial laws plus 10%, low-grade divine artifact, sun bracers. Detected the birth of the 359th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is legendary, and the martial spirit aptitude is epic. Hidden bloodline, stellar dragon, already awakened, bloodline purity 20%, naturally possessing powerful talents such as solar blessing, superb physique, etc. Evaluation, diamond level. Rewards, 1,500 drops of divine power, comprehension of healing laws plus 30%. 10 children. 3 at the dawn level, 6 at the diamond level, and 1 at the platinum level. And the mothers of those 3 dawn level offspring are all Angelina. It's not an exaggeration to say that the quality of this wave of babies is all thanks to Angelina's contribution. I must reward Angelina properly later. He kept this in mind. Ren refocused his attention on the system rewards. 3 dawn level offspring in one wave. With such high quality baby boom, the system rewards naturally won't be lacking. The 10 children provided a total of 30,000 drops of divine power, 30% comprehension of spatial laws, 80% comprehension of healing laws, and 3 low-grade divine artifacts. And also 10,000 system currency. After receiving everything, Ren's divine power reserve has reached 130,000 drops. At the same time, he has fully comprehended the laws of space and healing. He has reached a level sufficient to condense a divine position. As for the 3 low-grade divine artifacts with the attributes of the sun laws, Ren has entrusted them all to the incarnation of the sun. He happened to have a complete set of sun divine artifacts. As for the 10,000 system currency, there's nothing much to say about it. It's just a drop in the bucket. Without accumulating a certain amount, it's not very useful. After receiving the system rewards, Ren opened the family store. He was preparing to buy a gift and give Angelina a surprise. After careful selection, Ren chose a product called Dragon Bloodline Reversion Potion. This item is expensive and requires 450,000 system currency to purchase. But its effect is also extremely astonishing. It can purify the dragon bloodline and revert it to a higher level, possessing more powerful bloodline talents and aptitude. After breaking through the demigod realm, Angelina's cultivation speed has obviously slowed down. If her silver dragon bloodline can be reverted and elevated to a higher level, then Angelina's cultivation speed will definitely skyrocket. Not only will she be able to reach the perfect demigod realm faster, but it will also be much easier for her to become a god in the future. And after the bloodline reversion, the strength of the bloodline will be greatly enhanced. By then, the aptitude of the children born to Angelina can also take another step forward, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Ren didn't hesitate to spend 450,000 system currency to buy a bottle of Dragon Bloodline Reversion Potion. A burst of radiance flashed. A bottle of dark purple potion emitting a powerful dragon blood aura appeared in front of Ren. After obtaining the item, Ren immediately went to Angelina's room. Upon learning that her husband had obtained an incredibly precious bottle of Dragon Bloodline Reversion Potion for her, Angelina, who was taking care of their 3 children, immediately showed a look of surprise on her face. Clearly, she really liked this gift. After all, the dragon clan relies on bloodlines. In this situation, the rank of bloodlines is naturally extremely important. In the eyes of dragons, the value of a bottle of Dragon Bloodline Reversion Potion is definitely not inferior to a divine artifact. Its rarity is unparalleled. That's exactly it. Angela was extremely satisfied with Ren's gift. Darling, you're so good to me. 0, seeking flowers. Silly fool. You're my woman, who else should I be good to? After a series of sweet words, Ren handed the dragon bloodline reversion potion to Angela. And then, under Ren's gaze, Angela drank the potion. The liquid went down her throat. Soon, it began to take effect, manifesting her silver dragon form. Angela's body started to rapidly grow, expanding from 300 meters long to over 1,000 meters. The silver scales also gradually became translucent and crystal clear. At the same time, substantial magical runes began to condense inside the scales, like stars embellishing them, madly absorbing the magical energy from the surrounding void. When all the changes were complete, Angela had transformed from an ordinary silver dragon into an ancient silver dragon. The intensity of her bloodline increased by more than 10 times. 0. Feeling the tremendous transformation of her bloodline and the surge of her own magic power, Angela was extremely excited and thrilled. To vent her excitement and to express her gratitude to her husband, Angela sent all 3 children to a small room nearby, then threw herself at Ren and kissed him passionately. Not even 2 minutes passed. A stirring symphony resounded within the palace, igniting the passion in people's hearts. In the blink of an eye, another half-year had passed. Encouraged by Ren, the descendants of the Habsburg family made great efforts to marry and have children. In this situation, the population growth of the Habsburg family was indeed remarkable. Now, the number of family members has exceeded 13,000. The descendants were so capable. Naturally, Ren, the patriarch, couldn't be left behind. Under his diligent pursuit, the goddess of dance, Eurira, finally relented and agreed to marry him. 1 month ago, Ren and Eurira held a grand divine wedding. They invited the surrounding deities to witness it. After the wedding, the goddess of dance, Eurira, integrated her divine realm into Ren's divine realm. The same went for her true form. From then on, they shared honor and loss together. After becoming husband and wife, naturally, Ren successfully played poker with Eurira's divine form. It must be said, goddesses and mortals are different. Especially this goddess, who also possesses the divine role of dance. Her body is truly delicate and flexible. Various difficult movements come effortlessly to her. The feeling she gives Ren is simply too wonderful. However, such a happy life is short-lived. Not long after, an unexpected guest arrived at the door. Husband. Chapter 296 Trouble at Your Door, solicited by the God of Law and Punishment. On this day, Ren was enjoying the dance of Yahelra with Janice and others. As the god of dance, Yahelra's dancing had reached an extraordinary level. Every movement could fully showcase her charm. Combined with Yahelra's delicate and perfect beautiful face, alluring body curves, and her 2 long and fair legs, it was truly breathtakingly beautiful. So beautiful. Watching Yahelra's enchanting dance, Janice and the others couldn't help but be captivated by her. And as a man, Ren was even more so. Even though they had intimately interacted many times. But seeing Yahelra's graceful dance, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Just as Ren was thinking about having a great battle with Yahelra after she finished dancing, a strange and powerful divine energy suddenly appeared outside the divine realm 140. And it didn't seem to be leaving. Obviously, it had come specifically to find Ren. Who is it? The good mood was interrupted. Ren felt a bit annoyed by this sudden visit from the unfamiliar deity. However, after thinking for a moment, he finally decided to meet this unfamiliar deity, to see what the other party had come for by specifically seeking him out. With this in mind, Ren immediately used his absolute control over the divine realm to move the sun incarnation in front of the unfamiliar deity, opening the gates of the divine realm. The sun incarnation, Ren, walked out. A male deity dressed in a white robe appeared before Ren. This male deity exuded a weak divine energy fluctuation. Obviously, this was a powerful deity with a strength level reaching the middle tier of divine power. However, Ren could confirm that he didn't know this deity. He had never even met him before. I am the god of law and punishment, Kinesis. Upon seeing Ren emerge from the divine realm, this male deity immediately introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Ren's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. During the previous gathering of deities, he had heard other gods mention this god of law and punishment. He was one of the most powerful gods to rise in prominence in the Josephine Garden Plain. Several decades ago, he successfully ascended to the rank of a medium-level deity. Then, relying on his immense power, he formed a league of deities. The number of members was as many as dozens. Their influence was quite strong. They were well known in the Josephine Garden Plain. Almost everyone knew about them. After some polite greetings, Ren directly asked, "Under the crown of Kinases, may I ask why you have come to visit me today?" Based on the rumors about him, Kinases was clearly a god with great ambition and desire for power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have established the organization of the League of Deities. Generally speaking, gods like him were very goal-oriented. Now that he had personally come to find him, Ren didn't believe that he was here for idle chit-chat. "I have come specifically to invite you to join my league." In response to Ren's question, Kinases didn't beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose of his visit today. Ren, who was able to slay the Rose Spider Queen in his newly ascended state as a god, was a newly rising deity with tremendous potential. With his ambitious nature, Kinases naturally wanted to bring Ren under his command. This would not only strengthen his influence but also greatly enhance his prestige, thus attracting more gods to join his league. It was a win-win situation without any harm. Trouble has arrived. Upon hearing this, Ren sighed inwardly. Before, he had learned from the forest goddess that his deeds had spread throughout the divine circle of the upper realm. He knew that this day would come sooner or later. Who would have thought? It actually came so soon. It had only been a few years since the divine banquet. A powerful deity came to invite and win him over to their faction. Regarding this, Ren felt quite helpless. However, it was impossible for him to join. As a man with a golden finger, he would be foolish to become a subordinate to other deities. Wouldn't it be better to establish his own divine faction and be in charge? Furthermore, if he really wanted to join another deity's faction, he would have accepted the invitation from the Elven Divine faction long ago. He even rejected the Elven Divine faction, which had several powerful deities. How could he turn around and join a mediocre faction? Wouldn't that be pure stupidity? "I'm sorry. I currently have no plans to join any faction." Without hesitation, Ren chose to reject Nonos's invitation. Upon hearing this, Nonos's expression became somewhat gloomy. However, he did not give up on this. Instead, with a hint of threat in his tone, he spoke again. "Ren, are you sure you won't reconsider my proposal? If you join my Cis Divine Alliance, I can guarantee that your position will be second only to mine." Facing Nonos's coercion and temptation, Ren remained unmoved. "There's no need to think about it anymore. I will not join any faction. Nonos, if you came to visit me today just for this matter, then you can leave now." Upon hearing Ren's impolite response, Nonos's face turned pale and then green. Since his promotion to a mediocre deity and the establishment of the Cis Divine Alliance, it had been a long time since any deity dared to treat him like this. Ren has potential. But now, he is just a newly emerged deity with weak divine power. To offend him like this. Mr. Thinking of this, Kronos' gaze towards Ren became increasingly hostile. This kind of defiance towards him must be punished accordingly. "This guy can't be won over, do you want to make a move?" Feeling the killing intent in Kronos' gaze, Ren's eyes narrowed. He immediately became more alert, activating his divine power, guarding against a sudden attack from the other party. Neither side spoke. They stood in confrontation, and the atmosphere around them became increasingly heavy. After a moment of confrontation, I don't know if he was afraid that he couldn't defeat Ren, who had once killed the Rose Spider and transformed into a monster deity with a 4.6 rating. In the end, Kronos didn't make a move. Good. Very good. I hope you, Ren, won't regret today's decision in the future. With a cold snort, Kronos left after saying this. Seeing Kronos' figure disappear before his eyes, Ren also controlled his sun incarnation and returned to the divine realm. As for the harsh words left by Kronos, he didn't care at all. Regret? What a load of crap. He would only regret it if he chose to join this bullshit alliance. Skipping over this little incident, Ren quickly put this matter completely out of his mind, and happily played poker with his wives. In his opinion, planting seeds and having children is the most important thing. This is related to the speed of his strength improvement, and he can't afford to not pay attention to it. Chapter 297, The Goddess of Dance is pregnant and the God of Law comes back. Time flies. In the blink of an eye. 3 months have passed. Perhaps it's because of marrying the dance goddess, Euryla. Ren's relationship with other goddesses has suddenly stagnated. After all, as gods, most goddesses have a sense of pride. In a situation where both sides are equal in realm, when gods enter into a marital relationship, it is generally assumed to be monogamous. Ren's current display of power clearly is not enough to make these goddesses let go of their pride. It is almost impossible for them to serve Ren together with other goddesses. Even the spring water goddess, Listener, who had a good impression of Ren and had rolled in the sheets with him before, is the same. Although this spring water goddess has a very gentle personality and gives off a sense of a delicate and sweet appearance. But no matter what, she is still a genuine goddess. She still has the pride she should have. Therefore, since Ren held a divine wedding with the dance goddess, Euryla, no matter how sweet Ren's words are, Listener has not agreed to marry Ren. Of course, 06. She did not refuse to have an intimate relationship with Ren, although she is dissatisfied with Ren marrying the dance goddess first. But she is unwilling to sever ties with Ren. After more than a year of being together, she has fallen in love with this man. Her current reserve is just for the sake of face. After all, Ren's assumed position as a divine husband has already been occupied by the dance goddess, Euryla. If she were to marry him, not only would it invite ridicule from other gods, but her status would also be lower than that flirtatious little temptress, Euryla. Instead of that, it's better to maintain a lover's relationship with Ren. Knowing Listener's concerns, Ren is also helpless in his heart. In the end, it's because his power is not enough. If he were to be promoted to a weaker divine power, or even a medium divine power, this problem would no longer exist. That's good. Apart from the bad news that he temporarily cannot marry the goddess of springs, there is also some good news. After his hard work during this period, Yaharulia, who has been married to him for almost a year, is finally pregnant. Along with her, there are also Leligia, Sharon, Janice, Iris, and Leorian, the 5 artisans who are also pregnant. This makes Ren very happy. However, before he could enjoy his happiness for a few days, troubles came knocking on his door again. On this day, in the morning, the law and punishment god, Nenosis, who had been in a bad relationship with Ren for several months, returned, visiting Ren once again. Not only that, he also brought dozens of incarnations of gods with him. Although most of them are incarnations of gods with weak divine power, with only the strength of a half-god. But among them, there are 7 incarnations emitting weak divine power fluctuations. There is even one incarnation that is the same as Nenosis, reaching the level of a weaker divine power. Obviously, the cis-divine alliance has come out in full force. And the target goes without saying. Under the leadership of Nenosis, dozens of incarnations of gods flew rapidly and finally stopped in front of Ren divine country. Such a big commotion instantly attracted the close attention of the surrounding gods. Is Ren going to be in trouble? That's great. Finally, someone is going to deal with this arrogant new god. It would be best to just kill this guy. Seeing the group of aggressive gods surrounding Ren divine country, many male gods who dislike Ren brightened up and felt extremely happy. Ever since Ren arrived, those female gods have completely lost interest in them. On the contrary, they favor that guy greatly. If it weren't for their lack of strength, they would have already started attacking Ren. Now it seems that Ren is in big trouble. It's easy to imagine how happy they are. Of course, not all gods have this idea. The goddesses who have a good relationship with Ren are very worried about him. Especially the water goddess Lisana. She immediately wanted to go and help Ren. However, after calming down, she realized that her own strength was weak and she was not good at fighting. Even if she went over, she wouldn't be able to help much. Instead, she might cause trouble for Ren. Therefore, Lisana decisively changed direction, heading to the Forest Kingdom. She wanted to ask the forest goddess Alona to help Ren, unaware of her lover Lisana's urgent move to bring reinforcements for him. Sensing the presence of so many gods outside the divine realm, Ren, who realized that something was wrong, immediately sent out his son Avatar to investigate. As soon as it appeared, he saw dozens of god avatars surrounding him. The leader was none other than Nenosis. Seeing this, Ren immediately understood what was going on. Obviously. This guy failed to win him over before, so he didn't act. Instead, he went back to gather people. What an annoying pest. Thinking of this, Ren was speechless. However, he wasn't too worried in his heart. After all, although there were many god avatars, there were only a few that posed a real threat to him. The rest were just there to show off. I don't know what Ren is thinking. Under the crown of Ren, you rejected my goodwill last time. I wonder if you still hold the same thoughts as last time? If you are willing to sign the Styx Covenant and join our Sith Alliance, I can let bygones be bygones. Seeing Ren emerge from the divine realm, Nenosis smiled and spoke. In his opinion, unless Ren really wants to seek a dead end and confront the entire Sith Alliance. Otherwise, he will definitely choose to bow down to him. However, the reality slapped him hard. Ren was completely unaffected by Nenosis' threats. You want me to join the Sith Alliance? If, under the crown of Nenosis, you are willing to hand over the position of the main god to me, then I can consider it. Ren said with a mocking face. Seeing that Ren not only didn't bow down, but also dared to provoke him so arrogantly. Nenosis was both incredulous and filled with anger. How dare he? How dare this guy provoke him like this? Just because he had successfully killed a rose spider incarnate before? You should know. Among the gods he led here, including himself, there were 2 incarnates of medium-level divine power gods. In addition, there were 7 incarnates of weak-level divine power gods and over 20 incarnates of faint divine power gods. And Ren was just an incarnate of faint divine power. No matter how powerful his combat strength was, could he resist such a massive force? This was obviously impossible. Although I don't know what's wrong with Ren head. But Nenosis absolutely couldn't tolerate Ren repeatedly challenging his authority. Good. Very good. Since that's the case, then you shall die. Completely giving up on the idea of winning him over, Nenosis decided to make Ren pay a painful price. He wanted to see if this new god would still be as arrogant when the divine realm was breached. With Nenosis' command, dozens of gods all attacked Ren fiercely. Chapter 298, Slaughtering the Gods, Tier 6 Divine Art Judgment Law. Under the close attention of the surrounding gods, a world-shaking battle involving dozens of gods officially begins. Death God's Law. God Power Storm. Heavenly Fire Divine Punishment. Led by Noxus. Dozens of gods incarnate and simultaneously release various powerful divine arts, bombarding towards the sun incarnation of Ren. Such a powerful offensive. Even weak divine powers would be instantly torn to pieces. However, Ren remains completely calm. Space jump. Facing such a fierce attack, Ren directly traverses space to evade. Although these divine attacks also seal off the surrounding void. For Ren, who possesses the mythical talent of space manipulation and a complete understanding of spatial laws, this level of void blockade is full of loopholes. It's like a layer of paper, easily breaking through. Next, it's my turn. After evading the first wave of concentrated attacks from the Cis God Alliance, Ren hesitates no more and chooses to counterattack. Accompanied by a burst of radiance, the sun artifact set appears on his body. At the same time, the sun chariot in the divine realm also responds to his call. Pulled by 4 sun divine horses, the sun chariot swiftly appears in front of Ren. Drive. Wearing golden divine armor and wielding the incinerating heaven holy sword. Fully armed, Ren drives the sun chariot and charges directly towards enemies far outnumbering him. He can't wait to solve all these troubles. La. 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 The warhorses neigh. The sun chariot transformed into a giant sun. It rushed towards the 6 gods alliance at an unimaginable speed. Before the gods of the 6 alliance could react, Ren drove the sun chariot into their ranks. He mobilized his divine power and activated the power of the sun god. He unleashed the full power of the burning heaven holy sword in his hand. Chi. 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 Like an invincible war god, Ren drove the sun chariot back and forth, wreaking havoc, unstoppable by any god. As the holy sword swung, one after another, the incarnations of the gods fell like wheat. They had no power to resist. In the blink of an eye, the mighty 6 gods alliance was reduced by half. And the number continued to rapidly decrease. Seeing Ren so powerful, killing gods like slaughtering chickens. The weak gods who were brought here to show off their power were instantly terrified. They turned around and ran. They only had this one incarnation. If they lost it, not only would they be unable to directly interfere with the outside world for a short period of time, but it would also require a large amount of divine power and divine source to reassemble. As the lowest level gods, their divine power was not abundant to begin with. They really couldn't afford such a loss. However, Ren had no intention of letting these gods go. He wanted to use these gods to establish his dominance and warn other gods who might cause trouble for him. With the dual dominance of strength and equipment, dozens of weak gods were quickly killed by Ren. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the gods who were watching this great battle around them couldn't help but gasp. Too fierce. Clearly, everyone here possesses weak divine power. Yet this guy is like a monster. In less than a minute, he has slaughtered all the other weak divine beings. It's simply outrageous. Not to mention those weakling divine beings who are hostile towards Ren. I'm trembling in fear. I can no longer muster the thought of being an enemy of Ren. I'm afraid of being killed like a chicken by Ren. As for those goddesses who have a good relationship with Ren, their eyes are filled with admiration. They are full of worship for Ren. Whether they are ordinary women or high-ranking goddesses, they all like heroes who are much stronger than themselves. The magnificent scene of Ren single-handedly slaughtering the gods makes these goddesses' hearts tremble uncontrollably, regardless of what the surrounding divine beings think. This ongoing war is still continuing. Seeing the members of my own cis divine alliance being killed by Ren in an instant, Kronos, who was still sitting securely, was shocked. Although he was mentally prepared for Ren's formidable combat power, but he never expected that Ren would be so outrageous. He let the other side take advantage of a moment of carelessness and severely damaged the cis divine alliance. Coming back to his senses, visible anger appeared on his dignified face. With an inflated intent to kill, Kronos fully activated his divine law priesthood. He wanted to use his strongest divine arts to eliminate Ren as quickly as possible, to restore the lost dignity of the cis divine alliance. The next second, an extremely solemn and immense aura of order rose from Kronos, locking onto Ren firmly. I sentence you to death. Like the supreme god passing final judgment on a sinner, Kronos, expressionless and cold, pronounced judgment on Ren. As his words fell, the laws of heaven and earth responded. A strange and powerful force of rule suddenly took shape. Ignoring the defense of the Sun Chariot and the Sun Artifact, it directly targets Ren, wanting to directly pull him into death. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Feeling the threat of death, Ren decisively activates World Protection, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. At the cost of depleting most of his spiritual power, Ren successfully uses this ultimate illusion to immunize against that strange and powerful force of rules, avoiding the fate of the Sun Incarnation's downfall. Escaping a disaster, Ren quickly launches a counterattack, activating spatial manipulation and time manipulation abilities. The next second, under the constraint of a certain terrifying power, the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers of time and space instantly freeze. Unexpectedly, Ren is actually unharmed under the attack of the sixth order divine art, Judgment Law, and can launch a counterattack so quickly. No-nos, including the 9 divine spirits, including Noxus. Before they can react, they are all imprisoned by Ren. However, imprisoning such powerful beings also consumes energy extremely quickly, with the divine power stored in Ren's Sun Incarnation. At most, it can be maintained for 1 second before being completely exhausted. However, this is already enough. The floating city in the divine realm has long been ready to strike. The moment the time and space imprisonment is completed, boom! The tower spirit of the floating city immediately locks onto the 9 divine spirits, including Noxus, and launches the pre-charged spell, Varia's Absolute Destruction Beam. Ultimate Death Storm. Eternal Life Devouring. Accompanied by a tremendous surge of powerful magic. Terrifying magic that contains immense power takes shape, with a terrifying power capable of tearing apart stars, fiercely striking towards the 9 imprisoned divine spirits. Chapter 299 The Shock of the Goddesses, Revenge Against the God of Law. 1 second later, the time and space imprisonment is over. Kinesis and the others regain their ability to move. More than 10 extremely powerful 11th ring attack magics suddenly appear before them. And they are already within reach. There is no time to dodge at all. Boom. 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 Deafening explosions sound one after another. The 9 incarnations of the gods are instantly engulfed by these super-level magics. The incredibly violent magical power pours down on them instantly. The incarnations of the 7 weaker gods are the first to be unable to hold on. In less than 10 seconds, the incarnations of the 7 gods are all turned into nothingness. And Kinesis and the incarnation of another medium-strength god are not doing well either. After all, the strength of their incarnations is only equivalent to that of weaker gods. In an instant, it is naturally extremely difficult to withstand so many 11th ring magics. If it weren't for the 7 gods sharing a lot of magical power, they would probably have been defeated on the spot. Even so, after enduring this wave of super-level magical attacks, Kinesis and their divine power reserves are also depleted. Their breath is extremely weak. Although Ren's solar incarnation is not doing well either, the activation of the time and space imprisonment just now exhausted the divine power of the incarnation. But he still has a trump card that hasn't been used. Marlowe Meteor Burst. Ren decisively activates the super-level magic in the Myth Talent Book of 10,000 Laws. A heavy blow to the fallen dog. The super-level magics in the Book of 10,000 Laws are all pre-stored. There is no need to consume his own power at all. They can be activated with just a thought. The next second, 8 huge meteors shimmering with eerie red light almost simultaneously condense and appear, dragging long crimson tails. They swiftly strike towards Kinesis and the others. Under normal circumstances, the Nenosis are completely fearless against this kind of attack. It is not difficult to block it. However, it's different now. Just survived the crazy bombardment of more than 10 11th level magic, their divine power is at an absolute low point. They hardly have the power to cast divine spells. They can only watch as these 8 huge meteorites strike them. Boom. Accompanied by 8 earth-shattering explosions. The terrifying explosion that can shatter asteroids instantly engulfs them completely. When these energies calm down and dissipate, the incarnations of Nenosis and another medium-powered deity have completely disappeared. Obviously, they have been completely annihilated under the attack of the meteor shower composed of the Marlowe meteorite explosion. Next, it's time to settle the score with the source. After killing these troublesome deities who came to his door, Ren's eyes reveal a cold light. He doesn't want to just let it go like this. After all, others have come knocking on his door. If he doesn't retaliate, it would be like anyone can step on his face. And he doesn't believe that the law and punishment god, Nenosis, would let such a big loss go. Revenge is certain. Since that's the case, he naturally has to take the initiative. Pursue victory and strike while the iron is hot. Even if he can't completely kill him, to eliminate future troubles, he must thoroughly hurt him and make it impossible for him to cause trouble for him in the short term. As for the future, with his growth speed, in a while, would he still be afraid of retaliation from a mere medium-powered deity? Thinking of this, Ren immediately begins to prepare his plan for revenge against Nenosis. And just at this moment, he suddenly saw the forest goddess Alona and the spring water goddess Lysina approaching at an extremely fast speed. Am I late? Alona asked, puzzled and shocked, as she looked at the intense battle marks around. From the time Lysina arrived at the door to when she rushed over, how much time had passed? The battle ended so quickly? And it seems that Ren, as the weaker side, has won the final victory in this great war. Lysina, who was standing aside, was also the same. Confusion filled her beautiful face. She thought Ren was in big trouble this time, so she hurriedly went to get reinforcements. Who would have thought that the reinforcements she brought hadn't even arrived yet? Ren seemed to have solved the problem on his own. That's right. The battle has already ended. All the gods of the Cis Alliance have been killed by me. Ren replied with a smile. Seeing Lysina and Alona coming together, he almost understood what was going on. He felt warm in his heart about Lysana's actions. This shows that Lysina cares a lot about his safety. After hearing Ren answer, although she was already prepared, Alona couldn't help but be shocked. She didn't expect that Ren could achieve this level. Clearly, he only had a weak divine power, but he was able to defeat the incarnations of the gods of the Cis Alliance. It was simply unbelievably strong. To be honest, unless she used her true form, she herself would not be able to achieve such a remarkable record. Thinking of this, a hint of brilliance flashed in Alona's beautiful eyes. As for Lee Sina, it goes without saying. After realizing the formidable strength of Ren, she was not only shocked but also felt a sense of inexplicable pride and self-confidence. After all, Ren has a very close relationship with her. In her heart, she and Ren are one. The man she chose is so outstanding. She is also proud of it. This Ren is really charming. Not long ago, he just entered into a divine marriage with the goddess of dance, Yurira, and now he is with the goddess of springs. Upon seeing Lisana's reaction, combined with the previous plea for help, Alona immediately guessed that the relationship between Lee Sina and Ren was extraordinary. There is definitely something going on between them. Since everything is fine, I'll take my leave. I don't want to be a third wheel here. Alona greeted Ren and turned to leave. She watched Alona leave. Ren took Lee Sina back to the realm of the gods. Not long after, the beautiful symphony, as pleasant and melodious as clear springs, resounded in the temple where Ren was located. Several days later, after finding out the location of the divine realm of the law and punishment god, Kinases, Ren immediately began to execute the retaliatory plan against Kinases. In order to ensure the success of this operation, he decided to move the floating fortress as well. Everything was ready. Activate the space jump coordinates. Ren controlled the sun incarnation and entered the floating fortress, giving orders to the tower spirit. Yes. Space shuttle device activated, charging begins. Accompanied by this emotionless mechanical sound, magic energy began to gather towards the eastern area of the floating fortress. At the same time, the magic runes that formed the trajectory of the space device emitted a dazzling light. 2 seconds later, a blue light flashed. The massive and majestic floating fortress instantly disappeared in the sky above Ren Divine Realm. Chapter 300 Attacking the Kingdom of God, Unsolvable Combination Rule Ability. 1 second later, the floating city driven by Ren appeared in an unknown airspace. This area is located in the southwest direction of the Divine Kingdom. It is more than 300 million kilometers away. According to the information he inquired about, the Divine Kingdom of Nenosis is here. Sure enough. Looking down, Ren discovered a divine kingdom with an extremely large area. The divine power emitted by this divine kingdom fluctuates highly coinciding with Nenosis. Fire at will. Target the divine kingdom below. After finding the target of this trip, Ren wasted no time and directly gave the order to attack to the tower spirit. No time was given for Nenosis to react. The war magic launch platform is charging. The elemental mage tower is constructing the spell model. The next second. Destruction thunderstorm. Apocalyptic inferno. Eternal frozen soil. Powerful 10-ring ultra-elemental magic condensed and formed one after another. They were launched downwards like a volley of cannons. Boom. 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 Various elemental forces filled with ultimate destructive power poured onto the barrier of the divine kingdom of Nenosis. The extremely intense energy roar instantly resounded through the heavens and the earth. Such a huge movement immediately alarmed the nearby gods. What's going on? What happened? Under the confusion in their hearts, these deities immediately used divine arts to investigate the situation. What the F***ck? After discovering that someone was driving the floating city to attack the divine kingdom of Nonos, these deities were also shocked. Nonos is a deity with moderate divine power. Their strength is formidable. Someone dares to ride a dragon and directly attack their divine kingdom. This is too fierce. With such a big event happening, it instantly excited these deities. They focused their attention on the progress of the battle, afraid of missing any exciting scenes. On the other side, as the controller of this divine kingdom, Nonos naturally couldn't be unaware of the fierce attack on their divine kingdom. Who is it? Feeling their divine kingdom being attacked, while Nonos, who was recondensing their incarnation in the divine kingdom, was angry, they also felt puzzled. They haven't recently provoked any strong enemies. Who is the idiot attacking their divine kingdom? As for Ren, they didn't even consider it. You see, even deities with powerful divine power may not necessarily be able to defeat a divine kingdom controlled by a deity with moderate divine power. A deity with a weak divine power level attacking a divine kingdom controlled by a deity with moderate divine power? This is truly a fantasy. In the circle of divine beings in the higher planes, such a bizarre thing has never happened before. Therefore, Kronos completely ignored this possibility. With anger and confusion, Kronos immediately used divine magic to investigate. Ren? Seeing the floating city in the sky that was crazily attacking his divine realm, Kronos was instantly filled with astonishment. The divine being who was piloting this giant floating city. Besides Ren, who else could it be? He really didn't expect that. Ren actually dared to take the initiative and attack him. A weak divine being with little divine power attacking his divine realm as a medium-level divine being. This is completely disrespecting him. Damn it. Coming back to his senses, Kronos also felt a great sense of shame. He was both shocked and angry. If this matter were to spread, he would probably become the laughingstock of all the divine beings in the higher planes. By then, his reputation and status in the circle of divine beings would undoubtedly plummet. Thinking of this, his gaze towards Ren was instantly filled with intense killing intent. I must resolve this insolent fellow in the most dominant manner. With this thought, Kronos did not hesitate to mobilize his other two divine incarnations. Considering the powerful combat strength Ren had shown before, he even entrusted his most important and powerful divine artifact, the Book of Laws, to the incarnations. The two divine incarnations, carrying the divine artifact, stepped out of the divine realm, directly heading towards the floating city where Ren was. They finally came out. Seeing Kronos' divine incarnations stepping out of the divine realm, Ren's face immediately revealed a smile. The first phase of the plan was successful. His goal this time was never to break through Kronos' divine realm and completely kill Kronos. That would be too unrealistic. After all, a medium-level divine being in his own divine realm is enough to contend with powerful divine beings. In this situation, if he dares to enter the opponent's divine realm, that would undoubtedly be serving himself as a meal. Therefore, the core of his revenge plan is to provoke the opponent's incarnations, and then find a way to kill them all. In this way, unless the main body takes action. Otherwise, Kronos will completely lose his direct intervention power in the outside world, unable to continue retaliating against him. At the same time, it can also strike a blow to the opponent's reputation. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. As for whether Kronos will fall for it, Ren is not worried. After all, he has come to Kronos' doorstep. If this can be endured, the divine name of Noxus should not be called the god of law and punishment, but the god of Ninja Turtles. As expected, not long after, Noxus took the bait. Now, it's time to start the next plan. Seeing the two divine incarnations rushing towards him, Ren decisively orders Tailing to change the attack target. Receiving the command, Tailing immediately stops attacking the Noxus Divine Kingdom. Instead, it controls the War Magic launch platform to strike the two divine incarnations. However, Noxus divine incarnations are not easy to deal with. I declare that the current attack is all ineffective. Holding the divine artifact, the law book, the divine incarnation of the law looks solemn and majestic as it speaks. As the words fall, a force of great coercive power of order rules descends, instantly turning all these superpositioned magic into nothingness. At the same time, the other incarnation of punishment is not idle either. Condensing waves of punishment divine arts bombard the floating city. These punishment divine arts have extremely powerful power. The destructive power is astonishing. Under the fierce attacks of these punishment divine arts, the super magic shield of the floating city immediately trembles violently. Obviously, the floating city equipped with a large-scale dense energy core is still unable to simultaneously resist the suppression of two divine incarnations equivalent to weak divine power. Seeing this scene, Ren, however, remains calm. He never expected to be able to complete this revenge operation solely relying on the floating city. Therefore, he acted without hesitation. Temporal imprisonment. The ability to manipulate time and space is activated at the same time. Invisible ripples of time and space spread at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it passes, everything freezes. In less than a fraction of a second, the fluctuation of time and space is about to envelop the two divine incarnations of Noxus. 0, seeking flowers. However, having suffered a major loss before, this time, Noxus was obviously prepared early on. You disturb the order of the world and time, committing a heinous crime. I declare the restoration of the temporal order and simultaneously sentence the disturber to death. Sensing the abnormal fluctuations of time and space, Noxus, divine incarnation of the law, does not hesitate to fully activate the law book in his hand. A dazzling divine power radiance rises. The next second, a vast and solemn power of supreme order descends. Used to its utmost, the temporal imprisonment released by Ren is instantly lifted. The world returns to normal operation. Not only that, as the culprit Ren also faced judgment from the world. A golden spear formed by the power of the highest order carries endless power, ignoring all obstacles. Like a shooting star across the sky, instantly piercing Ren's heart. Fortunately, Ren activated the world's protection, entering a pseudo-invulnerable state, successfully blocking this attack in time. Otherwise, the Sun incarnation would probably fall on the spot. Note, the 12 trials only affect the original body, the incarnation does not have 12 lives. 000. In order to block this attack, his mental power was almost completely exhausted. If it were to happen again, the Sun incarnation would undoubtedly fall. In other words, he no longer has any margin for error. Sure enough, the gods who can ascend to the middle divine power are not easy characters to deal with. Absolutely cannot underestimate them. Feeling the power and strangeness of the divine office, Ren's level of attention to Noxus increased once again, putting away the disdain in his heart. Next, Ren also became much more cautious in taking action. No longer using time and space abilities. Instead, relying on the floating city as a barrier, constantly releasing divine arts and engaging in a clash with the two divine incarnations of Noxus. Normally, given his level of divine power, the released low-level divine arts are difficult to pose a significant threat to the incarnations of gods with weak divine powers. Whether it's evasion or resistance, Kinesis handles it effortlessly. But who let him cheat? With the law of causality, guaranteed hits, and the penetration of all things, these two world blessings, Ren released divine arts all possess the characteristics of guaranteed hits and ignore resistance and defense. They can directly inflict real damage. At first, Kinesis didn't understand the situation and focused on controlling two incarnations to withstand the firepower of the floating city. At the same time, he continuously released attacks, wanting to break through the defense of the floating city as soon as possible. He completely ignored Ren's divine arts attacks. As a result, he was directly pierced by dozens of spears of the sun thrown by Ren, turning into a hedgehog. It took a lot of divine power to recover from this. He suffered a big loss. Kinesis no longer dares to underestimate the attacks of Ren incarnations. His vigilance is at its peak. Unfortunately, doing so is useless. The combination of guaranteed hits and the penetration of all things is an unbeatable rule ability. No matter how Kinesis defends, it is useless. Evasion, defense, counterattacks, all means are useless. Under the effect of the world blessing of the penetration of all things, Ren divine arts attacks are like being in another dimensional interface. They do not interact with other things at all. Only by hitting the enemy will they turn the virtual into reality. This tricky ability completely bewilders Kinesis. As the battle progresses, the balance of victory gradually tilts and shifts towards Ren's side.